fit the commercial clause. For example, the definition of person, in quotations, in the tax code, which is called Title 26, in the United States Code, is found in 26 USC 7701A1. The term person, in parentheses, oh no, those just the comma things, not the double ones, shall be construed to mean and include an individual, a trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation. Now, when you look at the definition, the first thing you think is, but Brandon, I'm an individual. Well, you aren't, because there must be some kind of commercial spinal structure in order for it to qualify as a person. As you can see in most of the other words that I use, the term individual is a shortening of the term individual proprietorship, which is the same term as the sole proprietorship. We already covered what that term is earlier.
He's wrong. That's wrong.
So
that's
hold
that's
on.
the
Let me
problem
finish
right there.
reading. So let's rewrite 26 UC 7701A, right? The term person shall be construed to mean and include a sole proprietorship, a trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation. So that's just a little bit of what I'm talking about. So it's not as if I'm just pulling it out of my nyash. The citations are there, whether you disagree with them or not.
No,
obviously that's going to be your prerogative.
Because you
Hold
can
on.
have
That's going to be your prerogative.
No,
but
he doesn't
dude,
understand.
I have Black's Laws Dictionary right here, dude. I have Black's Laws Dictionary right here, dude. It says person, a man, not just an entity like a business, right? Like a sole proprietorship or a limited liability company.
You're just not engaging with it.
No,
why
dude,
did you
I am
ask
engaging because
why
when you
did you ask
talk
me
about,
with
dude, chill out. I let you talk for 5 minutes, bro. I can't get 3 words in, and you're already funding muting me, dude. Because I understand this, dude. I filed for an entity.
Elisha? You do this to everyone.
I filed for an entity before multiple times. I've gotten my federal tax ID number. I know what it is to file for an entity, and in the government, it's considered a person of its own. I get it, dude. But that doesn't back up your premise. When I have Black's Laws Dictionary right here, says person, a man, not just an entity, a fictitious entity, dude. Which is where your whole premise relies on that, and it's wrong.
The arbiter?
It's wrong.
It's not my
wrong,
premise. Who's
dude.
the arbiter?
A person is not just a fictitious entity, dude.
Who is the arbiter?
God. Black Laws Dictionary is based off of biblical principles.
We're not talking about
the American justice system is backed up by common law, going back to England, going back to the Bible, dude. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm trying to set the record straight. You're not listening, dude.
Lion. Is the 16th Amendment a dictate from the Most High?
Ultimately, it is.
What?
Well, then you're wrong.
Sovereignty through sovereignty.
That's your problem. That is fundamentally your problem. It's an amendment made by men to a constitution made by men.
Yes, but God allowed it to be ratified.
If you don't define it according to these men and how they understood it and have expressed it in their legislature, in their law definitions, etc., then you are misunderstanding it.
No,
to the point that if you were right, these people who are actually going through this process and getting the go-ahead from the government itself, they wouldn't be able to do it. The fact that they are able to do it and are being given the go-ahead means that you're the one that's misunderstanding it, not them.
No, dude, you know how many law dictionaries there are, bro? And
that's how you
interpret law. You're pulling up some fringe fuck on the internet trying to make an argument, and you're failing horribly, dude.
Why are they succeeding? Why is the IRS giving them the go-ahead?
He just talks over people, dude. I can't do this with you
every time.
What's the point in contention? What exactly is the point in contention? I just jumped in at the wrong time.
The word person is pretty much contention, right? So if you look up the legal word person, in the context of the legal sphere, you're going to end up with, it's going to say anything that can have rights, duties, or legal responsibility, right? And if they didn't do this, then they'd have no way to talk about corporations, right? They'd have to rewrite laws to be like living people or human beings, or so they'd have to reword everything, right? So that it's an all-encompassing broad word. used legally. And so in the legal sense, it doesn't mean in the literal sense. And he just ignores that. And all these sovereigns do the same exact thing.
Did you listen to what I
I'm going to
read?
take this word and I'm going to ignore there's a specific legal definition of this word. Right, and then I'm going to make an argument against it using the
Supreme Court case that will help us
meaning.
understand the differences.
And do it again, Elisha. You can't let anybody finish or get going.
The Supreme Court case that will help us understand the differences between a corporate person and a man is the watershed case called the Slaughterhouse case, 83 U.S. 36.
That's the Martin Bailey fallacy. That wasn't your argument.
From 18, I'm just continuing reading because you're clearly
you're changing your argument now, bro. We're talking about the word person. We're talking about the word person.
I'm not changing anything. I'm just continuing the text that you failed to engage with. I gave it to you because you asked for it. You insisted on it, and now you're not willing to engage with it. So now I'm compelled to read it out loud so that you can't claim that it just doesn't apply. So at least you heard it. At least there's
with persons, and
at least it's recorded, and you can go back and listen if you refuse to engage with the actual citations that I gave.
Read it again. Read it again from the top. Go ahead. Just like a few words before that, because you were saying something. Go ahead.
It's all right. So he moves on from what I said earlier. He moves on after he's already mentioned the sole proprietorship.
Read that earlier, Pop.
I'm reading. What, you want me to go all the way back to the person?
Just like one sentence.
Where it talks about person.
But I've already read that. Do you need me to read that?
It doesn't talk about person. Yeah. That's why I focused on the word person.
Well, I've already addressed that. You just disregard it.
You glossed over
it. I literally read it. I literally read it in completion. But whatever. Anyway,
we went from person to what a man is. Go ahead. Let's read what a man is. Go ahead.
Right. So the Supreme Court case that will help us to understand differences between quote corporate person and quote a man is a watershed case called Slaughterhouse case 83 U.S.36 from 1987. Sorry, from 1837. Don't know why I read that wrong. In this case, the Honorable Mr. Justice Miller talks about this case that changed the entire trajectory of the United States of America forever. He and his fellow judges were attempting to interpret the 14th Amendment, which had been supposedly just ratified in 1871, by saying the following. So this is a quote from Mr. Miller, Justice Miller. The first section of the 14th article, to which our attention is more specially invited, opens with a definition of citizenship. Not only citizenship of the United States, but citizenship of the states. No such definition was previously found in the Constitution, nor had any attempt been made to define it by act of Congress. It had been the occasion of much discussion in the courts, by the executive departments, and in the public journals. It had been said by eminent judges that no man was a citizen of the United States, except as he was a citizen of one of the states composing the Union. Those, therefore, who have been born and reside... Can you let me finish reading? Those, therefore, who have been born and resided...
Never complain
those,
about
therefore, who had
Let him finish, dude. Come on.
I'm reading something else. This is not my own thoughts, dude. Those, therefore, who had been born and resided always in the District of Columbia or the territories, though within the United States, were not citizens. That's the end of the quote from Miller. Now I'm going to give pause because clearly people want to speak.
So there's a lot in there, but you did a sly move because you smuggled in corporate person.
I didn't do anything. I'm just quoting, dude.
I get it, bro. But hold on, dude. Hold on. It's my turn to talk now, right? It's my turn to talk, right? So earlier we were just talking about person, right? And I did distinguish between a person, a man, and a corporate entity. And I even showed you the different kinds of entities. You have the sole proprietorship, right? The limited liability company and S corp, right? You can create a fictitious person, a fictitious business structure that's separate from the actual man, right? I know that. I get that. And right now you're pulling up a case law on a corporate person, which is a fictitious business or fictitious entity, versus a man. That's not the argument that we're having, Elisha.
No,
do you know
no,
the
he's
difference?
actually
Do you know
not.
the
He's
difference
just
between a person, a man, and a person and a fictitious entity? Do you know the difference? Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to respond first to the false assertion that you made of what I was doing. First of all, I'm not doing anything. I'm simply reading. I'm the vessel by which you're consuming the information of the past. Now, the information of the past is specifically in this thing to do with he and his fellow judges were attempting to interpret the 14th Amendment, which had just been supposedly ratified.
Wow, what an asshole.
In 1871 by saying the following. And then I read all of that, and you heard all of that, though it was interrupted once. So the context is not about person. What the writer is saying is that he's saying, in order to understand these terms, here, look at the slaughterhouse case. And then he quoted one of the sections from the slaughterhouse case. And then he continues, but I'm not going to go and continue unless you necessarily want me to.
No,
but it's important.
It's a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur.
How is it a non sequitur?
Because it's not the argument that we're having. We're not talking about fictitious entities right now, dude. We're talking about what a person is fundamentally that is in agreement with what I'm trying to tell you, dude. It's in Black's Law's Dictionary, which is how we interpret the law. And it's not exclusive to Black's Law's Dictionary. It's also in England common law and Roman law. This goes back to Rome, dude. So it's in Rome, England, and American common law. It all agrees. And then you're trying to take case law out of context, dude, to make an argument.
Steelman.
But let them do it. What happens if you do it? What happens if you do it? So person is not human being.
You know who Henry?
The argument you're trying to make.
Hold on, Henry Campbell Black. It's Black's Law's Dictionary. Even the Sovereign, they love it. They talk about it all the time. That or Bouvier's, right? You have what is a person? I have posted it in the chat, dude. It tells you straight up. It's a man. It's a man. It can be a man. It's not just a fictitious entity. Now, English common law tradition, Roman law, and American common law all agree on this definition.
Well, if that were true, if they agreed with what you're saying, then people wouldn't be doing what they're doing and being given the green light.
All right, give Elijah.
Your position is nullified by the actual evidence.
Doesn't mean you start going again. So give Elijah this idea that person doesn't mean a human being, right? Give him this idea. All right, so now this isn't talking about person. So how does the Constitution apply to you as a human being? Because you just gave up all your rights to the Constitution in general because you're not a person. How do you work that one out?
What are you talking about?
The law.
I think the Constitution says
of
people.
The law. If you say human beings are not encompassed under person, okay, human beings. So that means wherever it says person, it's not actually applying to human beings. All right. Well, where are your rights?
Yeah, I just want
to let Sophia get in, guys. Get some room from Sophia after Elijah's done.
No, I was just saying, if you actually read the words, it says there's a difference between a person and people. So look in the Constitution, it says people, not person.
Yeah, so the rights apply to the people. The certain of the amendments apply to persons, and that's the distinction that needs to be made. Right, and this is what Miller was dealing with at the moment in which this was a contemporary issue, because he's dealing with this case of the 14th Amendment in 1873 when it had only just been ratified in 1871. So it's still
I have to respond to that absurd statement that Sophia just made, dude. I'm sorry, but
I'd agree with you.
This is
I'd agree with you, Sophia,
because
the problem is this is a situation in flux.
Hold on, bro. She said people. People is a plurality of persons. You're changing the suffix.
Oh, people can be singular too. I am a people.
People is the plural of persons, Sophia.
You're misapplying definitions.
No, the plural of person is persons. You can look in the UCC.
That's true.
Mercules,
But it's
Yeah,
not.
Why don't you do it?
category.
Because I think maybe you have less
I don't get it.
animosity with these characters than than any time I speak.
The only reason you feel that way is because I haven't been speaking. If I listen, I as somebody who's started the process and tried to go through it, it is a process, and you can do it, and you can become. I hate the word sovereign because there's such a bad annotation that's attached to it now. But that is what you become. You become sovereign. You're not obliged to do anything that the federal government says you have to do. But with doing that, you also lose all of the potential help and support from said government.
Yeah,
You
Well, it
eliminate
depends on
yourself.
that's the
how you.
argument I'm
No, it
making. Once
depends
you
on
make
how
that,
you contract with them. So it depends on how you set up your stuff. You can go either way.
I mean,
you can't
100%.
you
But
can't
like,
align
they
or
don't
get
make it
support
easy.
from the government. If you say I want these rights under my government, but I am not a person in the legal sense that you use person, I am a man. Okay, you're a man, you're not a person. Everywhere where it speaks of person or people, right? It's going to be you're not going to have those rights. That's not going to include you anymore.
Yeah, it'll be excluded from that.
Right. So you're completely off the reservation. You can't own property.
That's not true.
You
How you
can
going to own
if you
property?
do it.
That's
If
not true.
you
That's not
can,
true.
if
How are
you
you going to
do
own
it
property?
right. Sorry, Rigor. If you're saying you can't own property as a sovereign, then I'm sorry, you don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't have rights. You can't. You have no law.
You have no
no legal right
comprehension of
to
what's
that
being
law,
discussed.
to that land.
Let's be real.
Yeah,
Did
you don't.
give up
I'm
your-
not
you're
trying
giving
to
up-
try to say it like that, but you're off base, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Actually,
That's
no,
not
well,
a
he's kind of
rebuttal.
got a point because you're under the impression that as a sovereign that the land belongs to anybody under God, and that's not the case. God has appointed
what I'm-
rulers in authority, kings that have jurisdiction on the earth, territorial dominion on the earth, and you just calling yourself a sovereign only under God doesn't give you the right for that land. Because that land is already belongs to
But that's not
somebody
what
else. There's
he is
rulers
doing, is
that
it?
own that land, that control that land, that have jurisdiction of that land. That you have not you even if you disagree with that ruler and you be like, you're not my ruler.
But Lion,
That's
that's
not how
not
the
what he
rule of
said,
law
though, right?
works.
That's not what he said. He simply said that it's not true to say that if you're a sovereign that you can't own land. That's what
Not
he actually
legally.
said.
Not legally. You cannot
No.
legally
And you're
own
wrong.
No,
land
And
'cause
that's what
you
he's
have
saying.
You're
He's
no
saying
wrong.
you
legal
are
You're
governing
wrong
wrong.
to
body.
assert that. Do you
You
You're
have
wrong.
understand the
no
difference?
legal governing body. How do you own land legally? Please enlighten me.
Define ownership, I beg.
Well, how does the government own land legally in the first place?
Yeah.
Right. Well, now you're making a completely different
It's
argument that the government has no
yeah,
legal
you're right.
right to
It's not a
land.
It
completely
gets into
different
the
argument.
rule
It's
of
not a
law.
completely different.
It gets into the
Mercules,
rule of
please,
law.
speak
And
up.
Paperwork out. I don't have to go.
If you say the government has no right to the land, well, I got news for you.
Who's the government, Rigor?
You haven't figured that one out yet? Come on.
Who are
You live
they?
in
It's
the
men
same
and
country
women,
as me,
right?
and you're gonna ask me that?
Yeah, it's the people. You know, you said peoples. It's the people. That's who the government is.
Yeah, so he's talking like the government is this thing that can come and do stuff to you. That's just a fictitious entity. These are men and women you are dealing with in reality.
Right. But
They
in the
do
government,
have the
they have
ability. Yeah,
enforcement agencies.
they have the rule of law on their
But you have
side.
you have to give them agency first.
No, we
Right.
don't
But I'm
give them
saying
agency. They're given
Yes,
agency
you
by the
do.
Most High God. The all sovereign gives them their agency, their authority, their power, and their capacity. You don't,
According
and you don't
to
even have to agree with them
okay,
for them to have that
according to
authority
what?
over you.
Yeah, well, that's where we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
well,
trying to
we
explain
The
to you guys.
just
You
Most
guys don't
High,
agreed
understand
hang
with
on.
him earlier.
sovereignty. You don't understand sovereignty
So
law.
the Most
You
High
you
gave
haven't
them
read the
the
citation
authority to print
sufficiently to
money
be
from nothing. The Most
sorry.
High gave them the authority to print money from nothing, and now the rest of us has to buy it from them.
no.
But they can't.
Well, that's
What
what you're
happened was
saying.
They
the
can't
governing
print money,
body,
can they?
the governing body
Yes,
created laws that applied to the
gives
people of the land.
he gives
They
them
can't
that
print money.
capacity, that power, and that authority. Whether they do
Money
it
is
for
not
See,
good
printed.
this
or
is where I
do it
disagree
for
100% with
evil
Lion.
is irrelevant.
No, it's completely
Money does.
irrelevant.
There's
Money
wicked
has always
rulers that are
been gold
appointed
and
all the
silver.
time. Judah had
No
multiple
man
wicked
has the
rulers.
capacity to print gold and silver.
Yeah, no, I argue from a different perspective with the biblical sense. I look
The
at it
reason
as
that
God created the hierarchical structure and not cherry picking leaders or rulers. He created that structure in which every single person in every aspect of their life will naturally form. So it's an absolute. That's what humans will do, is create a hierarchy. And I believe God actually gave that to us. So,
Yeah,
but
man,
as
if
keeping
far as like
stuff
the
off the
actual
hold on, let me
land
leaders,
is
the
respond to
knowledge.
government,
this.
Senate, like everything that's made of, those people weren't hand selected.
So in the scriptures, God is the one who grants the extent of your dominion. He's the one. It's not of your own accord or your own talents or anything like that. And there's a reproof in John 19 that I recommend everybody go read. This was a reproof of a proud man in office who was forgetful of the great source of his authority and who supposed that by his own talents or fortune he had risen to his present place. Alas, how many men in office forget that God gives them their rank and vainly think that it is owing to their own talents or merits that they have risen to such an elevation. Men of office and talent, as well as others, should remember that God gives them what they have and that they have no influence except as it is conceded to them from on high.
I've got a question for you, Lion. If a homeless man who remains homeless from, let's say, age 20 till his death receives gold and silver and food and all these things from people, and has in some way an ability to hold on to that while he yet lives, how exactly do you expect him to pay income tax to anybody? And are you actually suggesting that he ought to?
As servants in exile, we ought to oblige by the law of the land. Absolutely.
By what
And if
mechanism and by what fundamental morality is that man obliged to
what,
pay anyone anything outside of what the law of the Most High says? For instance, should he have the ability to give a tithe, then he ought to give a tithe. But aside from those things that we agree with because of our faith and our life, how is he obliged in any way to give anything to anyone else? Specifically the government, specifically him in his situation, being a
it
man
depends
who
on.
only has food, raiment, gold, and silver. What's he supposed to do with that?
Dude, the thing is that's logically irrelevant because even under a tyrannical
That's a
state,
convenient response for your
no, it's not.
side.
It's not. No, because you're presenting a specific scenario. If that man can't provide taxes, then he can't provide taxes. It would be immoral for the government to then jail that man. But guess what? We're in a foreign land under foreign rulers in the belly of
You
the
made my
beast,
argument
and
for me.
I do expect the governments to be tyrannical, right?
You've made
Because
my argument for me.
we're not in Israel, dude. Under righteous priesthood, under righteous kings.
Yeah, you've made my argument for me because he does not have the capacity. Equally,
Yeah,
somebody who is correctly aligned with state citizenship and all the rest of that does not have the capacity legally to give income tax. That's
I
the point.
understand that, but that's
If you
besides the
understand
point
it, then
because
why do you rail against it?
I'm not arguing for a Babylonian state to be moral, dude. In their judgments, that's not the argument, and I would expect them to be tyrannical. But again,
You
Rome was
misunderstand
tyrannical
me.
when Jesus was born. Rome was tyrannical, and Jesus still said, "Pay your taxes, dude." And there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when
no.
Rome is,
See, that's where I
if Rome
disagree
were
because
to
it
tell
says
you,
they set up kings, but not by me. They made princes, but I did not acknowledge them. Okay, there's
if
kings and
Rome was to
princes
have
that
told you
God
that
did
you
not
don't have to pay
acknowledge.
taxes,
That
do you
tells me
Right,
think the
straight up
Father
that
would
he did
expect
not
you
pick
to
all
pay
rulers.
taxes?
And the whole
right,
time
and
I talk, Elijah just rambles through me.
Yeah, well, I was responding
You
to
have to do
lying to
that.
what
You
he
have
said
such a
to
bad
me.
habit of it. You don't want anybody to get in, so you just box them out. You just talk
so
That's
over
not.
them.
That's
the
just not
reason being is
true. I'm
You're
because
just a
just
responding to
because
rude
what
guy.
he
You're
said
like
to
one
me.
of the rudest sons of bitches in here.
Rigor, I agree with that statement that doesn't negate my premise because just because God allows, right, something for a king to rise to power doesn't mean that he endorses him.
All right, all
He
right.
doesn't have to
Well, if you're saying
acknowledge
he
them.
allows, yeah, I would say he allows through the hierarchical structure that he created.
Yeah.
All
Hey,
right, I'm
Lion,
Yeah,
good.
he
I'm
doesn't
good with that.
endorse them. But
Lion.
he's willing and he's able to allow them to rise to power. It doesn't mean that he endorses them or their acts or their judgments.
All right, same page then.
Lion. Should the Roman situation during Messiah's time or any other time that the Romans had power, right? Should they have deemed it okay, or just simply remove the obligations of taxes according to their own dictates? Would the Father have expected you, should you have been in that place at that time, to pay taxes? Yes or no?
And taxes is a hard one because it's like
if I'm in
the
Rome
taxes.
and they're demanding 50% of my wage, yes,
No,
I
no,
should.
you
Yeah,
listen,
even if I.
please, I beg, listen again.
All right.
Should you have been in Rome at a time, and in this hypothetical, Rome said, no, you don't have to pay taxes, would the Father have expected you to pay taxes
Oh
to Rome?
no! If the law of the land
That's
is
what
I
I'm
don't have to pay
talking
taxes,
about.
then no, they don't pay taxes.
That's the parallel that we have in the United States.
No, it's not.
You
You
say that,
keep
but
Yes,
I
it
saying
don't
is.
that.
really see that.
False
Yes, no, hold
parallel.
on. Yes, it is, because Lion already agreed to that. He already agreed to that. In that situation, there's no obligation under their system.
We follow
Is
the
it
law of the land.
equivalent? It's equivalent.
No, you're just
It's
saying this.
equivalent to the
He never
hypothetical that I
aligned
gave.
at
That
any
that
point with you.
Rome.
I don't
No, I
understand
agree.
why
I
you're
agree
doing
with
this.
Elijah on that. I do agree with Elijah. If the law of the land says that I'm exempt from paying taxes, I'm exempt from paying
That's all I'm
taxes. Why would I
saying.
pay
Yeah,
taxes?
but it
And if
doesn't
there's
say that
a
in
Okay,
our
legal,
law.
hold on. If there's a
we
legal
have an
avenue for,
accord.
if there's a
We
legal
have an
avenue,
accord.
a clause where I don't have to pay the taxes, where I can navigate the law of the land and not pay my taxes, please, by so do so. Do it.
Right, but
That's
he's
all I'm
drawing
saying.
a
That's
I
all
parallel
mean,
I'm
between
You
saying.
can
Rome
do
encourage
being
that.
that
the
right
same as the
now.
United States, and
Awesome,
that's just not true.
Lion. I'm glad that you
Not having
engaged
to
with
pay
me.
taxes is not the same as the United States. That's just you reasserting your false premise you couldn't support.
No, I did support it. Lion already agreed with it. I was discussing with Lion. Thank
And
you,
this is
Lion, for
gaslighting.
listening to my arguments in
It's
totality.
hard to hear when everybody's talking, dude. It really is, dude.
This is straight up gaslighting. My goodness, Elijah, are you that proud?
No, I'm simply showing my appreciation for Lion and the engagement that you gave me. You got a problem with that?
You're so full
If
of it.
there's a legal avenue that we can take to be exempt from taxes, dude, why wouldn't we?
He
You
just
Exactly. That's
said
file
you
all
a
I'm
have
saying.
one.
That is all I'm saying.
W8BN. You file. Listen, Lion. You file the form W8BEN. Look that up.
All right.
And then you give away your constitutional rights.
Erroneous.
Yes, you do.
Yep. And then you can't legally own land.
Yes, you
Nope.
can.
No, you can't. How do you legally own something when you have no legal governing body?
Possession.
How do you think other
Right?
oh, come
You
on.
see how he quotes the law? Right? The law of the land, he quotes that possession, right? 9/10. Okay. Well, guess what? You don't have that law. You gave up that law. So again, how
Erroneous.
do you have legal rights to something
No, the
when you have
law is
no
still there.
legal
The law
governing
is
body?
still there regardless of whether or not that's the law.
Not to
What do
you.
you mean?
Not to you.
It is.
Gave up your
I mean,
constitutional rights. And you said, I don't adhere to the law of this land. Okay. Then you're not
But
protected
he
by it.
insists on cooking himself every time he speaks, man. It's weird.
that's why I remain quiet the whole because I can't
Yeah.
argue something with somebody that doesn't have all the information, and I don't have time to give you all of the information.
Do I say it? Is it Mercules?
Mercules, yes, ma'am.
You sound like you know a little bit of this. Do you know anything about negotiable instruments?
Enough to speak on it, but not enough to like I don't have all my information in front of me like I would have if I knew I was going to be engaging in this particular argument, because you have to kind of have all of the information in front of you to give to give the sovereign argument. You can argue
It's a lot of
against it
paperwork.
easily, but to argue
Of course,
for it,
but I just mean, you know that everything you sign, all the pieces of paper, basically, it's what we call a negotiable instrument. That's what we're passing around amongst each other,
yeah,
and that
100%,
it has no value trading paper.
exactly.
Right, but just walk it out logically. If you give up the rights,
Ironic.
right? You give up your constitutional rights. And
To whom
all
are you
the
giving
laws,
it up?
yeah. Would you say you're not giving it up?
No, she said to
No,
whom
to
are you giving up?
who?
You're giving up your rights to who?
You're changing person to man. All right. Well, if you say I'm a man, I'm not a person, and this legal definition doesn't apply to me. All right. Well, if the legal definition is person and people, and you're saying that doesn't apply to you, well, that's what the Constitution applies to. Person. So now you're no longer covered under the Constitution. And if you're not covered
Why
under
don't
the
you pull up?
Constitution, you have no constitutional rights.
Maybe someone should pull up the Constitution and read it so we can
Yeah,
hear what the exact words are.
because they say we the people.
Yeah, and that's plural.
Yeah, and then just one
No, it's
sentence
not.
later, they
People in
use
person
another
is
word.
the people in
No,
The
person is
we,
the
the
same
we
thing.
is the
not
plural. The
in
people
regards
is
to
the
the law.
singular.
Right, that's what I'm
All
saying.
right,
You're
so
trying to like
I'll
cherry
pull up
pick.
Black's Law's dictionary right now, dude. We'll
Yeah,
get
You're
to the
not
bottom of it.
justified in
pull up
cherry
Green's
picking
Law
people in
101.
person when people in person
Dude,
are
it's
not
not
different
it's not
categories of
cherry
words.
picking. It's the crux. It's the main element that in which gives us that ability. That legal definition, that legal distinction between people and persons is what is where the whole argument is based. So it's not cherry picking
All
when
right.
it's the main crux of the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not cherry
Yeah, let's
picking.
get
Like
to the
cherry
bottom
picking.
of
What
this,
does
bro. It's all
people
good.
mean?
I got it right here. I posted it. It says, and somebody else want to read it? Sophia, you want to read it?
Sorry, I'm in Pick and Pay.
All right. A state as the people of the state of New York, a nation in its collective and political capacity. In a more restricted sense, and as generally used in constitutional law, the entire body of those citizens of a state or nation who are invested with political power or political purposes, that is, the qualified voters or electors. And it goes all the way down. It's a bunch of case law stuff. Goes all the way down. The word people may have various significations according to the connection in which it is used. When we speak of the rights of the people, or of the government of the people by law, or of the people as non-political aggregate, we mean all the inhabitants of the state or nation without distinction as to sex, age, or otherwise. But when reference is made to the people as the repository of sovereignty, or as the source of governmental power, or to popular government, we are in fact speaking of that selected and limited class of citizens to whom the Constitution accords the elective franchise and the right of participation in the offices of government. And actually has blacks right at the bottom. Third edition, page 30.
Well, that's a problem. Because now people means person.
Not really, because it also speaks of citizens, right? And there's a difference between a citizen and a
Person.
national. And the old court cases also speaks about this. If you read Slaughterhouse and Dread and all of those, in the old days, there was no such thing as a citizen. So what they refer to as a state citizen today is what they would have just called as a national back then. But now we have two categories that they didn't have back then. You just remember that.
Yeah, but the federal government, when that came into play? When, in 1776, the United States declared its independence. Around like
Yeah,
15
so
years later, they
remember,
literally created the federal government in Washington, D.C. So what you talking about before then or after? After America was established or before? Or before the
so
United
when that
States, I mean.
happened, at that time, what we think of today as a citizen, back then there was no, they didn't call it a citizen. It was just the states and their inhabitants, basically. It was
What?
only after
When?
the
What year?
14th Amendment, I don't remember the
After
year,
the
but it
14th
was
Amendment.
after the 14th Amendment, after the slaves were released, because remember, they had to figure out what to do with the slaves, because you had the free people and you had the slaves. Now, some of the free people didn't want the slaves to become free, and some people didn't want slavery to stop. So they had to find some sort of middle ground. So they created this 14th Amendment citizen, a U.S. citizen, basically for the slaves. So they can be called a U.S. citizen, but they still didn't have all of the rights of a national. So you have to go read those court cases to see this history. Otherwise, you're not going to understand.
Yeah, I sent them the link. Just It's going to take some time. It's a long
Yes, it's
set
a
of
lot of
documentation.
it's a lot to process too. And you have to, it took me like, I mean, I
Yeah, that's
looked
why
at
I'm
this
not expecting
years.
him
For
to,
years,
or at least
it took
lie in
me
a
to
month.
find all the information to be able to even know where to even apply, to where to even start the damn, you know what I'm saying? Where does the paper trail start? Like, what do I have to do to begin this process? It took me so long, months and months
Yeah,
and months of
even to have this
scouring.
conversation, it requires
Yeah,
a lot.
this isn't like, no, this isn't like one of those conversations where, you know, the average person can be like, no, a little, no, you don't know, then you don't know, because the definitional, like how they split things up and how they classify things based on, you know what I'm saying, what you think a person is versus
Yeah.
what the law says a person is versus what the, you know what I'm saying,
Hmm.
it's
I'm
so
only,
It's very
ridiculous.
confusing.
It
But
is.
I'm
It's
that's
only
very, very
grateful.
intentional,
confusing.
remember?
I'm only grateful that I was raised to endure lectures over a long period of time, because otherwise I would never in my life
Oh my
given
god, dude.
any
Like, I
any
had to pay
attention.
money. I had to pay money to have, like, at the end of it, I couldn't, if it wouldn't have been for the fact that I paid this company $50
What, really? Who did you
to
pay?
send.
I learned everything for free.
Well, okay, so I'm sure I could have, but because I, like, I didn't know where to look. I knew where to look, but I didn't know where within, I didn't know what I was looking at, if that makes any
Okay,
sense.
so what have you done? Who did you join, or who did you listen to, or?
I didn't join anybody. They wanted me to join this thing. Like, once I got, like, if I would have finished out the process and become sovereign, I would have been invited to join
What is it?
this group.
Status correction. It's just a status
Yeah,
correction process.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
something special. You can do that on your own.
well, I didn't know where to look. Call it being, I didn't know enough about what I was trying to do to even
You
be able
said
to start the
$50.
process.
That's not that much.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't think it was that much either. Even, like, because everybody was telling me that there's no such thing, this, that, and the third. I'm wasting my money, blah, 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 blah. But then, like, I started the
You wanted
process.
something tangible, and they gave it to
Yeah,
you.
I needed that piece of paper in my hand. You know what I'm saying? To, like,
Mhm.
just to have it. And so I started the process, and then you get so far into the process that they start delaying. You send 2 or 3 letters saying, "Hey, I sent in this information, but I haven't received the information I'm supposed to be getting back." And they have to send it to you, but they just
Mhm.
delay until you're just like, "Fuck it." You know what I'm saying? And it's really
Oh
annoying.
no,
Like,
you shouldn't wait for them to respond. Their responding doesn't mean anything.
well,
You
it
only
doesn't.
need
It
to
doesn't.
prove that you communicated with them if the shit ever strikes the fan. You don't need a response from them.
I mean, that's true. You know, I knew all that, but you have, eventually they have to respond, or you don't have, like, they have
You
to,
can
but they just,
pester them enough, they will. You just
I didn't.
haven't pestered them
I,
enough.
that and that's true. That's true. I did not. After I don't know. I think it was, I sent in. Hold on, let me look up. I got this in my files actually. I could tell you the form I sent in. Give me 1 second.
Was any of the delay because they were arguing over technical layout and stuff like that?
They didn't. They didn't respond as to what the delay was for. I got one
Right.
response. I sent in probably the form. I sent the form in, like, because my buddy said I was gonna have to, you know, just keep at it, is what, he said to me, just keep at it, and
Mhm.
it'll all work out. I was like, okay.
I guess
So
it depends on what you're trying to do. What exactly are you trying to do?
I was trying to basically get myself to the point where I wouldn't be required to have a driver's license anymore. I wouldn't be required to have um
Oh, okay, okay, the full status correction. Okay.
the full spiel. You know what I mean? So, like, I was trying
You
to do
should
all
go.
that.
Do you know Brandon Joe Williams?
Yeah, we're just talking. That's what I was
Yeah,
reading from
yeah,
earlier. I was reading from
yeah.
Oh yeah, just go
his
do his
presentation.
course. It's free.
It's free. I was free. How did I
It's
not see
completely
that when I was
free.
going through it?
Yeah, if he's got an email thing. You sign up, he'll send you like a video a day. He's done the 2.0 and he's working on the 3.0 at the moment, I
He
think.
started with 3.0 now or something like that. That's a powerhouse. If you want to learn this stuff, go do his course. If you don't understand something, just listen to it again and again and again until you understand. Before, in a year, you'll be so versed, you won't have any problems.
Yeah, this. I mean, for instance, in terms of years dedicated to it, I wouldn't say that there's very many for me. But I'm able to speak on it to the degree of people like yourself who have been doing this and actually did the stuff because it applies to you differently than it does me over here, right?
Yeah.
Years ago. So I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that to put context to what she's just said, which is the content that has been delivered in the manner that's been delivered allows one who engages with it to speak knowledgeably.
Exactly. And it's just it aggravates me to hear people say that it's all bullshit, because it's not. It's factually just not. Just because you haven't read the information and seen for yourself that you can do these things and free yourself from the reign of the government, in which the whole reason I even started to try to do it was because I had got my license taken away and they were wanting me to jump through, you know, hoops and ladders to get it back. And I was just like, I was looking up information on how to like go about, if there was even a way to like get out of like needing a license. I was just looking up everything because they were making me want to go through this class, and I just couldn't go to the class, and they wouldn't let me sign up for a provisional. Blah blah blah. It was all because I didn't want to have a license anymore. My buddy said, "Well, if you're sovereign, you don't have to have a license," and that's all he had to say to me to get my mind looking at it, and that's what started me down the path.
Yeah, you don't. But you'll see if you start telling people that they have power and stuff, they don't like that. For some reason, they
No, they
want to
don't. They don't.
be oppressed. They want to be weak. They want to be trodden on. They want to, yeah.
And it's really weird because when you actually like start sending the paperwork in, and you actually start the process, it's like you're put on a list or something. I don't know. It's really weird. Like I started like weird stuff was happening to me when I was like going through the motions, like weird stuff. Like I
Well, the
don't even.
thing about this is it's actually not about the papers at all, right? Yeah, fine, learn how to do that, learn the technicalities, but the papers aren't going to do anything for you. This is about who you are. This is about finding your inner. Because it's no use you send in a document to some entity and then a dude next to the road pulls you over and you piss your pants because you're so afraid. This is about getting rid of the fear. This is about standing up for who you are, God's being. So screw the paperwork. But yeah, still do it.
Sorry, my headset died. Did I miss something?
Yeah, the part with none of it tracked.
Listen, and if before I actually had done it and realized that it's I would have had the same argument, made the same argument that you're making. And I don't expect you to go through what I went through to learn this stuff. But if you were to, you would understand the same way I do that it's real. And I mean, I can't really say much more than that.
Are your DMs open?
Indeed.
Yeah, I'll send you the contract color thing.
The thing is, bro, like you guys got a false impression of me. Like I've been in this circle for like a couple years now. I have friends who are actually going through the process. And even Witsit used to be an anarcho-capitalist. We used to have conversations. This is not old napalm. This is very old. And I've gotten all the links. I've seen hours of videos of these guys. I've seen footage of some of these guys actually calling themselves state nationals and sovereigns and getting away occasionally. I'll give you that. They occasionally get away when they get pulled over. Sometimes they successfully defend themselves in certain districts in the United States. But this idea that you can just like completely become a sovereign and have no authorities over you and that they have no jurisdiction over you, that's nonsense. That's baloney.
No, it's
The
not. It's
thing is
not that. It's not
the
that.
court
That's not
systems are
that's not what
merciful.
I'm saying.
Sometimes they're
None of
merciful.
us
They'll see
made
one of
that
these guys
statement.
come into court and they'll give them a break, dude. The cop pulls you over and they'll give you a break and they'll let you go, dude. And they're like, oh, look, it worked. It worked, guys.
Well, it
You know what
sets
I'm
a
saying?
precedent, really. That's why it happens so rarely, because every time it does happen, it chips away at the false notion that they can't be done. You know what I'm saying? They set a precedent. That's why judges will get up and walk out of like the few videos that are out there of people doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like the judge doesn't rule in their favor. They just get up
If
and
you want to
leave.
forfeit your citizenship, bro, that's on you.
It's not about
I would never
forfeiting
do that.
my
I would never
citizenship.
do that.
It was never
Yeah,
about
that's
that
what
for
it
me.
is.
That's what it is. That's what it is. But it was never about doing that. That wasn't what I was trying to achieve. I mean, like that. I mean,
People come to this country and to become citizens, right? Nicki Minaj was paid $1 million to
Yeah,
become
because they have no
a citizen
idea
in the
what
United
they're
States of
signing
America.
up for, Lion. They have no idea what that means. That 14th Amendment citizenship category that's modern day slavery.
Nope. I
it
beg
is.
to differ. I think you don't know
All right.
what it is. You don't know the benefits that you've been given as a citizen of the United States of
Listen,
America.
listen. If
What is
somebody
the
if somebody if
benefits?
somebody if somebody doesn't have a home, right? If somebody doesn't have a home, right? They have nowhere to live, and somebody says, "Well, I'll give you a place to live," but you got to. But now because you've accepted this place to live, you have to abide by all these things, and you don't even and have to and you're telling this to a person who doesn't even how to understand how to read properly, because essentially that's what most people are. They don't even know what information
It
they're
doesn't
being
matter.
given.
None of that matters. You have
It
to
does.
understand
It does.
sovereignty. No, before any of this makes sense, you have to understand sovereignty from a biblical lens, and then you can start learning about law and the law of the land, because the law of
Well, if
God
we're
is
going from the
above any of
Bible,
this
if we're
stuff that you've been taught.
yes,
This
you
is the
are. Yes,
thing,
you are
dude.
correct.
By
You are
by
correct.
living by either being born or living in a society, you already within a jurisdiction that was there before you were born. And a jurisdiction means that there's rulers in authority that have control over that territory, that have dominion over that territory. That
All right.
dominion that's been given to them isn't necessarily by the people for the people. It's by God. So that's actually against Masonic doctrine.
I like
Because the
that you
Masons
make
were
this.
the ones that
Listen.
drafted the Constitution.
I
Hold on,
I
hold
don't.
on. I'm not done, dude. Hold on. By living in a society, individuals implicitly agree to abide by its laws and regulations. You don't have to sign a document. You don't have to sign a birth certificate. You don't even need a social security card. By simply living or entering that jurisdiction, you're now under their authority.
How do you expect somebody without a social security number to even be on record of owing taxes?
That's logically relevant. You don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're under the authority of a king, right? In layman's terms, you don't need a number tatted. You don't need a number in the system.
That's how the
That
IRS
just like
tracks
these
was with
immigrants that
that
come over
number.
here, bro.
You
These
don't
immigrants
have
that
that
come over,
number.
just like these immigrants that get in here. Once you hit the United States land, that boundary, that jurisdiction, you're now under their authority. They can do what they want with you, dude. We should be praising the Most High that God's been long suffering onto us, and we're not in a full dystopian nightmare under a tyrannical state, because we should be under, because there's been 80 million abortions done, dude.
That's every year.
Have you been?
You should be
Can I ask
thankful
you
that you're not
something
in a
quickly?
complete dystopian tyrannical state, dude. Honestly.
You're
Have
under
you
the
not
false
opened your eyes
impression
Yeah.
that
recently?
we're not.
Lion, can I ask you something quickly? If you're saying, okay, so God is giving the government these rights or authority or whatever you want to call it, and now we're all supposed to follow this, right? Just bear with me for 1 second. So, would you say we should then follow Trump? Yes or no?
I gotta go.
Really? Really?
No, I really
Your
gotta go. I just be on my phone.
timing is
I
impeccable.
left my
Oh
computer. I
my
walked
God, I
downstairs.
Because
love
You
it.
I
guys are
just
asking me,
want to do
should I
this
follow Trump?
quick exercise with you.
We
Oh
should
man.
follow we should follow the
Give me
laws of the
2
land.
minutes.
Hold on. All right.
Okay. So we should all listen. Just humor me. Okay. So we should all follow Trump's laws, right? I've heard talk about Trump being some sort of lizard, right? So say that pans out to be the case, right? What do we now say about, oh, we have to follow the guy in charge no matter because he's been put there by God?
No, that's not how it works. Let me explain to you. We are to submit to rulers in all things lawful according to the Bible, right? We disobey rulers when they
You are
require you to
saying
disobey.
having a
Hold
driver's
on, I'm about to, dude.
license
Why do
is
you guys do
something
this?
lawful.
Hold on, Sophia. Why do you interrupt me in the middle of my speech? I'm answering your question. We disobey rulers. You know when? When they require you to disobey God. That's when we stand up. But we stand up with integrity, courage, and wisdom. And I'm trying to lay some wisdom, but you guys aren't listening.
Disobedience
Wise
then
to
to
give
not
money
have a
that you don't
driver's
need to give.
license? Is it disobedience to not pay tax?
Yes.
No, it's not.
We're to be a
Even if it turns
peaceable.
out that
We are to be a
Trump is the
peaceable multitude
Antichrist.
wherever we've been exiled. Wherever we've been exiled, we are to be a peaceable multitude and follow the laws of the land. Even if you feel they're
No, I'm
tyrannical, they're
sorry.
unfair, they're unjust. Even if
You
you feel
already
they're unjust,
agreed.
even if they
You
garnish your
already
wages,
agreed.
even if they garnish your wages and you feel it's unjust, we are to be peaceable and understand your
Yeah, but
identity in
peaceable
Christ.
has nothing to do with not paying tax or not having a
It
driver's
absolutely
license. If
does.
you don't have a driver's license, doesn't mean you're not peaceable.
It
Where do you get
absolutely
that?
does. Be,
How?
if you read Peter, be subject for the Lord's sake to every human institution, whether it be to the emperor as supreme, this is under Roman rule, or to the governors as sent by him to punish those who do wrong or to praise those who do right. For it is God's will that by doing right you should put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. Live as free men, yet without using your freedom as a pretext for evil, but live as servants of God.
So
Honor
what's the
all
evil?
men, love the brotherhood, and guess what? Guess what? This is the caveat. This is the cherry on top. Fear God and honor the emperor. You're talking about the
So
emperor
what's
back
the
then
evil?
were Roman tyrannical kings, right? So today the emperor is Trump. We have to honor Trump, even if you hate the guy, even if you don't like him. Go
What's
ahead.
the evil of not having a license and not paying income tax?
It's not the evil. It's the fact that you're trying to circumvent the laws of the land. You're trying to figure out
Answer
weasel your
my
way out of it.
question.
And
Answer
and
my
if there's a
question.
legal avenue to
What
do so, okay,
is
fine.
the evil of not having a
I'm
license,
telling
not
you
paying
because
income tax?
you're transgressing the laws of the land. So if you're
But we
driving, if
said
the
What
to
law of the
you,
land
is
if you're
requires you to
the
not,
have a license, if the law of the land requires you to pay your taxes and you're not doing that, transgressing the laws of the land is going against God's will
Yeah,
for
but you're
for
only
his
required
servants.
to have a license if you're okay. I can't.
this
if
is
you're a
this is the
14th
ignorance, man.
Amendment citizen, you
I'm
have to
stepping
have a
away from the computer.
license. If you're
I'm
not,
stepping away from the
yeah.
computer. I'm stepping away from the computer. Stop responding to me.
Bye. What does it mean to be stateless?
Hey, Lion,
State,
Lion,
a state,
Lion.
a stateless person. He's gone. Didn't you hear him? A stateless
It's a
person is
joke.
someone
It's
who,
a
under
joke.
national laws, does not enjoy citizenship, the legal bond between government and an individual in a country. While some people are de jure or legally stateless persons, meaning they are not recognized as citizens under the laws of any state, many people are de facto or effectively stateless persons, meaning they are not recognized as citizens by any state, even if they have a claim to citizenship under the laws of one or more states.
A European telling me about the law he knows nothing about.
Well, the fact that I can
Okay.
read and the fact that you haven't read it means that I know more than
In
you.
fact, you have not supported anything or addressed anything.
That's just a
Yeah.
claim. That's not really anything substantive.
Oh, you
But
want to go
yeah,
over it again? Man,
keep
okay.
repeating, keep
You have
repeating your
man,
argument.
and man doesn't mean person, right? And then we know person means people. So you have no constitutional rights. What do
No,
you do then?
not legally. It does not. No, it doesn't.
You're
Okay, then
merciless.
you're gonna need
Sorry,
to redefine people.
Mercules. You gotta accept the friend request, otherwise I
Yeah,
can't send the
Oh, is
message.
that what
you
it is?
redefined person. Okay, I allowed that. Said okay, this is the consequence of doing that. You are no longer covered by the Constitution. You say, well, I need to redefine the word people too. All right, well, you have not done that, and you just pushed it to citizen. You guys said something. Well, technically, it's a citizen and this and that. It's like you haven't said anything though. You haven't
And
made a
this and
case
that.
for
Do you understand
redefining
what
the
it
word
means to
people.
stay on a position? For real. That's
So
weird.
you're not going to make an argument for it. You're just
And
going
this
to
and that. What
say
does and
nothing.
this and that mean? What's the and this and that of the this and that?
The definition of people.
What did we say?
You say nothing at all, like hardly anything, but you use so many words to do it.
So what? You just can't steal, man. You can't even remember?
No, you don't have an argument, is what I'm telling you. And I just laid it out for you and why you don't.
Wait, how would you know I didn't have an argument if you don't know what I said?
Yeah, I listened to it. I listened to all
You
your
said
nonsense. Yeah, I heard all of it.
you said I said
Yep, your
nothing.
false parallels where you tried to equate
When was
Rome for being equivalent to the US in terms of taxes, which just didn't work. But you
When and
thought
why
it was
was
kind of victory.
an
I
income
remember that
tax
one.
even implemented? When and why was the income tax even implemented?
You're not addressing what I said.
Well,
You're
I
just
mean,
asking me questions. When I'm saying, okay, if this is what you believe, why do you believe it? What is your justification for believing it? Because you're telling
But
me this is
everything
true.
we say, you say is wrong. So we're asking you then, what's the right way? If we're wrong, since you haven't even read this stuff, why could we not ask you? Because we're telling you this stuff. You're saying no,
Right,
we're
right.
wrong.
You're
So we're
telling me
asking
this,
you.
and I'm walking out your consequences. This is what I'm saying. Okay, because of the court case, we're now going to call person, right? Man. Man is not a person. Okay, so be it. Well, the Constitution and the laws of the land cover person, not man. All right, so now you are not protected by the Constitution. Right? And you say, all right, well, the people, right? So you moved it to people, even though it's just a plural form. So now you have to make an argument for people,
Yeah, that is the
meaning something
argument. There's a
other than it.
difference in
So
legal
you need
speak
to make
between
that
persons
argument
and
for people
people.
meaning something different.
We did.
That's what you need to do, not me. I don't need to
We
answer 20
did. It's
questions.
different.
You have
There's
to
a
support it.
difference between persons and people. Okay,
So you
okay.
didn't listen to anything.
Legal entities is necessarily fictional. A man or a woman cannot deal with this matrix system. That is why there has to be the sole prop, the individual category. That's the interface between the living being, the man and woman, and the person which deals with the system. So it's two different things.
Okay, I gave you
Is
that
that clear
already.
enough?
I gave you that. I already gave you that. I said, look, you can change the definition of person to man, but this is what's going to happen when you don't. And you said, no, we're covered through people. And then Lion posted the legal definition of the word people, and you still haven't addressed that. So you need to rationalize
That's
your
not true.
redefining of
It
the
has been
word
addressed. It
people.
just has not been acknowledged. Why don't
No,
you
you
read the
have
whole
not addressed. You just
documentation?
assert it's been addressed over and over and over
I don't
without ever
understand because the
addressing it.
Constitution applies to
Read
people.
the documentation.
Right, right. That's
The
your answer.
Constitution
Look
applies
at
to
my
people.
500,000 page fucking citation. That's your answer, Elisha. You don't have an
But that's
argument.
what you're
You
disagreeing
just
with,
like
right?
some of the shit. You like the premise of some
But
dude's website
that's what
online. You're
you're
like, oh, I like
disagreeing.
this. This sounds
That's what you're
good. I don't know
disagreeing
what any
with,
of it
right?
means, but I'm gonna argue for it.
That's what you're disagreeing with. So if you haven't read it,
No,
how
I'm
can
not.
you disagree with
No, I'm
it
not disagreeing. I'm
intelligently?
not disagreeing with that. I'm disagreeing with
Yes, you
you
are.
having a definition to support your case,
No, no,
a new
you are
definition of the word
fundamentally
people. That's what you
you are
need.
fundamentally disagreeing with the documentation that I was reading from. The fact that
It's
you
irrelevant.
haven't read it
That's
and
completely
choose
irrelevant.
the fact that you haven't read it and choose to disagree with it means that you're choosing to disagree unintelligently.
No, I'm disagreeing with what you're putting forth. I didn't read the document. How can I
You
disagree
don't
with
know
it?
what I'm putting forth because you
Yeah, I'm
haven't read it.
listening.
You
I hear
do
what you
not
put forth.
possess
You said,
you do
I
not
want to
possess the
change what
information.
you said, I want to change what
You
the word
do not
person means.
possess the
Right,
required
right. So I'm going to
information in
start
order
over.
to
So
intelligently
you're trying to
respond.
say what I want to do because of this court case of I forget the name of the court case, but you say I want to change the word person to mean to not include man. I said okay, I'll allow that, but what happens when you do that? And then you
Do you
shifted the
agree? Do you agree
goalpost
that
to the word
thorough
people.
investigation is
I said
required to
okay, well
come to
we've
an
read the legal
intelligent conclusion?
definition of the word people, so what's your justification for changing that word? Because even
Do
that
you
word covers
agree?
people
Do
or
you
person
agree that
or
thorough
man.
investigation is required to come to an intelligent conclusion?
So you cannot support anything. That's what you're telling me. I want to talk about something else because I can't address you directly. That's all I hear when you
I've
talk.
I've done thorough investigation. I provided you the links that you were so adamantly crying having not had, and you have yet to engage
No,
with
I
them
asked for a
specifically.
citation.
So why don't you
This is
thoroughly
meta. This
investigate
is
it?
meta reset,
No,
like trying to like talk meta
why
to
don't
talk
you thoroughly
away from the
investigate it?
actual point of contention. We have a point of contention, and that is
You don't
your
you
legal
don't have a point of
definition of the
contention.
word people.
You have a point of misunderstanding.
Yeah, the contention is your legal redefining of the word people, which you failed to
I
do. So
didn't
you
I
talk about
didn't do
everything
anything.
else because that's where
a
your
straw
argument
man.
falls apart.
That's a false accusation. I didn't do what you just said I did.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. You have not delivered. That's
You have
literally
not.
the
You
problem.
have not
I know
read.
you didn't do it. That's why I told you you
What?
didn't do it.
Why haven't you read it?
So nothing. No way to address what I'm saying.
Why won't you read the citation?
You didn't give a citation.
I gave multiple citations.
No,
Yeah, he did.
You know
He
you
did.
didn't.
He gave you a link to that.
Yeah. A citation is not a whole all-encompassing fucking PDF. You point to the part in the PDF that covers the part you're talking about. So in this
the whole
context,
thing is relevant.
I want the citation for your justification of the redefining of the word people.
The whole thing is relevant.
Okay, that's fine. But we haven't got to the whole thing yet. We haven't even got past the word people.
Because you haven't read any of the material that was given.
Right. Because you haven't provided it. You haven't provided the citation that I need to read. It's not my job to study your material and formulate your argument so I can argue against it.
If there was one singular line of that material that pointed to that, then we could do that, but we can't because it doesn't.
Come up with a citation when asked, because you have to be able to justify some premise at some point.
If you don't know the argument, then how do you know what you're arguing with?
What I know of the argument, you don't have a premise that's supported by.
No, you don't know the argument. You cannot steel man.
So what's the
So
premise?
what meaning? What meaning does your response have?
Okay, what's the premise?
I've given you it in black and white. I've given you it in black and white, or blue and white, more specifically, because I think his background is blue. But regardless, it's there in text.
Regardless of the premise,
there's no ability of mine to go and edit that text. So you can go and read it. You can go and read it. You can go and read it, comprehend it, and respond intelligently, or you can do what you're doing now, which is just.
You're sorry, dude. You don't even know what your premise is.
I do.
You think you have an argument. No, you just argue every little thing tit for tat. But you don't say anything. You just talk out your ass all day.
We didn't even start this argument. Like, we weren't even the ones who brought this up.
It's funny.
Which is the craziest thing about this whole conversation is the guy who brought all this up, who even started us down this path, isn't even here anymore.
Was he the piss drunk one?
No, that was Elijah's the one that brought all this up, talking about sovereign and shit. He's the one that introduced it, and then he asked you to support him and get his back.
No.
And then Lion challenged it. Yes, Lion challenged it.
It wasn't that he challenged it. It was that he was like, "Oh, I've been reading up on this. I've been dying to have this conversation," and then we just kept the conversation going. Me and Elijah weren't trying. I wasn't trying to do anything. I was chilling. First of all, exactly. But then me and him were just talking. He brought something up to me, just in conversation. We weren't trying to argue out.
Yeah, you got pressed on the claims. That's what happens around here. If you stop,
we didn't even get a chance to proclaim anything before.
Yeah, multiple things.
Before homie started down this whole path of, okay, you said the word sovereign, so now we're gonna get into it. That's what happened, basically. Nobody was proclaiming anything.
No, somebody was telling the chat that is illegal to pay taxes. That's what was happening. That's how it started off. Somebody was saying it is illegal for you to pay taxes, and they threw a little qualifier out there.
If you have all of your paperwork in order.
I asked for clarification on that.
If you're going to quote me accurately, dude, I beg.
You can't quote
You know what's
yourself,
funny?
Elijah.
All of this was recorded.
You talk so much nonsense, you can't quote yourself.
Just go and clip it. I know what I said.
Record yourself.
Other people know what I said. The thing that doesn't make sense is that you're focusing on me because you have an ego problem.
More nonsense.
You have an ego problem, right?
That's you.
You have an ego problem.
That's you. You don't like being challenged.
You're focusing on me. You're focusing on me.
Talk out your ass.
When you have two other individuals or two other people in the chat who agree with my position, can articulate it in similarly knowledgeable ways, and yet you focus on me because you don't like me.
Endless. No, you're the one that
you
came in.
You ignore the position and the foundation.
Last 2 days, you can't help yourself. You're affected emotionally.
It says you. Every time I
Says the
speak,
guy
this is
that's
how you
displaying
respond.
his emotions all over the place.
Hey,
Every
what if
time I
I
go to
told
talk,
what if I told you water was wet?
right, you
What
can't
if I
control
told you
yourself.
water
You're like
was
a little
wet?
child that got his
gonna argue
toy
with me
taken
on that
away.
one?
So now you're like all emotional about it.
What's emotion?
Actually,
Right. So now you want
the
to
only
go more
person
deep
who
with
is
that.
showing any emotion here is you, brother. Like
Yeah,
you're the
yeah.
one
I'm the
getting
one.
all upset about nothing.
If you think this is a
LeBron
Because it
game,
wasn't
James.
even
you
your
haven't even looked at it.
argument. It wasn't even your argument. It was Lion who was making the argument, and you just piggybacked
No,
upon it without further supporting.
it
Like you
was
didn't do anything to
Elijah's
help him.
argument, dude.
No,
What
it
don't you
wasn't.
get? Somebody put up an argument, made a claim that is illegal to pay taxes, and started talking down to us
It
for
was
paying
no.
taxes.
It wasn't just that paying taxes
Yeah.
is legal. He said verbatim what he said because I remember what he said was if you have your paperwork in order, it is illegal to pay taxes. These were his exact words, brother. If you have your paperwork in order, and since there is paperwork that you can file that make it to where you do not have to pay taxes, his claim is not false. So you need to really remember what
What
was said before you
paperwork?
start making these. Oh
What
my
paperwork?
God.
Right, right. Support something you're saying. Somebody got challenged on something
If
they said
you're not a
true.
I
And
sent the
what
link.
happens? When they're
if you're
pressed
not a
on it,
14th
provide
Amendment
some proof.
citizen,
What happens? They back down. And then what? Okay.
You got a worm in your ear, dude.
can I read you something from the article about all of this?
No, address something.
We
Address
already did. It
something
didn't
that
land
is
very
said
well.
to you in response instead of just going off into another tangent. You're just
Okay, you want to talk
scattergunning
about, you said
everywhere.
people and persons, right?
If you read the whole article,
Originally,
I'll do 100
Oh, you want to go
I'm
back
push-ups.
to the
gonna just
people and
read him, just
people and
number
person?
3. I'm just gonna tell him about the persons and the people, because he that's where he has the problem, right? So,
Yeah, the
Good.
legal definition of people.
okay, it's gonna take like a couple of minutes, so just bear with me. If you want to, just stop me, but I'll just read you where we got this stuff from.
Okay, is this
Okay, the
like
introduction of the
is this a
term
verbal thing or
persons.
a legal justification for this? Is just you like ad hoc in it? Because like
This
I
is
want to
me
say,
trying to
you know what I mean?
explain to you. This is me trying to explain the people persons thing.
Look, let me stop you. I don't need your impersonal interpretation of the law.
It's just you.
Right?
Just let her read, dipshit.
I would just like to hear the legal definition.
Well, no one's a
That's
lawyer
it.
here, so shut the
And if
fuck
you,
up.
that's why I'm asking for the
You
law. And
to
nobody even said you have to be a
understand
lawyer. So
the
what do
Yeah,
you
but
want?
you're not even patient enough to let the lady finish what she started.
I'm not asking, right? I'm not asking for you to just figure this out for me. I'm saying, what is your justification for coming to this conclusion? And you can't give it to me. You can't provide that through any legal documentation.
How do you expect the woman to give you something when you don't let her speak?
Because she told me I'm going to explain it to you. It's not what I asked for. That's not going to
This is
help me
just
learn
what he's
about the
saying.
law. You telling me something that is not like reading about some shit that's not a legal document doesn't help me understand the legal
This is
document.
about court cases, and yeah, it is about the legal documents. But I'll just wait until you're done.
All right, can you
You might
cite
be
it?
here a while. You might be a grandma by that.
Yeah, I put it in the text earlier, but I can repost it for you. I just want to read you this one like tiny little thing, since this is where you were harped up on it. So
Let's
if you
do it
look at
sometime.
the treatise on the word person, number 3, the introduction of the
I
term
can't look at it. I don't know where
persons.
it is, dude.
You don't have to. I'm going to read it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Originally found in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1 of our Constitution, the Slave Trade Clause, we see this term persons used to describe colored persons of African blood. Now, before you freak out, that is literally what it says in the law. This distinction between we the people and a persons is sharply described in Dred Scott versus Sanford, which is a court case, Supreme Court. In this case, which is regarding a released slave attempting to gain citizenship of a state, we have the following quotes. Okay, so these are just quotes from the case. The words people of the United States and citizens are synonymous terms and means the same thing. They both
Exactly.
describe the political body Yes, can I finish? They both describe the political body who, according to our republican institutions, form the sovereignty and who hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives. Okay, you're with me. They are what we familiarly call the sovereign people, and every citizen is one of this people and a constituent member of this sovereignty. The question before us is whether the class of persons described in the plea in abatement compose a portion of these people and are constituent members of the society. So they're asking if the slaves are part of these free people, right? Are you with me?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
Now, in this case, then the guy says, we think they are not, and that they are not included, and were not intended to be included under the word citizens in the Constitution, and can therefore claim none of the rights and privileges which that instrument provides for and secures to citizens of the United States. On the contrary, they were at that time considered as a subordinate and inferior class of beings who had been subjugated by the dominant race, and whether emancipated or not, yet remained subject to their authority, and had no rights or privileges but such as those who held the power and the government might choose to grant them. In the opinion of the court, the legislation and histories of the times and the language used in the Declaration of Independence show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as a part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that instrument. So there was no way for the slaves to basically become a citizen at that time. It is difficult at this day to realize the state of public opinion in relation to that unfortunate race, which prevailed in the civilized and enlightened portions of the world at the time of the Declaration of Independence and when the Constitution of the United States was framed and adopted. Okay, then it goes on. It's about how it was more than a century, it was slaves, what. Then it says, but there are two clauses in the Constitution which point directly and specifically to the Negro race as a separate class of persons and show clearly that they were not regarded as a portion of the people or citizens of the government then formed. So if you look at all of those quotes, right, you will understand that they are talking about two different classes of people when they're saying people versus persons. So prior to when Tani said this, it was people and that was persons. Later, this whole, what we now call a citizen, came and all of this, the policies that they force upon you is applied to that category of person. I hope it makes sense.
No. No, it's talking about a race. It's saying they're not people. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that was the slaves. They didn't see the slaves as people.
Right.
So the people were the free people of the land. But the slaves weren't free people. They weren't seen as people. But they had to find a legal avenue to get the slaves to become people, sort of. But they couldn't. That's what it says in the thing. They couldn't find a way to make the slaves fit into this category of people. So they came up with the citizen, like 14th Amendment thing. I know it sounds, but this is really the history.
Okay, yeah, but what does that have to do with right now, modern times?
Well, there's a difference between what we think of as a persons and people in law. I know colloquially we talk like that, but it means something different in legal
No,
world.
it used to. It used to. Once upon a time in history, it used to mean something different. But that changed. Slaves, the people that were slaves, are now considered people.
Pure. pure, just like people used to think the Earth was flat back.
Rigor, I posted that link in the server. I know you're not really like into this stuff, but if you have a change of heart at some point and you feel like just looking into it, right? Sign up for that guy's course. It'll change your life. It's worth it, man.
If it doesn't adhere to the current law, then
it adheres perfectly to the current law. He goes exactly through it point by point. He'll show you everything. I just thought it might be useful for you.
That's the argument I was looking for. How it conforms to or pertains to current law, and that's just
he
not
will
what
show
I've
you
heard.
the forms and everything. Yeah, they're not going to tell you this stuff. You're not going to get this stuff mainstream. I mean, and you can see even when people do tell you, it's rejected. So people telling you stuff doesn't mean shit.
Right, I'm asking.
But like I said, I posted
you
the
guys
thing
believe
in
this?
the chat. If you are interested, you can sign up for his course. It's completely free. It's quite a few things. He sends you like a link to a video every day, and they're like an hour and a half long. But he goes on screen through the actual forms, through the definitions, the UCC, everything. You can see it for yourself if you're interested.
So let me give you my logic, right? This is how I look at it. The people that are proponents of it cannot defend it and cannot explain it yet. Give me their source material that led them to no conclusions, and I should read this. No,
they can. There's three of us here telling you exactly the same thing. It's only you who doesn't seem to get it.
Right.
So it's not the people can't.
An argument for people meaning something different in the past, and then the law was changed to incorporate it.
Yeah, it did.
That. So okay. So in modern times, how does that pertain?
Like I told you, in the olden days, there wasn't what we know today as the 14th Amendment citizenship.
All right.
That
in
didn't
modern
exist.
times, none of this pertains then. Because I'm not asking what before
so
during
remember,
slavery, like
license,
right after slavery. I'm not asking about that time period when they were trying to figure out the legalities of it. I'm asking once they figured out the legalities of it, right? And they worked it all out, and they created this new law. Okay, how does any of this pertain to the current law? In the sense of
everything.
I am no longer a person, and I am no longer people. Like I would have to go, because the argument I heard from you is I'd have to go back to that court case prior to that, and then I would have a leg to stand on. But after that court case, everything changed.
Yeah, today in modern life, all of these things that we now call slavery, the driver's license, taxes, mandatory public education, all of these things are only applicable to the 14th Amendment US citizen. So if you ever signed a form or submitted a form or registered for something stating that you are a US citizen, which is this 14th Amendment category citizen that didn't exist in the past, then yes, all of these things are applicable to you. But if you are not that thing and you've never naturalized as that thing, then those things aren't applicable to you. And that's what he's saying. In the past, that's how it was. There wasn't this, they can just force you unilaterally to do something because you weren't actually, because remember, the 14th Amendment citizen, if you're that thing, that's their property. So if you're saying you're this 14th Amendment citizen, you are saying you're their property. So then, yes, you are subject to their policy. And that's the thing that didn't exist back then.
Yeah, whatever existed back then existed back then. I'm not arguing about that.
We're not born into it.
All
we're
I'm
registered
saying is what
into
exists now is what matters to me. What are people
yeah,
born
we're
into
registered.
now?
Yeah,
And
we're not born into
in modern
it.
times?
Yeah, we're registered into it. So you're born, and then your mother goes to register you into the citizen and into
I
the
understand it.
system, and then that is where the citizen is born.
Right, I understand the process. I get that. I'm saying, how do you figure out a way to skirt around it and say paying taxes is illegal?
You denaturalize
Yeah, you don't
yourself.
register, or you denaturalize. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And once you do that, you are no longer covered under the Constitution.
Nobody's arguing that.
Nope.
All right. So now I'm going to say we have consequences because I already granted all this for free when I said, all right, you want to say person does not mean person, it means man. Okay. Now it means man. And if you're excluded from the Constitution, all right, you're not protected by it. You cannot legally own land now. There's
Yes,
a
you
lot.
can.
There's going to be, okay. Where
You
is
just
your
have to.
legal where is your legal governing body?
At that point, you don't need, there is no legal governing body because you are the sovereign. There is nothing governing you.
Right. So you have no legal rights to land.
Okay, so BMW. Let's take BMW for example. Let's take BMW, right? BMW is a foreign body, right? They're from somewhere else. They're not. They're not of here. When you step onto a BMW plant, you are under their jurisdiction and their laws. You are no longer under United States law.
Which is saying, I am going to accept your legal framework, but I'm also rejecting it. Like I'm going to accept it by filling out this form, so I can reject the idea of it.
Wait, what form are you filling out?
Whichever one that grants you the sovereignty.
No. Only no, it doesn't work like that. You don't apply for sovereignty.
So how does it
It's a
work? How do you go
declaration.
through the
No,
process?
you automatically have
You just
it
tell
on the
them.
form there.
So you just
Yeah, you can
verbally
just let
tell
them
them?
know. You can send them a document if you want. But that's not that. It doesn't
Yeah,
work like
really,
you don't go ask the
that's
master.
bullshit.
Oh, can I?
That's the fundamental disagreement between me and you. You have this conception that you can just become a sovereign, according to who?
Just being here.
Well, now we're back in a loop.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say earlier. Because if you understand sovereignty, how judicial positions are applied, right? Who gives their authority, their capacity, their dominion?
Yeah,
So you're saying you have to
exactly.
ask for permission.
No,
Then
I'm saying that
that would be recognizing the authority.
when you enter a land, right? This land was here before you were born, right? You're in a jurisdiction, right? And jurisdiction means that there's authorities, there's rulers that have dominion over that territory. And you just self-proclaiming, I'm a sovereign, and saying, no, I'm the king of the land. Oh, you're the king of the land? You are the sovereign of the land. Under who gave you? Who killed
God.
the king?
Everyone should have
Hang on.
so everyone should have a driver's license then?
That's not what I'm saying. Who killed the king and made you sovereign?
It's going to be either that, Lion. You're either a sovereign and you don't need a license, or you're not and you have to ask
No,
permission. Which one
no,
is it?
you're not listening to what I'm
How
saying,
did you
right? If
buy
you
the
understand the
car?
rule of law, dude, I've posted
Yeah.
all the sources needed to get to this understanding that I have, right?
That's actually
If you understand the rule of authority, right? How is power given in the world? If
rule
we
of
can talk about forced
authority, that's
doctrine,
a
you know what
valid
forced
question,
doctrine is?
Ryan.
Do you know what forced doctrine is?
Yeah, I do.
You ever heard of it? So
I don't-
ultimately how is dominion given?
It's taken.
It's by God. God gives people the authority,
No.
and they hold that authority by force.
Yeah, but so God, but that doesn't make any sense, bro. That doesn't make any sense. You gotta take into account the fact that what you're deriving your stuff from in there was a Bible printed before the King James. There was Bibles that were out there before the King James version of the Bible that everybody uses now to reference. And
This
in
is
the bro,
But what? It's nothing to
you
do
don't
with.
want to get.
Listen, this is
It has everything to do
these are
with
universal
what God said.
principles. This is ubiquitous across the board. It's not only consistent with English common law, American law. It's consistent with Roman law. Even going back to the Nuremberg Code, not Nuremberg Code, the Babylonian Code, right? Where's all this stuff come from? Where do laws come from? Magistrates and equity and justice. Where's that come from?
But remember, Lion, also, there's a difference between laws and policy. The stuff we're talking about is mostly policy, because we're not advocating for going to shoot people and stuff like that. We're talking about getting rid of your license and not paying taxes.
You don't understand that you're not a sovereign, that there's rulers appointed over you, and just proclaiming that you're a king
By
doesn't
who?
automatically exempt you from rulership. Who gave you that notion?
Who gave them that notion?
They have it through forced doctrine, whether you like it or not. Whether you can go out and proclaim that you're a king all day long in the streets. That doesn't give you authority at all.
What gives them authority?
God.
Why
God
does he
gives them
give?
their authority.
Why does he
No,
give them
force
authority and
gave them.
not us?
We elected them. We gave them their authority. We, the people, gave them
Yeah.
their authority. Gave them that
No,
authority. We did, not God.
That's Masonic doctrine that you've been convinced.
Oh my God,
to
bro,
believe
you are cracked out.
I'm not cracked out. I promise you, bro, that the people, whether they like their rulers or not, don't actually appoint their rulers. Voting doesn't actually really make a difference. You understand that?
No sane person has a ruler. You understand that?
There are rulers that are appointed. You might not like them. They have jurisdiction of this territory. They have dominion of this territory that we call North America or the United States of America.
I understand what you're saying, Zion, but no person under their right sane mind has a ruler.
But listen, this is social contract theory. You can read about it in Stanford's Encyclopedia of Rule of Law. This goes back to ancient times. This goes back to Roman law. By living in a society, individuals implicitly agree to abide by its laws and regulations. If you're living in that jurisdiction, you implicitly agree to abide by its laws and regulations. If you don't like it, then get out. Unless you're the king, unless you're the king and you're the ultimate sovereign of that land where you can actually change laws. You really have. I mean, you got nothing.
No, what happens is that people in the past, and we do today, although we have highways and airports and shit, railways, we live in communities or districts, as we call it in New Zealand. And we all intermingle, we all disperse products and goods. And then when you say shit like that, that's when most people go, holy flying fuck train, where's this cunt coming from?
What are you talking about, Jazza? What are you saying?
Can you just reiterate what you just said a minute ago so I can reiterate?
There's this concept, right, known as jurisdiction, right? When you're born in a territory, right, that territory is already under dominion. If people walk into that territory from somewhere else, that territory is already under dominion. So the law applies to everyone within a jurisdiction to maintain order. You understand that?
Yeah, I do, but that doesn't apply in today's society because the population's bigger, people have to get on. It would have worked in the 1600s when people had an excuse that the earth was flat because they had a lot of time on their hands.
This guy's trolling. Yo, somebody mute this guy, bro. He's not trying to have a conversation. He's just trying to troll and be to you. That applies to you. See, this is the notion. You guys think that you have to like sign a document for them to have jurisdiction over you. That's not the case at all. That's not the case at all.
No,
you don't have to sign anything.
When you don't even listen.
You don't even need to be a citizen at all. All you need to do is go within their property, i.e., their jurisdiction, and they have authority over you. Who would have thought?
It seems like logic is just out the window with you guys.
Where do you think property rights comes from, dude? Where do you think that idea comes from? Jurisdiction and property rights. That's a biblical concept, dude.
You know what else is a biblical concept? investigating a matter before you conclude. Read the documentation, understand it, then conclude.
You guys said nothing, bro. You've yet to actually rebuttal my arguments.
I did. You just didn't engage with them. I gave you the documentation that you insisted on, and you didn't engage with them.
Nothing,
and at a point when there was cordiality, you agreed with the premise. You just said, if there is. So I'm presenting you the if. You have to actually go and look at the if. But you agreed that if there is the if, then you would be that, okay, that's cool. So all you have to do is go and verify the if. It's independent of me. I don't need to speak ever again. Go and verify it. It's independently verifiable.
Okay, fine.
Documentation is there. Don't be lazy.
What's up?
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. That's the problem. You guys all think you're all kings of this land, dude. It's ridiculous.
No, see, that's the assertion that you impose upon people, as if that's somehow a rebuttal to the arguments that are actually presented. I didn't mention myself being a king whatsoever. I simply mentioned this is the mechanism, this is the definitions, this is how it would apply should you be within that category. Nothing that I said is opinionated. It's all objective.
The first time I heard there's no such thing as viruses, I also thought it was ridiculous.
So I posted two men, right, that agree with what I'm saying. We get common law from these men. They're in the chat.
Why do you say okay, but then proceed to not actually
You
go
guys
and read
keep
the
quoting shit out of context and fringe characters on the internet. When I'm literally
You're not
quoting,
even
I'm literally
reading it,
posting
dude.
from the people that gave us common law in the West, dude.
Go and read it. I beg. You're fascinated with reading all
You
these
got
other
Sir
things.
William Blackstone. Sir William Blackstone and Henry Campbell Black. Two men that you should get familiar with.
Hey, look, you know when
That's some fringe characters on YouTube that proclaim sovereign citizenship, dude. Ridiculous.
Yeah, why are you citing outside things that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about? Anyway, you know when you want to qualify for certain things, right? They go, "Oh, you have a requirement. You have to do so many this, so many that. You have to have the minerals." Right? So certain gyms are going to be like, if you can't do this, I'm not going to let you in my gym. If you can't do that, I'm not going to let you in my gym. Fighting gyms. What you're falling under is disqualification of the subject because you're not even reading the material. The fact that we even have a conversation with someone that unwilling is a mercy to you. It's actually a waste of our time and most people's time because even though you insisted upon the documentation, you then proceeded, once it was presented to you, to do anything but engage with it.
No, you're committing a definist fallacy, dude. I've already posted Black's Laws Dictionary for both people and persons. Both people and persons agrees with my premise. You instead don't want to acknowledge it. You instead resort to posting a PDF that I have to then read through. You don't even cite the specific citation, dude. I'm supposed to go through a PDF and find your evidence for your premise.
No, it's all my evidence.
Where is it? Let me see it, because I have persons right here. Black's Laws Dictionary. A man, not just a fictitious entity. A man considered according to the rank he holds in a society.
This is what I mean. This is a repeat. You can't move forward if you're not willing to learn.
Bro, I have it right here.
And you're accusing us of claiming to be chief while being Indians. So what are you talking about? Why would you cite something so silly like that when you're not even willing to do the basics of a chief and actually read?
What are you talking about? Address my argument, dude. What's a person?
How can
a person is a man?
First
a man,
all,
not just a fictitious entity.
The presentation I gave, I elucidated very clearly. And then when insisting upon documentation, I provided it very clearly. I'm not the only one who spoke on the subject clearly, but I've done that. You have failed to engage with what I presented to you sufficiently for any rebuttal to have any significance. You're just assuming your position and imposing it upon the discussion. Go and read the whole thing.
Yeah, go read the whole okay, here you go. Blackstone himself says, Blackstone is a man, a person is a human being recognized by law as a subject of rights and duties. Go ahead, your turn.
It doesn't say man, does it?
No, it does. In the dictionary that I've pulled up, both of them, all of them, says a person is a human being recognized by law as a subject of rights and duties. And it also says a man considered according to the rank he holds in society.
Yeah, according to a rank. So that's a subdivision. You just fail to engage with the actual subject matter. How about this? How about you assume that you are wrong in every single thing, then go and read the documentation, then go and determine whether the presentation that was actually given to you, the claim as specified,
rhetoric. You got rhetoric. Come on,
is
bro.
legitimate.
Give me something.
It's not.
Dude.
It's not.
All right, here we
it's
go.
not
Now,
rhetoric. It's not rhetoric. It's exhortation to thorough investigation. You're not doing the thorough investigation. At no point have you stopped long enough to consume the information to actually respond to it in kind.
You're not doing anything, bro. You're not adding to the conversation. All you have is rhetoric.
No, what I have is actual facts that you just ignore. It is a fact that when your paperwork is in order, you are not required to pay income tax, to the point that if you falsely attribute yourself to a designation that is not yours, you are liable to be arrested and imprisoned. That's the facts. Now, where do I get these from? There's the information. I presented it from you. Go and read it. If you're not willing to do that, then don't get upset with me because I keep repeating myself.
You're just mad that you got to pay taxes, bro. It's weird.
Who says I'm mad? I'm not.
Dude, if you're not going to address my argument, I'm not going to.
This doesn't even apply to me in the same way. I don't live over there. I live over here.
You're not even engaging with the argument. You're just.
No, but your rebuttal is saying that I'm mad, as if that nullifies what I just said. It doesn't even apply to me in the same way.
Bro, I'm just playing your game, bro. You're not doing anything, dude.
I don't live where you live. There are similarities, granted, but it doesn't apply to me in the same way. So it has in no way like a vested interest and emotional reaction at any point. And by the way, I actually do pay taxes. So what of it?
Okay, so the whole argument hinges on these semantical definitions on person and human being and man. And when I lay out the definitions, then you guys all you have is what do you have to respond except rhetoric?
It doesn't apply to me.
Your whole argument hinges on these definitions of persons, peoples, and man, dude. Does it not?
And you fail to understand them, and you just dismiss it outright.
How have I failed to understand them? So elaborate, please, for the sake of the conversation, dude. Elaborate.
Hercules, why don't you do it for me?
I never wanted to have this conversation. So, I mean,
okay. I don't need to rope you in. I don't mean to rope you in, but
you're good. You're good, brother. You're good because I'm on your side. I'm on your side 100%. It's just like you can't. I just don't.
I'm need like an independent voice because most of these people keep listening with tainted ears just because one type of person is speaking.
Like I have.
So if I could get a robot to just reiterate the point that's already been reiterated, maybe that might help. Like.
Yeah, just because.
I'll say this. So at least let me go. So give me the distinction between what's the big problem that this dialectic that you guys have between a citizen and a person. What's the problem?
Sophia already read it all. I don't know if you were here.
Yeah, and I disagree with it. I disagree with it. She took it out of context.
So simply disagreeing with it is a sufficient reason to say that we're wrong?
No, in her argument, right? The persons, the slaves, the persons. Hold on. The persons, the slaves, don't have rights. They're considered subordinate or even subhuman, right? In some cases, versus who?
That wasn't my argument. That's literally what the court case
hold on. I haven't even laid it out yet. You have persons versus citizens, right? Who are the persons, Sophia?
I just don't think you're...
Sophia, who are the persons?
I don't think you're capable.
Sorry, I was just telling you what is in the actual court cases where they define these things.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but who are the persons?
If you're not denying it, then why are you speaking?
See, you guys don't want to actually engage.
We're
This
like
is
3
Just look
hours
at the
in now. How
definition
much
of
progress?
look at the
Zero.
Nobody
definition
wants to
of
engage, yo. You
person.
guys, this is called filibustering. That's
Go
what it's
on,
called.
look at the definition of person in the UCC.
Right.
Just
All
go
right. So
in there.
grab
I
all
can't
that.
remember the actual location. Can you just look it up quickly? Go to Cornell Law and just look UCC definition of
I
person.
have
I
it right
can't
here.
remember the
Listen,
actual.
I have Black's Laws Dictionary right here. I got Sir
Yeah, it's
William
something like
Blackstone
it's a
and
natural
Henry. I
person
have
or
both
a.
Hold on. I have both Sir William Blackstone and Henry Campbell Black. And I have persons already defined and listed. It's already posted in Livestream Text 1. Get with the program.
Okay, so what's the problem?
There's the one who doesn't want to read the
The
documentation.
problem is that you guys are creating a dialectic, a tension between persons and citizens where there shouldn't be one, because you can have both a natural man considered a person and also a fictitious entity known as a person.
Yes, that's
And
true.
guess
If
what?
the
Guess what?
definition
Yes,
says natural person or a fictitious, that is
right.
true, yes.
Yeah, in that specific context with slavery, the persons, i.e. the slaves, had no rights or very little rights compared to the citizens. The citizens were protected by the Constitution.
Yeah, so they wanted to find a way for the slaves to become protected by the Constitution, but they couldn't.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but
and during
so
that
what's wrong with being a
process, what happened?
citizen? What's wrong with being a citizen then? Earlier, you even brought this up because you guys were acting like citizens or persons.
Right.
Because if you sign up
In
for
that
this
amendment,
14th
though, right?
Amendment citizenship, then yes, you are subject to, because this is where the driver's license, the mandatory public education, all of this stuff comes from. So if you sign up for that, yes, then you are liable for that. But if you're not that, if you denaturalize or you don't register, then you are what they would call a national or a state citizen. And then none of these policies that's applicable to the citizen is applicable to you.
That's bullshit. If you're
Semantic
not a
deceit.
citizen, you
Semantic
have no
deceit.
constitutional protection. Actually, you're worse
That's an
off.
assertion. That's an
That's not an
assertion.
assertion. That's a
It's
fact.
not.
Because just
It's
because
not an
you
assertion.
forfeit your
Stop propping
citizenship,
everybody, dude.
just because you forfeit your citizenship and you decide to become a state national, doesn't mean that all of a sudden now you're your own sovereign and you have no authorities over you and no rules or laws over you. Who gave you that notion?
That's not the claim. That's not the claim. You mischaracterize. You don't listen. Semantic deceit
Yeah.
is the number one
So
weapon
explain
used
yourself.
against you at all times. Learning the definitions of words and owning a Black's Law dictionary, ideally fourth and fifth, is how you learn to play the game. This is the irony of you keep citing the Black's Law. It doesn't help you.
Not an argument.
Once
Explain yourself. So
once you
how
learn to
did
play
I
the game, it's
you just
literally
explain
almost
yourself? Enough
impossible
with
to
the meta,
lose.
dude. Enough with the
I'm
meta.
not kidding.
Just
You
rebuttal
become a
what I
king
said.
of the land. The definitions of the words in the world of law should always be suspect. Simple everyday words should be checked.
Okay, so
Checked.
more
Checked.
nothing.
Every
More
single
nothing.
comma.
More
More
nothing.
nothing. More
Thank you
nothing.
for that, Elijah.
It's not more
Meta,
nothing.
dude.
So
It's
what happened was
foundational to
the
your
amendment,
position.
Meta.
You're
the
saying that
amendment
it's a
turned around.
semantical
Dude,
issue,
if
but
you're not going to say
you
anything,
don't
Elijah,
understand the
yield the
semantics
mic.
and how it's applied.
Okay,
You don't
yield the
understand the
mic for
semantics and
people
how
to
it's
go back and
applied.
forth.
You have nothing. Just
You're
say it.
not
I don't have
responding
anything
to
at this
anybody.
moment. I'll find the source for you later. At least, dude.
No,
Right? So
because
what happened
you
in
failed
that
to
amendment?
engage with what
Holy
was already
shit.
said regarding the definitions and the
Projection.
distinction.
That
Uh,
is textbook
the 14th
projection.
the
He's
14th
claiming
Amendment
I'm
and
doing
how
what
it
he's actually
distinguished
doing.
the 14th Amendment and how it distinguished itself from the other amendments and the definitions and who it applies to. You
Yeah.
don't
Okay, and
engage.
none of which you know anything about. You keep
All you say
asserting
is you
all these
disagree.
basic talking points, but you never go into depth on anything. So I'll go into
No, because
depth right now, and I'll say
the
the
depth is
14th
ignored.
Amendment, what it did is it
The
took
depth
your
is ignored.
this thing became automatic citizenship. We'll call it citizenship. Now it's like mandatory citizenship, or it just happens, right? When you're born. It's no longer an option, an
No, nothing
enrollment
is
thing.
mandatory.
No, all right. So
Everything in the
maybe
system
mandatory
is
isn't. It's
voluntary.
automatic, right? It just happens.
No, everything in the system is
No,
completely voluntary. You sign up for all of this stuff voluntarily.
it
Yes.
doesn't happen automatically within the system.
No, you sign up for it.
Well, all right. Technically, what? You're born. You get a birth certificate. You're
The birth certificate
identified.
is the first
There
part.
you go. There, you signed up for it.
You don't have to sign up for it. That's where you guys. That's the fundamental problem right there. You guys think you have to sign up. You have to sign.
Up for it.
No, you don't have to register at
Registering
all.
is
You're
signing
still
up for it.
nope. Nope. You're still
Yes.
under the jurisdiction because you are in their domain.
No.
You're in their territory. If you're born in their territory, you walk in their territory. Guess what? You're under their rulership. Just
Right, and what does
claiming
their
that
rulership
I never
say?
signed the document. I
What does
never
their
did this.
rulership
Doesn't mean that you're
say?
exempt from their rulership.
What does their rulership say regarding income tax and state citizenship, etc., etc.? Until you address that, you're just going to be speaking out your nose.
Born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States. That's what the amendment.
Do you know?
So you
Okay.
don't
Do you know what the
enroll. You just
definition
fucking
is of
straight up
naturalization?
gaslighted me after I said I read it and you told me no, and now I'm reading the actual wording. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, etc., are citizens of the United States. So you were just factually
Yeah, here's the
wrong.
kicker.
And then the 16th
No,
Amendment.
no, no. Hang on.
Take this
He's
amendment
absolutely
is
right.
actual truth.
Just being born here is sufficient. Just being born here is sufficient, or even or even stepping over the border is sufficient. It says here, the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that America had no federal income tax up until 1911. Up until 1911, America had no federal income tax. Right?
Irrelevant.
Clause not irrelevant. It's completely relevant to what we're flipping talking about,
no,
dude.
We're talking about the same. We're talking about the Constitution of the United States of America, the same documents that you guys are appealing to. We can't ignore the 16th Amendment,
or
dude.
other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. Taxation only becomes possible in the federal zone called United States, which is in the District of Columbia. It is only possible with U.S. citizens. Every bill in the United States is literally the government. You can view 18 USC 8 and 31 USC 1501 to learn more about this.
Moderator, because is God. Because.
What's up?
Okay, can I get in now?
Get him to stop fighting.
Okay, Rigor, you said you cannot become a citizen. You can only become a citizen by one of the things was naturalization, right?
Not what I said. Not what I said at all.
Okay, what did you say?
I made
a
claim earlier, right, that it was an automatic process. Like just when you're born, you're just automatically enrolled. You told me no. That's not the case. You actually have to file for it or whatever terminology.
Yeah, we said you have to basically register that.
Yeah, register. Okay, then I read the actual amendment, section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States. So that amendment
can I then stop you there
tells me that you are factually wrong.
No, I'm not. Can I tell you why?
Let's hear it.
You're born in the U.S.
You said you were born or naturalized.
Let her respond, Rigor.
You said you're born or naturalized. Okay, if you go and look at the definition of what they have naturalization, you can look it up. It's 8 USC 1101, subsection A 23. Okay? The definition of naturalization is the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. So if you sign the birth registry form, that falls under by any means whatsoever. There you become a citizen.
The first part covered it. You're talking about immigrants, right? That's the naturalization.
Yep. Naturalization
is
the immigrants
of an immigrant, right?
The citizenship category.
When they want to become a citizen, that's the process they have to go through. But there's
That's
no way around the word born. Like, throw that word born.
The term naturalization
for me and Rigor to be agreeing, dude, it's definitely an odd day today. But you guys are just doing sleight of hand. This is sleight of hand tactics. You're taking
Just
verses out
listen
of
to it
context. Same
again.
thing. It's like when I debate atheists, bro. It's the same shit.
You're just
Just
blustering. You're not
listen to it
You guys
engaging.
are taking.
again.
You're using
You're
using
blustering.
universal. You're using USCC
Blustering.
code, right? What?
Blustering.
No. You're
Blustering.
using UCC code,
Blustering.
Uniform Commercial Code,
Blustering.
right? And you're even taking it out of
La,
context
la,
because
la,
we're talking
la,
about.
la, la.
You're talking about immigrants.
If you
I'm
can't
saying to
accept the
become,
definitions as given, then why should we have a
I gave you
conversation
the
with you?
definition. You told me I'm wrong. I gave you the law verbatim. You told me that's not true. I'm telling you, yeah, the law
You're
supersedes
ignoring what's
your
presented.
opinion. Yeah,
You're
your opinion,
ignoring the
The law,
claim as
relevant.
specified.
Yeah,
You're
again,
not
Elisha.
engaging in good
Somebody
faith.
queued up. Oh, that's my turn to talk, right, Elisha?
You're ignoring the claim as specified. You're ignoring the
You have no
information
claim on the
presented.
table. I am not addressing any claim. What I'm talking about is the actual amendment. The amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States. Okay, so we know right there, full stop. If somebody's born in the United States, they're a citizen. Okay.
It says all
What does the word
person.
born
So unless
mean in the legal text?
qualify as a person, that does not apply to you.
We already
Does it?
established what a person is, dude. Now we're going back to square one. Now we gotta
Yeah,
define
because you
person
fail
again,
to
dude. We've already
engage
defined
with the
persons,
claim
dude.
as
For
specified,
goodness sake, come on,
definitions
Elisha.
as given. You fail
Don't do
to
this to me, dude.
engage with the claim as specified, the definitions as given. It's ridiculous
Dude, I've
what you're
given you
doing.
multiple
And you want to,
definitions,
and you
bro.
want to, and
I
you
know,
want to
Elisha. Dude, I gave you what it means
reassert.
biblically. I gave you what
You
it
want
meant
to
to.
reassert
And then he
that
just wants to
we
fundy mute
are
me, dude.
doing tax. You want to
You guys
reassert
aren't
that
really
we
trying
are
to
the
engage
ones.
in a good faith.
You want to
Dude, I'll do
reassert
it
that
right
I
we
need a
now.
mod.
are the ones.
We need a
I'll do
mod
it
to
with you
mod
right
these
now,
guys, bro.
Elisha.
No. We
You
need a
right
mod,
now.
dude, to
I
step
will
in and
give
mod
you the
this.
position. I'll give you the position that person does not mean man. Okay, you don't have a constitution. Now what?
Now what? I don't care
You're
about
not
your response
covered
to that.
in the
If you're
Constitution. You separated man from person. Okay, you are no
to what
longer
end?
incorporated into the Constitution. Is no longer talking about you. That's what you're telling
Meaning
me.
what?
If that's the
Meaning
case,
what?
it doesn't apply to you.
Hold on, dude. Can we define
Wait, is
persons
that?
again? Because this
Are
is
you
ridiculous.
are
We
you
gotta go
doing
back to square
circular
one.
reasoning?
So
Or is
Elisha,
this cultural reasoning?
define
You don't
person
know what
for us.
circular reasoning means.
Elijah, give us your definition of persons. Because your whole
We've already
argument
given
hinges
it.
on your
We've
whole
already
argument
given it.
hinges
I'm not
your whole
going down
argument
this
hinges on
agenda.
what a person is. So please, let's hear it.
He
Go
never
ahead.
gave it.
Why do I have
No,
to repeat myself? It's in
no,
black
Rigor,
and white.
give him the
It's
mic.
in
Let him
black
go.
and
Go
white.
ahead.
It's in black and white. Why do I have to keep doing this? I don't understand. Why?
Because we're
What is
going
your
in
reason?
circles.
Wait, no.
Sophia
Give
did
me
it
one.
earlier. He
Give me
never
one.
did
Rigor,
it. He just
let him cook
swerves out of
himself. Let him cook
everything.
himself. Let him cook himself. Go ahead.
Give me one. Give
What's
me
a
one
person?
reason why. Give me one reason why you think that the distinction made in 14 somehow is an erroneous distinction.
I asked you a
So you can't
question. What's a
answer.
person, dude? Don't
Can't
deflect.
answer.
Just be good faith and answer the question, dude. Because I'm sick going in
Is
circles with you.
a person legally the same as people?
I asked you a question, dude. Don't ask me a question. I asked you the question.
I can
What's
ask
a
you
person,
questions
dude?
all day. I can ask you questions all day, every day. Because the irony of this is you've
Tangent.
already agreed to these
Tangent.
premises, but you just
Get back
don't
on
agree
point.
to the conclusions.
Tangent.
Dude, the audience can see through your bullshit, Elijah.
What's the bullshit?
You
You
deflecting.
talking.
Did I not provide? Did
You're
I
not
not
answering my
provide what you
questions
asked
directly,
for?
bro.
Did I not provide what you asked?
Dude, they're in the chat for you, bro. I mean, all you got to do is scroll up. I got peoples, I got persons. It's in there. I mean, I could read it for you, but I want to hear it from your mouth so that your argument
Okay.
collapses. Because your whole argument hinges on
if
this.
you put them there, what's your justification for saying that they're ubiquitous? In other
It's not.
words, what's your justification for saying that they both apply to themselves in the same way?
I can't tell if he has no shame
It's
or he
obviously
thinks
not
he's clever.
ubiquitous between me and you, but it is ubiquitous between Sir William Black and Black. It's between Campbell Black and William Blackstone, and also Roman law and English common law. It is consistent.
Wait, why are you bringing up different law systems? What?
Don't take the bait line. He's
It's
going on a
ubiquitous
tangent
across
after tangent, bro.
across
he
all.
never addressed person.
Dude, I have Henry Campbell Black and Sir William Blackstone. It's where we got common law from, dude. Campbell Black with the legal law dictionary is how you interpret the Constitution. You have right now we're having a disagreement on the interpretation of persons. So I posted black laws black right here. It's in the chat, dude. I'm getting frustrated because we've already been down this road multiple times, and we're back to square one again.
Yeah, this seems like your issue because you already agree with the premises.
Yeah, I don't see why we're still even talking about it.
No, I don't agree.
haven't-
no, I
you haven't
fundamentally
substantiated your
disagree
said-
with your premises. That's why we're having this argument. So stop projecting.
Well, then why did you agree earlier? What's the inconsistency
Yeah,
in your response?
what's changed
No,
between then and now?
no, you gave me a hypothetical. I agree with the hypothetical. That's what I did. And the hypothetical was if there is a way to navigate the law of the land where you can be exempt from paying taxes, then so be it.
I've already showed you that.
But that's not the argument right now. We're arguing about sovereignty and we're arguing about personhood. What is a person? That's the argument right now, dude. So right here, a person is a man considered according to the rank he holds in society. A man, right? Now, what is a person, though?
Why don't you read it and tell me if that applies to people? Because you already read it earlier, and I was laughing at that.
Can't answer.
Well, no, in that specific context, they did differentiate between slaves as persons and citizens as peoples. The peoples of the United States of America are not considered slaves. They weren't the persons in that specific context.
So you're agreeing then? I don't understand.
No. That's a very specific context.
Well, don't you think specificity is important when talking about specific?
I don't accept Sophie's reference as saying persons meant only slaves. It said that everybody's a person. Then it said certain persons are these citizens, and there are other persons who are not citizens. Everybody was a person.
Right. Yeah, that was the class.
And that's consistent. That's consistent with English common law and American common law and even Roman law going back thousands of years.
They were just trying to argue. They were trying to argue from a different angle. But even dude, Lion, even if you give them that, they go nowhere with it. Absolutely nowhere, because now they have no legal rights to anything. So whatever you own, whatever you think you own,
examples,
I can just go in and take it.
Right?
I could go in and take it, and you have no legal justification to stop me. I can go straight up where your house is, and I could buy your land and own your house, and you have no legal protection against it. That's what you're putting forth.
That's just ignorance. But here you go. Listen to this. Here is the definition of driver.
He's actually providing something. Hold on, Rigor.
Here is the definition of driver from 49 CFR 390-5.5T. Drive. So this is all in quotations until I say stop. Driver means any person who operates any commercial motor vehicle. Stop. As you can see, you aren't a quote driver. You aren't operating a quote motor vehicle. Unless you are involved in commerce, which would mean you are transporting passengers or cargo you don't own in exchange for monetary compensation. Registration of your car or motorcycle is actually a part of the quote motor vehicle theft prevention program, end quote, located at 34 USC 12611. Number 1 quotes, the owner of a motor vehicle may voluntarily sign a consent form with a participating state or locality in which the motor vehicle owner states that the vehicle is not normally operated under certain specified conditions, and B, agrees to I, displayed program decals or devices on the owner's vehicle, and I, permit the law enforcement officials in any state to stop the motor vehicle and take reasonable steps to determine whether the vehicle is being operated by or which the permission of the owner if the vehicle is being operated under the specified condition. Obviously, the interruption means that this is triggering people, but I'm not just rambling. I'm giving you
You're saying I'm protected under this thing that I claim does not apply to me. Because under the Constitution, this is my right, but I've already said the Constitution doesn't apply to me.
Willful ignorance.
Incoherent at best.
Willful ignorance.
None of that's relevant, dude. I thought you really were
It
gonna give us
is.
something.
It is relevant. This is an example application of the distinction between person and people.
Dude.
So
Alright,
if
hold
you
on.
don't
You don't have
qualify for this,
Yeah,
if
I
you
get
don't
the
qualify,
context, dude.
if you get the context, right, and if you really, really get the context, then why are you arguing with me? Or not
Hold
arguing,
on,
but why are
because
you
you're creating a
why are you
dialectic. You're
why are
creating a
you opposing
dialectic.
me?
You're
Why are you
creating a
opposing
binary
what I'm
dialectic
saying?
when there shouldn't be one, because actually the citizens are also considered persons.
Wait, hold on. Did I
Dude, I'm still talking, dude.
did
Chill
I
out.
create the binary,
Dude,
or is
chill
the
out.
binary
Chill out.
in
Chill
law
out.
in black
Chill
and
out.
white?
Chill out.
No,
Chill out.
answer me this
Chill out. Chill
question.
out. Chill out.
Did
Yo,
I
somebody mute
create
this
it?
guy, bro.
Did
We
I
let him
create
talk.
it?
Bro, I
He
let
won't
you
yield. He'll
read,
kill the
dude.
chat
You
before he
always
yields.
do this,
No,
dude. Let me talk,
no, but
dude.
you're
Bro,
imposing things upon me
I
that
don't
aren't
care.
accurate, right?
Shut your trap,
I did
please.
not
Bro,
create the binary. The
you need to
binary
chill
is
out, dude.
here in black and
Bro, it's
white.
my turn to speak.
Is
Okay?
it?
I have
Did
the
you
philosophical
speak
definition
correctly?
of persons. A
What a
human
fucking
being,
dick.
a living soul, a nefesh haya, right? That's a fundamental definition for persons, regarded as an individual, right? Now we have Sir William Blackstone says, this is what Sir William Blackstone says. Blackstone said a person is a human being recognized by law as a subject of rights and duties. What's wrong with that definition?
It's incomplete to the subject matter. And
And it applies to both citizens and slaves.
it assumes that the people definition used in the other parts of the Constitution and the law regarding this subject apply to it. You're assuming your position ahead of time. Is that not an erroneous way of operating?
No, both citizens and non-citizens,
Okay, well,
i.e. slaves,
if
right,
you
are
disagree, that's
considered
fine, but you're wrong.
persons, dude, are considered persons. You guys are creating a dialectic. You're acting like citizens aren't persons and persons are slaves. That's a false dichotomy.
It's not my dichotomy, dude. If you want to call it a dichotomy, go ahead, but it's not mine. I'm simply
You're either a
presenting.
person
Hold
or a
on,
citizen. You can't be both.
hold on. I'm not presenting this, right, as my own thing. I'm presenting to it as the black and white in the definitions, in the law, in the Constitution. If you have an issue with that, you have an issue with the paper itself, not with me. How hard is that for you to comprehend?
Dude, a person, right, i.e. a citizen, has legal moral existence, dude. Philosophically. And according to the founding fathers, including the English common law, going back to England, going back to Rome, dude.
Where is the fundamental obligation to pay income tax to a federal body?
We're required, right, by law,
Yeah,
according to the
I asked you a
not just the law of the land, but the
specific
law of God,
question.
to be a peaceable multitude, right? Wherever we go, Jesus himself called
Where
us to
is the
render
lack of
unto
peace?
Caesar's what is Caesar's. If Caesar requires of you 50% of your wages, God, Jesus says, as a servant of God in exile, we are to oblige.
Does Caesar require that?
Yes. 16th Amendment.
Prove it.
16th Amendment. I have it in the chat, dude. I posted it.
Prove it.
It's in the chat.
Prove it. Prove that Caesar, by what you mean by Caesar, obviously in this context, is the federal government. Prove that the federal government requires us to pay 50%, as you said. And
One of the things Elisha, that's important to remember is that Jesus, when he asked you to pray, he said to pray like this: forgive our debts as we forgive our debtors. Right? So he's saying God only will grant you the amount of forgiveness you forgive of others. Right?
Yeah, but they don't owe me anything.
You have mercy, though? Do you have mercy? Do you forgive them for what they're doing?
What are they doing? I don't understand the context to this, or the application to this.
I don't see, because I think Jesus also says, instead of fighting, just pay it, and otherwise they'll take you down to the jail. You'll have to go, and they will get every last dollar from you.
Yeah, but in this context, they're not. That's the point that I'm making. When you correctly understand and fill out the paperwork, they agree with you. They give you sign off Right? This is what the IRS actually does when people do it and understand it properly. So therefore, who's in debt to who?
That person, in order for that to occur, has to go to jail first, right?
No, that's not true.
No, not every time, but in most
No,
of those
literally,
scenarios, right?
no,
They
literally
have to
not true.
forfeit their citizenship.
Whoa, I would not. Why would you do that?
That's what I don't know, bro, because they want to avoid paying
No,
taxes.
this is the issue, right? There's a distinction between the citizenship or the nationality of you in the state that you were born in or currently located in. I have to be specific with all these words, compared to the District of Columbia, because when you have U.S. citizenship, that's a government operator. So you're operating as an employee of the government in the jurisdiction of the District of Columbia, right? When you renege that, for want of a better word, Sophia, I don't remember what the right word is, but you might be able to jump in.
Denaturalized.
When you denaturalize of that and you uphold and then go through the rigmarole, the paperwork to separate that, so that you're no longer applying for the form that would designate you as a U.S. citizen or as a 14th Amendment citizen, right? Either or, because it's somewhat interchangeable and vague. But when you do that, right, you've satisfied their paperwork, you satisfied the Constitution, you've satisfied your obligations, everything's clean, assuming you've done the operation properly. No, was it Biasticles who was talking? Torah? Is it you, Torah?
Yes,
One of the
sir.
frogs. Sorry, there's too many frogs. When you've done that, to your point, right, nobody's in debt. So it's the slate's clear.
Yeah, if that's the case,
The
I
only way,
don't have a problem with that, dude.
but it seems as if
there's a
you do. This is
legal
what this is
avenue.
what I mean. We keep going back and forth.
No, because you're presenting an idea that I don't even believe exists, right? Because every time that somebody's actually tried this,
Your
depending on their
incredulity is not
jurisdiction,
relevant, though, is it?
hold on, dude, depending on their district, right? Their jurisdiction. If you're in a conservative state, you know, in the middle of the wilderness, you might get away with it, right? And they'll leave you alone. But if you're in like Massachusetts or New York or PA, dude, good luck trying to pull that off. Good luck. You're just gonna run. You're gonna go into jail. It's going to be a whole process. It might take you 10 years before you actually become a state citizen or state national.
How old should someone be when they're doing this? Like at retirement age, you're saying? Like when they don't need to get a job or something?
They can do it whenever they want.
Okay, and then when you get a job and they hand you a W-2, what do you do?
You
wouldn't
be getting a W-2. You'd be filing a 1099.
Okay, why would you file a 1099? You're not a citizen.
What context?
1099s are for citizens. You don't have any constitution. You're just like some vagrant. Like no one. The boss the boss has to match your taxes. So if you're gonna go in there and be like, "Yo, I don't pay taxes," he's gonna be like, "Dude, we can't. I don't know. I don't even know what to do with the paperwork.
Truck
You're not
drivers
that."
file 1099, and they're federal workers. Commercial driver's license.
You file a legal document, though, you just accepted.
Yeah, why would you?
In which you reject. You're saying, yes, I am who this document pertains to. Whoa, okay.
Hey, Torah, I know that you're more willing to
your
actually
position.
read. Do you want me to post the link and you just read it and get back to me in a few days?
I'm an incorporation, dude. I've like this system that you guys are all worried about is very easy to work within. You know, you could just work within the system. I'm an incorporation. I don't have this issue that you're talking about.
It's got nothing to do with where. It's got to do with just talking about a topic and a position being clearly articulated but being failed to be understood. And then falsely having things said of my words and of my position.
He doesn't have an
That's
actual
what you do.
Dude, if you want to be a tradesman, you're not going to. This is unrealistic. What you're saying to do. How are you going to go and work in like the Bahamas or in other countries? Like, how are you going to collect any money ever?
How are you going to get a job?
So real quick. So
define money.
The flexibility, the semantic. Hold on.
As a citizen.
Come on, dude. The semantic range of the word persons, right? A person can be a natural man, It can also be a slave, and it can, guess what? It can also be an artificial entity, like a business like structure, like a LLC or S corp. That can also be a person.
You can still
But
run
the
a
thing is,
person
they want to
without
pigeonhole the word
being
persons
the
and
person.
act like it only means this. It can only mean that and nothing else. And that's where they're wrong.
I like the fact that you say that's where they're wrong without actually doing the preponderance study of the position given to you as requested, right? If you want to be honest with me and say, I'm going to go and look at this like chapter by chapter and then set a date in the future where we can do this without having to be on a live stream, because that would just be a pain in the ass, right? I would be happy. But the thing is, based on your
It's more
conduct,
gasoline.
I don't think that's likely to happen. I don't
He
think
doesn't
you're
actually
likely to
engage with what
actually
I'm
go
saying. He never
investigate.
does, bro. It's unbelievable.
I don't think you've ever read the shit yes, like the links you're posting. I don't believe for a half a second that you've ever read any of this.
Why don't you
hold
believe
on.
that?
Because you can't support it. You can't cite any of it. You don't know any of
Let me
it.
ask
Like
you
you
a
don't
direct
respond
question.
to any of it. You
Can
just
a,
like
can a,
say,
can a person be both a slave, a citizen, and an artificial entity like an LLC?
It's a malformed question.
No, it's an honest question. Can it be all three?
Well, I suppose because it's malformed, the answer is no.
See, this is where you're wrong. It can be all three. That's your problem right there.
But if I reject the premise and the definition and how you're using it, why would I answer according to what you think it
here's
means?
the loop. Here's the loop. You just reset everything again.
No, but repeat,
This is
because you gave a
amazing.
you gave a
Zero
3-part
progress with
conditional,
you
right?
ever. You get put in a
Can a person
situation
be
where you have nowhere to
I'll
go, so
repeat it.
you reset.
Can a person be a slave, a
Yes.
citizen, and an artificial entity like an LLC?
Right. Individually, they all apply. But what's your question?
All right. Because you guys are creating a
But like,
dialectic.
what's your follow up? It's still malformed.
You were creating a
What's your follow-up?
dialectic between persons and citizens, and acting like citizens can't be persons and persons are
No,
slaves.
no. See, this is the misunderstanding. There is a distinction between a citizen of the US in the District of Columbia as opposed to a citizen or a national of the state in which they were born, let's say. Let's not add any other qualifiers to that.
Yes, thank you.
So, for clarity, because this is the bit that is the most infuriating, not emotional reacting, but just infuriating on its face line, is you keep pointing out dichotomies and dialectics and the other word that you're using, right? But they're not mine. I'm not imposing them. I'm simply highlighting them as detailed in the law. So all I'm encouraging anyone who
expand
gives
it.
a monkey's right,
Don't just say it. Tell me.
Whether you do the actions that you can do once you acquire the knowledge or not, right? I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling you you're wrong or right, whether you engage in it or not. But actually go and investigate what's said in totality to see if you can comprehend it. Because by the way, this isn't easy to comprehend.
It's
I didn't
easier
just
to
come up with this last
forgive.
night, dude.
It's way easier to forgive than go through what you're talking about.
All citizens are
No,
persons, not all persons are citizens, dude. That's the problem.
I don't hold any emotional animosity to the government and its tax system. But
Forgiveness
the
is not
emotional
about
animosity.
emotion.
No, but you're saying about easy to forgive. If we're to talk about forgiveness, I don't know about you, but people who have harmed me in my life, it was a lot more difficult to forgive them than
Yeah,
it's
and the
ever
amount of
been.
times you harmed God in your life and he just forgave you. That means
Why are
you
you
ought be
rumpusing?
holy like your God is
Why
holy.
why are you rumpusing me?
Because your argument has a bad conclusion, because I can just apply it to the
Wait, what's the
amount
conclusion?
of times you've hurt God and he still forgave you.
But that has nothing to do with what I hadn't finished saying.
You ought show the
You're
same
saying
type of forgiveness God has shown you.
you're saying it's easier to forgive. Easier in what capacity? Because the
Easier in that it will
emotional
go
and
well with you. Do you need me to start reading off Matthew 5 for you of who is blessed?
Yeah, but you're assuming that I'm not forgiving. I'm simply saying that me engaging in the study of this topic to understand it and to potentially apply it, right, is not as difficult as forgiving somebody who has wronged me personally.
Sounds like it comes from resentment.
That's just you imposing your opinion on me. I don't even have a vested interest in this specific documentation because I don't live over there. My situation is
Yeah,
different.
we do live over here.
The way
Yeah.
I'm handling my stuff is different and has a different trajectory just because I've chosen to and where I am currently. I'm not even talking about my personal view. I'm talking about the information and the conclusions that you can draw from the information. So for you to oppose upon me that I have an emotional reaction and emotional vested interest to this is an ignorant statement.
How did I state you have an emotional reaction to this?
You just said that it comes from resentment. You're trying to determine where my heart posture is with regard to this subject, which is
Well,
hilarious because I don't have a vested interest, so I can't have a resentful heart posture. If
well,
anything, the fact that I've studied this and learned what I have learned so far and will continue to learn in the future has
this
actually made me rather happy to know how this thing works. Although I would
yeah,
argue
you're
that in
saying the
general,
system is corrupt.
more knowledge means more suffering. In this particular thing, it actually puts a smile on my face because it all
Yeah, but
makes sense.
you look at the system and you call the system corrupt rather than just knowing that
I
it's just the
I didn't
selfishness
hold
of
on.
people
I
and the
didn't I
system is
didn't say
complex.
I didn't say anything about corruption.
If it's not corrupt, then what are you talking about?
Well, that seems to be the problem. You don't know what I'm talking about.
That could be the case.
In the case study that you guys were reading earlier, when it
Read
comes
it.
to the Constitution, it's by the people for the people, right? The people are the citizens of the United States of America. In that specific context, the persons are the non-citizens, the slaves. The peoples it's referencing are the citizens, dude, by default. And you guys are creating a dialectic acting like citizens can't be persons when they are persons, according to
Okay.
Black
On
and
on the
Blackstone.
right on the 2022 W2 form, here the definition of a U.S. person in quotes for federal tax purposes, comma, you are considered a U.S. person if you are colon an individual who is a U.S. citizen or U.S. resident alien, end quote. You are not a U.S. citizen or a U.S. person. Only the sole proprietorship is those things. It's also not required. Oh goodness, it jumped. I don't know how to get it back. 1 second.
It's all right. Take your time, dude. I'd rather actually have a cordial discussion.
It's because I'm doing word search, and the moment you tap it, it just jumps to the next word that it was using. Computers will be better.
You maybe while you search for that, because I had a phone call earlier, I had to go. I just want to go back quickly to that naturalization thing, Lion, because you said, yeah, that's not applicable because it's in the immigration, right? That is definitely applicable because if you listen to what Elisha said earlier, the U.S. citizen, that thing, the one that's in the District of Columbia, the thing that all of the policy is applicable to, like the tax, the driver's license, all of that, that entity, if you read it, that is a foreign entity to what they would call the 50 states. Correct, Elisha? Am
Yeah,
I
correct.
on the
No, yeah,
right?
correct. I understand that the District of
So
Columbia is an
that's
entity.
why.
It's has its own specific jurisdiction, just like Rome has
Yes.
with
Okay.
the
So
Vatican.
to become, yes. Okay. So it's its own entity, and to become a citizen of that entity, this U.S. citizen, you have to naturalize, right? Now that's why I said then you have to go and look at what the definition of that naturalization is, because if you read it, then it says naturalization means the conferring of nationality of a state, meaning this U.S. US citizen, District of Columbia person, That's the conferring of that upon a person after birth. And now here's the kicker: by any means whatsoever. Did you hear that?
So just declaring it is sufficient.
If anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with him 2 miles. Give to the one who begs from you, and do not refuse the one who would borrow from you.
Yeah, no one's forcing you.
Hold on, Sophia, can you just elaborate in your own words what you get out of that?
Okay, so I'm just going to read it again, right? The term naturalization means the conferring of nationality of a state,
Correct.
upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. So they're saying in their code, in order to become this US citizen in the District of Columbia, in order to become that thing, in order to naturalize as that thing, like you said earlier, you do that by any means whatsoever. So if there's a form that they give you and it says on the form, I am a US citizen, and you sign that form, you have just conferred the nationality of the US citizen upon yourself after birth by any means whatsoever.
All right, let me respond, please, guys.
That's how they do it.
So I already responded to this, and this is under a faulty premise, right? Yeah, this idea that you have to consent, right? You don't have to consent. I already brought this up in social contract theory. By living or being born in a society, a specific territorial dominion, individuals implicitly, not explicitly, implicitly agree to abide by its laws and regulations. Because there's something known as jurisdiction, and there's rulers in authority, right, that were appointed long ago that have dominion over this territory. They are the rulers, they are the sovereigns, they are the kings of this land. And the law applies to everyone within a jurisdiction, a certain border. And the borders are laid out between Mexico and Canada. So if you're within that jurisdiction, you're under their dominion. Whether you sign a document, whether you have a social security card, or whether you have a birth certificate is irrelevant.
Yeah, I posted the completion of the passage I was reading. It just, when you tab on your phone, it just jumps all over the place. So you can read it at your own leisure. I stopped reading after the first paragraph. That's when I lost my place.
There's tacit agreement, there's acquiescence, and there's just implicitly agreeing by literally going into their territory or being born here. So there's naturalization where you can gain your naturalization, like immigrants can gain their naturalization, or people that are simply born here or citizens of the United States. Whether you want to call yourself a citizen or not, or whether you filed the necessary paperwork to identify yourself as a citizen is logically irrelevant. Because in their laws, you are under the authority of the White House, of the Congress, of the Senate, and the House of Representatives. They are the rulers. It's a council of rulers that are over you, whether you like it or not. You're not your own king. You're not the king of the land.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
Could you do me a favor? Because it's only four paragraphs. Could you read what I posted?
Yeah, sure.
Out loud.
Yeah, I got you. Here we go. On the 2022 W-9 form, here is the definition of a U.S. person. Quote, for federal tax purposes, you are considered a U.S. person if you are an individual who is a U.S. citizen or U.S. resident alien. You are not a U.S. citizen or a U.S. person. Only the sole proprietorship is those things. It's also not required to give an employer your social security number, .42 USC 408, which covers penalties for actions, states, discloses, uses, or compels the disclosure of the social security number of any person. Technically, it is a felony. I used to run my own payroll back when I had to actually do payroll. No longer. And I use a large payroll company when verifying documents for a new hire. Just a passport alone is good enough to approve them. A social security number is not required. Look at the I-9 instructions, and it's very clear that all you need is a passport book or a passport card to be fully legal to work. A U.S. citizen is by definition a taxpayer. A state citizen, a man or the union, is not by definition a taxpayer. That's exactly why all your tax bills show your name in all caps. They're only talking about the sole prop, and that's per 26 USC 7701.
And all that
Thank
stuff
you.
that you said before about the Senate controlling the people, I mean, that may be true in like other countries for the government and stuff, but that's why we have something called the Declaration of Independence, which states specifically that the power of those people, of that government institution, comes from the people. And if they don't like it, they can.
I mean, I already
The
know
Men
where
in
he's going
Black.
with this.
The Men in Black
It's by
got
the
it.
people for
Responsible
the
living. I'll
people.
tell you.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, where'd you lose me?
Something about in other countries it might be the case, but in this country, it's by the people for the people.
Sorry, I just start from scratch because I also didn't hear anything.
Sorry, one more time. Maybe they'll let me say it. Where'd you lose me?
You said in other
Very
countries it might be
beginning.
the case what I said, but in this country, it's by the people for the people.
Yeah, you said if the people don't like it, they can, and I think that's the last thing I heard.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been in here the whole time listening, and then this happens when I speak up. Isn't that weird?
It could be your mic itself,
That's how it
not the
goes.
connection. Like the wiring in your mic. Make sure it's plugged in good. Make sure there's contact.
Contact left. Contact right.
Oh yeah, she's plugged in, nice and snug.
That's what she said.
Well, it sounds good right now. Try it again.
Anyway, that's
Maybe
why we
he's
have the Declaration of Independence in this land that states that the government gets its power from the people, not the other way around, as you were stating, in which we just have nothing, no way to do anything about it, whether we
Oppose it,
like it or
yeah.
not, whether we're happy about it or not. It's actually quite the opposite. Like the power of the government comes from the people in this country, and if they don't like it, they absolutely have the right and the responsibility to change it.
one good example of how this actually works out is from a federal point of view. You have a situation where, at least currently, I don't know if it's been updated recently. Mary Jane hemp, whatever you want to call it, is classified as a restricted substance, or whatever the correct term is.
They just changed that. It was a class 1, now it's class now, or was it Schedule 1? Now it's Schedule 4.
Okay, well, let's just do from the past. But regardless, this example still applies. So it's there on the federal point as one thing. Then on a state, it could be another. Then within a district within that state, it could be the opposite. And then within a town within that state, it could be the opposite.
That's why you had dispensaries that were legally the states legal, you know what I'm saying, legalized it, and you could have dispensaries. That's why the federal government could still come in and raid their facilities. Because federally it was still illegal, but the states took it upon
Right,
themselves
and
to.
the reason why they were able to is because of this subject that we're talking about. Because the way that they were doing their dispensaries was under the jurisdiction of the federal, even though the state has the option to change that, and then the town within that state has the option to nullify what that state says. This level of, whether we like it or not, right? I agree with you, Lion, when you're not using it against me, but when you're just highlighting it, there is a dichotomy here. This system is a weird system if you really analyze it. But just because it's weird doesn't mean it's not true. Or it doesn't mean it's not a fact, because truth, is Messiah.
It's ideal. The system is ideal that we have.
Agreed.
So yeah, I reckon that's probably, if people actually want to do dispensary or anything like that, that it's like federally illegal, then the only way that they can do that without opening up the legal ire of the federal is first pick something that's not harmful to people. And second, register all the details correctly.
So this is from
basically by because they were setting out companies that were federally under the federal jurisdiction. So you set up a company under the federal jurisdiction doing something that's against the federal jurisdiction's conduct, and then you're surprised that the feds come in and raid you. That's your
No,
own
I
fault,
mean,
isn't it?
they were never
real
surprised.
quick.
They were never
Let me
surprised.
respond to Hammer, please. What he
Fair
said,
enough.
because I just pulled up my notes on Bill Cooper, Behold the Pale Horse, right? And he talks about this stuff. This is quote. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Our forefathers belonged to secret societies. We all know that. People ask Bill all the time, Bill, you claim the Constitution is so great. How can you say that and also claim our forefathers were members of secret societies trying to destroy this country and bring about a new world order? His response, there is no contradiction. This country was a grand experiment, an antithesis to the monarchs of Europe, kings and queens whom they had sworn to overthrow. The strategy, according to him, how to topple these monarchies. How do you topple a king? You give the people, the king's subjects, a taste of freedom. Throughout history, man has claimed he didn't need to be ruled by kings or queens. Man has rejected the idea of being property. Before America was founded, no people in the world had ever truly been free. They were all property of a ruler, king, queen, emperor, etc. Power was determined by genetics. Your lineage decided whether you were a king or subject, property like cattle or goy. The founders' dreams, right? In their quest for a world free from oppression by kings or queens, popes or religious authority, they created the United States as an antithesis to the old world systems. The founders believed if they gave the common man a taste of freedom, monarchs would fall like dominoes. And that's exactly what happened. Shortly after America was founded, the French Revolution occurred, sparked by the same secret societies. Our forefathers were Freemasons, Knights Templars, and members of the Illuminati. But they did not consider themselves evil men. Just like those working toward a new world order today don't believe themselves to be evil. They think it's necessary for the good of mankind. The end justifies the means. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights were the most perfect governing documents ever written, but, contrary to popular belief, they didn't actually grant freedom. Instead, they restricted government. They made the people sovereign, reversing history, turned the government into the servants and the people into rulers, kings in their own right. But within the Constitution, it says the founders built into the Constitution every tool needed to preserve liberty, but there existed two potential downfalls in case the people proved unworthy of self-rule. This is the creation of a foreign entity within the nation, the federal government, located in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. That's the downfall right there. Because within the District of Columbia, which was a separate entity, that's how they were able to infiltrate the 13 colonies and take over what used to be a grassroots movement. So the U.S. Constitution, or the U.S. declared its independence in 1776. In 1787, the U.S. Constitution is drafted at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. March 4th, 1789, the U.S. federal government begins operating under the Constitution. George Washington is inaugurated the first president in 1789. A year later, the Residence Act establishes a new federal district known as Washington, D.C., a year after George Washington was elected, a 33rd degree Mason. And these are the guys that you guys keep appealing to, and these are the guys that you guys keep using for Masonic doctrine. You get it from them. This whole admiralty law, and you're a sovereign, and there's no rulers over you except God. These are the guys.
A
They
republic,
literally
if
moved
you
the
can
capital
keep
from
it.
Philadelphia to Washington, D.C.
With respect to income tax and other similar things, it is possible to live peaceably with these men. Not that they would definitely fall under the designation of men.
And it all goes against biblical concept of sovereignty, dude.
We know. That's what we're saying.
It gives you the illusion that the people actually have a choice in the matter.
They do.
You always have a choice.
Are you the great I am, mate?
Seek righteousness and everything will be added to you, bro. That's all you got to do. If we all repair the moral fabric of this country and we all become righteous and seek God's counsel and repent, he will heal this nation. Like he promised Israel, he will heal this nation and he will appoint righteous rulers. If it's in his decree, he will do that.
Do you think it's unrighteous to not pay tax?
Yes.
Bro, just that alone, just the action of doing it would heal the nation. You wouldn't even need divine intervention.
I feel like naturally, if we just all become righteous and repent and seek God, seek Jesus Christ, that he will heal this nation and appoint righteous rulers. That's all. You don't have to worry about it.
We should pay more tax.
Sophia wants to pay more taxes. Why do you want to pay more taxes?
No, that's what Lion says.
Come to terms quickly with your accuser while you're going with him to court, lest your accuser hand you over to the judge and the judge to the guard, and you be put in prison. Truly I say to you, you will never get out until you have paid the last penny.
There aren't any pennies to pay. That's the point.
But how do you pay taxes when you don't have a government?
Give to the one who begs from you, and do not refuse the one who would borrow from you.
Is the federal government begging now?
Yep, they're begging you to pay them income tax, so just pay it, dude. Just lick the boot, bro. What's the big deal?
Oh my God! Don't
What
say
if
it
you
like
don't
that.
have income? What if you don't have income tax? How are you supposed to pay that? Or income to tax?
Then you don't have to pay it. Do you notice that? That's why I said you could become a corporation and have no income.
This dude's in
So then
another
what's the-
country giving half his paycheck to taxes, trying to
Then what's the
lecture
problem?
U.S. citizens about a
You
20
pay half
to
your taxes. You
25%
guys are
tax.
hilarious.
Get the fuck out of here with your nonsense.
If the corporation doesn't pay any dividends to any of the presidents or secretaries or employees because the corporation didn't make any money for those people to pay, guess who doesn't have to pay any income tax, bro?
It's bewildering because Peter says, "Honor the emperor," right? And they will put to silence foolish men, because it is counterintuitive to pay taxes and follow the law, like especially when they're pagan or they're godless. Like who, right?
You're
It
under
doesn't
the
make
law
any
of the
sense.
land. The law of the land in Israel is the Torah. The law of the land over here is the Constitution. So you're under it, bro.
But even under Roman rule, the apostles and Jesus Christ himself was being like we were supposed to honor them, even if it seems tyrannical or unjust or unfair, which in
It
many
sounds like
instances it
something.
is unfair. It isn't just according to the Torah, but yet we're called
Does
to be
honor them
peaceable.
mean pay them?
It means roll up your sleeve and get your booster shot.
Just pay the tax.
Yeah,
You
I'm
don't have to
asking,
get a
like,
booster
does it
shot.
say
That's
to
never been
honor them means
mandatory.
pay them?
Nobody
It
ever
says,
threatened to put you into jail if you don't get a booster shot, but they most certainly do if you don't pay your income taxes.
Sophia, all rulers, all kings are God's servants, whether they're wicked or whether they're good. Right? And it says in Paul's letters in Romans 13, for he is a servant of God, who an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer, and he can also bless the righteous, depending on the scenario. It says, therefore, one must be in subjection, not only to avoid God's wrath, but also for the sake of conscience. For because of this, you also pay taxes. For the authorities are ministers of God, attending to this very thing. Pay to all what is owed to them, taxes to whom taxes are owed, revenue to whom revenue is owed, respect to whom respect is owed, honor to whom honor is owed. Honor the emperor, what Peter says.
They asked
I mean,
for it.
What
The
emperor?
people asked for a king, and then they were
He's the
given a
president.
king, even against the warning of the Most High God.
I was with you guys until you went down this route of paying taxes is biblical.
It's all
But
right,
it's
bro.
got to
I'm
be in
not.
context of what is righteous.
We're servants in a foreign land, dude. We're literally slaves in a foreign land. Like that
Yeah,
is
but
If
I'm
you're
saying
registered,
in the
if you're
context
America's
of
registered
what's
for
Egypt, dude.
tax, you
righteous.
should pay tax. If you're registered for tax, you should pay tax. But if you are deregistered and you have denaturalized and you've gone through, then no, you shouldn't.
Yeah, then no
Right,
one
but
would
how
be
do you do
asking you
that?
for taxes then. If you are deregistered and denaturalized, no one even knows where you live. No
Yeah.
one can even get
That's
in
not
touch with
true.
you. So now you're going to use the post office. Now, how are you getting a driver's license? Yeah, that's a privilege.
It
This
makes
is the
Yeah,
everything
you
this,
don't.
extra
That's the thing.
difficult.
You,
It's
if you're
it
not
makes
a
life way
U.S.
harder.
citizen, 14th Amendment citizen, you don't need the driver's license. That's what he said.
And that's not true.
Yeah,
It just
okay,
makes
go
life
ahead
way
and
more
try that
difficult,
out in
way more
reality. You guys
burdensome.
got to
It
get into reality, bro.
it really does
How do
make
you?
life way more burdensome. How do you fly? How do you like
Why?
travel? How do you do anything?
Why is there
You
a
can't
why
leave
is
your
there a
country if
federal
you do
court
that.
and a state court? Do you know? Why
Where
is
are
there
you
How
a
do you
getting
fly?
your
federal and a
Unemployment.
passport?
state?
What if you get laid off? You know what I mean? Like there's so many things that we take for granted when you live in a
Dude, you can't
society.
get a job. You can't even get
You
it.
can.
What company is going to
You
hire
can.
you
Did you
without
not
giving
hear
them your
earlier?
social?
Now you
Rigor, did
can
you
get a
not
job, but you
hear
have to
the
go.
form says
Yeah,
someone
1099
you
or
just need a
W9.
passport.
It's
Yeah,
illegal in
W9.
your
Only a
state.
passport.
It's illegal
Yeah,
in
but
your
how do you get a
state to
passport?
drive without insurance. You
How do you
cannot
get a
obtain
passport without a
insurance
social
without.
security card?
not illegal
It's
to
just
travel.
illegal in your state to drive without insurance. It's impossible to get insurance without registration. It's impossible to get a registration without a license. What are you
Free
guys
travel
doing?
shall not be
Yeah,
infringed.
if you're a US citizen, if you're state national, those things aren't applicable.
So I actually know people in real life that don't have social security numbers, don't have birth certificates. None of their children do, and it's a very difficult life. It's not an easy life by any means. You have to live in a commune.
Boo-hoo.
Right? You have to homestead. You have to live off grid because it's very
That's
difficult
Boo-hoo.
to
not my
actually. It's
experience.
it's it's almost impossible to actually be part of society without having a social security card. It is.
What
You
do you
have to
mean
live
your
in the. You have to live on the.
experience?
You're
You're
in
not even in
exile.
America,
You're in
are you?
exile. You're on the.
Our
You're on the like.
system functions similarly.
No, she's
You're on the
not.
fringe of society. You literally have to be a homesteader.
You could talk to Matthias about it.
That's the only way that you can get by. Not everybody wants that lifestyle. That's a very burdensome lifestyle. I'd rather be part of society, part of the collective whole. You guys want to be like in the wilderness, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
you're
it's
not
not
gonna have
even an
internet
option.
service. You
You're
gotta
You
not
pay
can't
gonna
just
taxes
go
to
out.
have internet service.
You can't go out in the woods and be like, you know what? I'm going to set up shop here. That's not even legal in our country.
Well, that's
Like there
another thing.
used to
They
be
live in
safe
other
zones where you
people's
could
lands,
do
bro.
that, and they
They have
removed it all.
that's a good point. They can
Who
even
is your
they don't even
master?
own
Who
land. They
shall
have
you
no right.
serve?
They have no rights for land. They have to rent it from other people that have their social security cards and birth certificates. That's the irony.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to piggyback off the system to avoid the system.
You gotta make others pay the taxes for you when you go and
Right.
barter with them.
While you criticize them for paying taxes,
It's the
Well,
most Hippocratic position. Yeah, it's like just you're a complete hypocrite.
Hippocratic?
Yep. That's what the doctors have to take, right? An oath of hypocrisy.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Yeah, but it's right. I mean, because that is what they're doing, right? Because they're saying they're making people better when they're actually killing people. So yeah, they're hypocrites.
What I want to
Nobody here
see is
has
all these
anybody here
people.
actually forfeited their social security card or the
Fuck
birth
out of here!
certificate?
Why would I do that?
I'm wondering because the people fighting for it, I bet they all still have their papers.
You got
Yeah.
your birth certificate still?
See, that's the whole thing that y'all are completely missing. We were never ever saying that we wanted to do this. I did attempt to do this once, not gonna lie, but we're not advocating that everybody should do this or that doing, you know what I'm saying? That's not, we were just saying that the ability to do it is there. That's all we were presenting. That if you wanted to, you could. Nobody said it was a good idea. Nobody said it was a great idea. Nobody said it's the way you should go about it. Nobody ever made that claim. That's the claim that you're putting that onto us, that we're making that claim, and we're not making that claim. We were only proposing that the ability to do it is there if you want to.
Yep. The
And actually what
ability
the
to
original,
just become an alien in another country just to steal land is there if you want to. Yeah.
Right, but if you do it, you're not actually doing it because you're crutching off of somebody.
nobody ever said that otherwise. We were never making that claim. Jesus Christ, like good God, y'all are taking this too personal.
He's just saying that it's a possibility.
When really the beginning statement was that if you have your paperwork in order, paying taxes is illegal, and he's not wrong.
It can't be illegal
You know,
because you can't
it's
pay the
okay.
taxes without incorporating yourself
Exactly.
into the system which you checked out of. So it wouldn't
No
be
one would
illegal
ask
because
you.
you're not covered by the law. The
No
law
one.
doesn't adhere to
Exactly.
you. You can't break it.
Yeah, no one would ask you for taxes ever. So I don't know why you would say if you did all this, then if you pay taxes, it would be illegal. Nobody would ever ask you for taxes if you did all that. What are you talking about?
I didn't even make the claim originally.
Oh, okay. How far out are you backing out of this conversation? Fully? You on our side now?
I never.
Yeah, full
It's not
concession.
about being. It's not about being on your side. We are what the claim that we made is still correct.
Oh, okay. So the claim
It's not.
was, therefore, if someone becomes denaturalized and they no longer hold their citizenship, paying taxes would be illegal. Okay, if someone's denaturalized and not a citizen, no one's going to collect taxes from the person. So why is the caveat of paying taxes illegal part of the argument?
To be honest, I don't know why that was even brought up. If I'm being honest,
Because they're committing perjury.
It's just a statement of fact.
Because
Doesn't even
somebody
need to
that
be
pays
anything else.
50% of their paycheck in taxes was throwing shade at people that pay half that. Saying
but
it's
illegal. Nobody was advocating that you shouldn't do this or that was the right thing to go about. You know, nobody was advocating for that. It was just simply a statement made that if you did this, then this would be the case, and it would, and it's all whatever. You know what I'm saying? We're not sitting here saying, hey, you shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Fuck America, fuck America. That's not what we're getting at, and that was never even said or even proposed in the slightest.
Right. My whole
denaturalization. It's literally saying F America when you say denaturalization. Yeah, you're
I'm
saying
not
F
saying you should
America.
do it. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm saying the ability to do it. All we were simply arguing for was the fact that the ability to do it is there, versus
Yeah,
them
and
saying
that has an
you can't.
entailment. Yeah, the
Who
ability to
cares what
do
the
it. And
entailment?
if you
Who
go
cares?
through with the ability
Who
to do it,
cares?
your entailment is saying F America.
Who cares? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for the ability to do it. I'm not advocating that you should, you know what I'm saying, do it. I'm saying that the ability simply is there.
Yeah, do you
Period. Point
agree
blank.
that ability has an entailment?
100%. If you
Yeah, do you
take the
agree the
ability,
entailment is F America?
if you take that route and you go about that route, then essentially, yeah, that's what you're saying. I'm not,
Okay,
and I
cool.
wouldn't, and
So
I'm not
we're
arguing
all
that.
on the same page.
Yeah,
As
it
long as
depends how
you
you
agree that
define
the
America.
ability to do that is there. That's all
Yeah,
we were going with.
It exists, yeah,
Well, Jesus
definitely.
fucking Christ! It took us 3 hours to get here, but boys, we finally reached it.
Yeah, you
God
also have the
dang.
ability to move in with the
That's what you
pygmy
think,
people, bro. Go for it.
He backed out
They've
so
not,
Exactly.
far.
Jesus
they've
Christ!
not.
I
He
didn't back
backed
out of shit.
all the way out.
I didn't back out of nothing.
Yeah,
I just
you
finally
did.
got everybody on the same page that we weren't trying to tell people to do this. We were just simply saying the ability is there. Like skydiving's a thing,
You were
and you can go
fighting for it.
skydiving.
You
We're
were
not saying you
promoting
should.
and fighting for the idea of doing it
No,
and
not the
why you
idea. Not
should
the
and
idea of doing it.
rationalizing
Simply
why
that.
Hey, if
there's
Simply
someone
that's
wants to
the
go
ability is
people
skydiving
there.
with
who
that, if
understand the
someone
law.
goes skydiving without a parachute, should we allow that?
It's not comparable.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Skydiving.
The lack of the lack of
Okay.
logic in the responses for the last, if it's accurate, 3 hours has been rather stark
We've been at
and
this since 7
surprising.
o'clock.
And
We've been at this since
surprising.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's funny because the guy that we were talking with before, the drunk guy, he actually made more sense than all of this.
Yeah, so can we agree that it's a really bad idea to even
Mic check.
attempt?
Okay.
To even
Okay. Hey,
attempt?
I'm not saying
Your mic is
we can
good,
agree
Joey.
that it would be detrimental to your livelihood to do that. Agreed. I can agree to that all day long, but we were never saying that it wasn't. We were never proposing the opposite. No,
No, I'm
never
saying
once did we ever
oh
say.
it was being insinuated that this is what you should be doing and that you don't
No,
need to
no,
pay
no,
taxes.
no, 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 no. That's not what any
Yeah,
of us insinuated.
exactly.
If that's the meaning that you got derived from what we were saying, then that's on you. But that's not what was being put out there.
Well,
That's
typically
just what you
debates
took from
do
it.
occur over ought claims, so that's interesting.
It's not
Let's
that the
not have
wrong
a
end of
debate.
the
Let's have.
stick.
All
It's
right,
not that the
Elisha.
wrong
Like,
end of the stick was picked up. It's that a completely different stick was picked up.
yeah,
In fact, I
like you
don't
know what I'm
think what
saying.
they
You guys
picked up
backed
was
all the
even a
way
stick.
out. Just admit it.
Let's
Backed out
not
of
have.
what? I'm
That's
still no. How do we back all the way out when we're still making the claim that this is the case?
Yeah, you're
That if
making
you
the
do
claim
this,
that it's
this is the
not a
case.
viable option.
No, I'm not making the claim that it's not. I'm saying it's an option. Period. Whether it's a good option, whether it's the right option, is irrelevant. The fact that it is an option is all we were making a claim for. Period.
a
And you can
parallel
say that we were trying to
example.
say something else all day long, but it doesn't make it true. You can say that I'm advocating for this or that you should do this, but that doesn't mean that's what I'm doing. That just means what you think I'm doing, and that means that
You know what
you
I'd
are
like to.
comprehending everything wrong.
Sorry, bud. Sorry.
Jesus
Just chop
Christ,
you
dude!
in.
It's like we got into this whole debacle because you are sitting here thinking I now understand why you're arguing so hard because you think that we're making this claim that you should be doing this or that this is the way. No,
Do
No,
you
I was
that's not what we're
agree?
arguing
Do
saying.
hard
you
because
agree?
I think you're factually wrong. I don't think you
Well,
can do all this shit
just
you're
be
saying you can
thinking a
do.
thing doesn't make it true. If that was the case, I'd be a millionaire.
Do
Right,
you
that's what I'm
agree?
thinking. When you put forth the argument, you guys are just thinking a lot of shit, but you still haven't like
Billions,
where is the form to
billions,
do this? What is
billions.
the process to do all this? Because you haven't established a
I
legal
literally
justification
sent
for
it
doing
to
it.
you.
Yeah, she literally gave you the form. She told you the form. Just because you didn't go look it up and look at it yourself does not mean that we didn't
Ooh,
put it out there. That's your
can I
fault,
Okay.
get
not
that
Do
ours.
form,
you
please?
guys
Sophia,
agree?
will you send me that form, please?
Yeah, do you guys
If
agree that
everybody's name.
once you go through that process, you have no abilities to ever tell anyone ought anything, right? Like, because you can't make the case for the country not doing abortion or anything, because you can't do any policy, right? Because you have no say within your government, right?
That's erroneous.
And you agree, and I need you to agree and understand that I was never saying that this is what you should do. This
I
was
agree with
simply
that.
something
Yeah,
that you could do.
it's just a possibility you're saying. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's all we were putting out there is that this is something that can happen if you go through the proper channels, and it is a real thing. And
yeah. It's a real thing. It's a
she
real
Yeah,
put the
there's
form
terrible
forward, and
thing.
she put
thousands.
the form forward.
There's
It's a real
there's
retarded thing.
thousands
You're
of
right.
people doing this
Hey,
every
hey,
single
whether it's
day.
retarded
What
or
was
whether
the
you think
original
it's
argument
retarded
though?
is irrelevant. Irrelevant.
That wasn't the
What was the
original
Irrelevant.
original
argument.
argument?
Go ahead, Rigor. Tell him what it was.
What was the original argument? It is illegal to pay taxes.
It's not an argument. It
You
was a
are,
statement.
So you want to put that into context then?
Oh,
yeah,
you guys don't pay tithes?
if you are
Just
not
go
a
and record.
14th,
Just go and
if
listen to
you're
the
not a
recording.
Oh
citizen,
my
if
God,
you're not
dude,
a
I cannot.
citizen, you don't have to. Yeah, they're live,
You don't
unfortunately.
have to. So it's not illegal then.
If you're
Well,
not a
you read.
citizen, like we've said this so many times, like I don't
Is
understand
donating
what
money illegal?
So then
No.
your claim is, as a
then, Sean.
citizen, if you do hold the standard or the status of citizenship, it is not illegal for the government to charge you taxes, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That is correct.
if you're a citizen, you should, yeah, then you
Right.
are registered. If you're registered to pay tax, then you should pay tax. Yeah, that's
So
how it
So
works.
All right.
So it's a
So we good
complete
then.
concession to the original argument, right? Can
No,
we agree to that?
no, because
Okay.
you don't even know what the original argument was, my guy.
I
What are you
just
talking
said it.
about?
It's illegal to pay taxes.
That's
I
what
just said
originally.
if
Yeah, you
you're
guys were saying it was
registered, you
illegal to pay
should.
taxes. That it was wrong
Yeah, I
to
said
to force
if you're
us to pay taxes.
If you're not a citizen,
you should. If
Okay.
you're
Now I'm going
There
to
registered,
is
ask you
no
another
if you are a
question.
taxes for
I'm going to ask you
citizen,
another question,
non-citizens.
right? Is it illegal to donate money?
no.
no.
Okay, then how can it be illegal to pay the idea of taxes? You're
He
just
said that
donating
if
money.
he
You're
is,
not under the law. You're not
listen,
paying taxes. In the
just
whole,
listen.
the practicality sense, you're not actually paying taxes. You're just giving them money for free and for no reason.
Can I
It's
just
a
speak?
donation.
This is just schizophrenia. I'm sorry.
So he said
Well,
that
no.
if he is the state national and not the 14th Amendment US citizen, and he paid taxes, because he is
How?
not a US citizen, he would be committing perjury if he pays tax, and therefore it is illegal.
That
Thank you.
doesn't make any
So
that doesn't make any
Wow.
sense. That doesn't make any sense because like people who are outside of the United States, if they own property here, still pay taxes.
okay, I'm
If they
gonna
own
say it
property here,
again.
oh my
Let me
Lord,
say it
Jesus Lord.
again. Let me
No,
just
please
say it
don't.
again.
No, don't do it again. It's going to take too long.
Well, one said thank you, and one said, "Oh, now I don't understand."
Well, I don't get why you guys think like if someone is not who's coming to you to tell you to pay taxes? I don't understand. Like, what form did they give you
That's not
that?
a
That's
relevant
schizophrenic.
response. It's not a relevant response to the statement as stated.
The statement as stated is if someone is not a citizen, they don't have to pay taxes. If they do pay taxes, they're performing perjury. What the heck? Who's asking them to pay taxes?
Why do you have
That's
to
when all this
respond with who's
trying to
asking? The
reframe the
statement is a
argument and the
standalone
context and
statement. If you have an
the
issue with it,
inference and
you
and
prove
all
it on
the
its own merits,
everywhere
not
you were
on a
going with the
response given
argument
to
just
it
falls
that
apart.
doesn't pertain to it.
I just
Rigor, learn some
debunked the
self-respect.
statement. I just showed you how the statement doesn't even exist in reality. That statement, that thing that she just said would never occur in reality.
Says who? If you meet the conditions,
Exactly. It's like you're arguing for something that
then
doesn't
you've
exist.
committed the
Okay,
offense.
what's your point?
If you don't
Come on,
meet the
one at a
the
time, guys. I'm
conditions, then
trying to
you have
listen.
it. This is
Who
conditional
if you're
statement.
not if you're not a citizen, who's requiring you to pay taxes that you would have to lie to that person to pay them?
No one is saying that that's the case. You just have to listen carefully.
She
Sophia, you want to
just
repeat what you
said,
said?
dude. Yeah, go ahead, repeat it, Sophia.
Okay, so what the argument originally was that if you are a state national and not the 14th Amendment US citizen in the District of Columbia, then you don't have to pay tax, right? But
What
if
does that
you
mean to you?
do pay tax,
Who would ever ask you to pay
listen,
tax? Who, if you are in that scenario,
if you
who would
are
ever
a
ask you to
14th
pay tax?
Amendment US citizen, then your government requires you to pay tax.
We're talking about the state national. The state national you said doesn't have to pay. Who would ever ask the state national to pay tax and then they would perform perjury in order to pay that tax? How does
And
that
no
happen
one,
in
he's not
reality?
saying anyone asked him. He's just saying that if he were to want to do that, because some people like you guys seem to want to really pay this thing. So if you were to want to really pay the tax, but you are a state national,
Why would you become a
as long
state
as you
national?
don't say, as long as you don't say, it's because it's about the perjury, right? About the conferring of the nationality of the state on the person after birth by any means whatsoever. So if you, as a state national, say you have to pay tax, that means only a US citizen is liable for tax. So that's perjury, you're lying, that's illegal. That's what
Oh,
he's saying.
okay, I see. Like, if you want to go and buy a piece of land that's federally owned and you're a state national and they say you have to pay these taxes, you're saying that person would be under perjury for buying that piece of land. That you're saying a state national doesn't have the right to buy any land, right?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Well, why does a state national have the right to buy land if they gave up all their rights?
They didn't. I mean, they're not under that category. They're not the US citizen category.
Can a
I don't
non-US
understand what you guys don't get. It's two different categories of people. One is this US citizen entity thing that's on your social security card, and the other one is just you, the state national, the actual human.
Yes,
They
yes,
need to,
and
they
you're
need to read.
separating it from the Constitution. So you're not
That's
covered
your
by the
that's your that's
Constitution.
your claim. That's your claim.
You're saying a person who gives up U.S. citizenship is still covered by the Constitution? Because I
The
thought they were covered by sovereign rights at that point,
the
not
The
rights made
Constitution.
by man.
state nationals are covered by the Constitution, as far as I know.
Why? It's the Constitution is not the sovereign rights of man. It's just it's man's rights to man. And those are used by in order to enforce the Constitution, we have to pay taxes to the police officers to enforce it. So
That's
why
just
the
not
heck would
true.
someone who doesn't pay the taxes to the police officers expect us to enforce the Constitution for them? That's unrealistic.
Police don't enforce law. Police enforce policy.
Okay, fine. You have to pay the taxes
Different.
to the judge. Just please understand contingency. Why do people not understand contingency? Regardless of who it goes for,
You
you
don't
have to pay
understand what we're
taxes to
talking
the
about. What are you
people that
talking
are
about?
enforcing the Constitution. Do you think people enforce Constitution for free?
What is tax?
It's a tithe.
Erroneous. What is tax?
It's a tithing system.
Erroneous. What is tax?
The corruption is not the system itself, it's the people within the system.
I look up the Black's Laws Dictionary for tax, and I'll post it in the chat. But all these definitions have been
Look up the
posted, dude. I
Black
mean,
Law Dictionary for lions taking the microphone when he's not.
I'm just trying to help facilitate the conversation. That's all. I'm about to post it in the chat. Here you go. Tax.
Yeah. I think Lion made a good point for like if someone in like Massachusetts or New York, how do they even pay the tolls? How do you even like pay tolls? You need a driver's license for that. Nowadays, it's like all online.
Can you tell me where in that definition does it justify the government taking acts off of your personal labor?
That's in the 16th Amendment. Ratified by a supermajority.
I agree that one seems unfair, but you can become a corporation. You can fix that one
You
easy.
file it. I've said this earlier. W8BEN. Look up that form. W8BEN.
Okay, so this is the IRS form used by foreign individuals to certify they are not U.S. citizens, establishing foreign status to claim tax treaty benefits or reduced withholding, typically 30% down to 15% or less on U.S. sourced income. That doesn't even get rid of income tax, just lowers the rate.
Read it again.
Yeah, the Form WABEN, Certificate of Foreign Status of Beneficial Owner, is an IRS form used by foreign individuals to certify they are not U.S. citizens, establishing foreign status to claim tax treaty benefits or reduced withholding, typically 30% down to 15% or less, on U.S. sourced income. It is generally valid for 3 years, expiring on the last day of the third calendar year after signing.
I mean, that sounds better than nothing, eh?
It's
No,
still,
that
it didn't
sounds
even remove
not
the
accurate.
problem. You just accepted the problem. So
I
you
didn't say
agree that
that's
you
all
ought
of
to pay
it. I
income
didn't say
tax
that's
because
all
it
of it.
doesn't
I
even get
said
rid of
that's
your
a
income
start.
tax. It's a
I said that's a
self-defeating.
start. You
It's a
guys
Wait, why
won't
start
not?
to
even
lower your
believe that
income
this
tax.
stuff
You could do that with
exists.
the corporation, lower your income tax rate. Why would you do all that? Why would you declare you're not a citizen to do this when you could just become a corporation to do this?
You guys are claiming this stuff doesn't even exist. So I'm simply showing you, here it is. I'm not saying this is everything.
No.
This is just a part of it, okay?
Okay. Yes, it doesn't exist. If you're claiming you can get out of income based on this W-8 form, that doesn't exist. It just lowers the rate. So yes, it would be the case. It doesn't exist.
So there's no process to do this thing that we're supposed to be doing. Okay,
Okay,
that's
you
good.
have to do it. No one has to do this. This
I
is
don't
the
know how to
beauty,
do it.
right?
If
Everything
I
is
wanted to, I don't know how.
voluntary. Everything is voluntary. You don't have to do any of this. You don't even have to read about it. That is what is so wonderful about this system we're in. You
Doesn't
don't
seem
have
the
to.
How do
income
I do it?
You
taxes.
I don't
guys,
know how.
you can pay even more tax if you want to. You can. You can apply for more stuff. You can register to be under more authorities. You can do whatever you want. That is how this thing is written.
How do you
Yeah,
do
but
that?
you
How do
can't
you
go to
go
the
about
office,
doing
right?
that? What forms do I sign in order to pay more taxes?
Well, see, I give you one form and I tell you this is a part of it, and I mean, you don't even like that.
The
It's
form
not
you
a
just
part of it.
said, you said that we could get rid of income tax. The form you just gave us says you could just decrease the rate of your income tax. So now you're saying there's forms that you can increase these rates. Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, there's what. Do it. I told you. I don't know all the forms. I told you here's one example. You can do
Of
all
a
of this.
form
Like,
that
I'm
doesn't
not.
remove income tax.
I don't care. I don't care.
What is
It
the
doesn't
form to
matter to
be?
me.
What is the form to be like an independent, a sovereign? What is that form? Because that what you posted, the
I mean, you can do a
W8
few
Ben
affidavits. I
definitely
guess you
isn't.
can start there if you want to
Does it
do
exist?
affidavits, I guess.
Are you aware of this
Like I
form,
said
or are you just
earlier,
like
you don't
speculating?
apply to become a sovereign. You don't send a form to the government. Oh, will you please release me? It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, how
Is the
does it work?
form in the room with you right now?
No, she says it's a self-proclamation declaration. There's no form that you have to fill out. You just call yourself a sovereign. So
Or
you're
you could
calling.
say
You know what
I
sovereign
forgive.
means? It means you're a king.
Or you could
You're a
say
ruler.
I forgive the system.
So you just verbal. You don't even have to communicate it. You just claim. So
In the
you're still
scripture,
a
sovereign
citizen
is
in the legal
synonymous with
sense.
king. You guys understand that? So you're calling yourself a king, a self-proclaimed king of the land of this territory. You have dominion over this territory, and you could do whatever you want. You don't
Yes,
have to pay
queen.
taxes. You don't have to abide by its rules or laws. That's absurd. I posted the 60th Amendment, and I also posted the definitions for income and tax according to Black's Law's Dictionary. It's consistent with what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Why is it any more or less absurd for someone else to call themselves a king and then demand that other people pay taxes and do things rather than someone calling themselves a king? What's the difference?
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
Well, the thing is that they have actual authority on the earth. Like they have the power to actually carry out their authority. They don't. Even if you're not even if you don't believe in God or anything like that, they actually have something known as force doctrine. They have the actual power and might to control this territory and throw you in jail or garnish your wages or whatever it is that these rulers do nowadays.
Yeah, it's just taken, basically. They just do it by force. That's why it's called dominion. Just dominate and take.
How do you give people rights without force? I'm confused.
Red tape, you're hot micing.
Sorry, what rights have they given you?
I would say that the right to life is one.
Oh, so without the government, you cannot be alive? You don't have the right to be alive?
Well, actually, in our government, they're taking away that right.
What? What?
They're taking away the right to life. Yeah, mothers are
And you
allowed
are
to kill.
submitting to it.
Mothers are in control of the right to life now. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And you are submitting to it. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds
Yeah, you
unfortunate.
understand. Mothers have the right, have put the right to life in their own hands, right? You think that's fair?
They're the ones who make life.
What are you doing?
Oh, you didn't take any part in that. In order to make a baby, it takes one. Okay.
I got a question. That website you guys linked, is there some type of like paid course?
No.
There's a course, but it's not paid. It's completely free. You have to sign up. Yes, you put in your email. You're going to get a video every day with an email, but it doesn't cost anything. It's free.
I have a question for Lion. Can you expound upon your understanding of force doctrine?
That's force doctrine has to do. It's just the idea that not just men, but anybody that's in authority, they have the force to carry out their authority. They have the power to carry out their authority. Like actual might, like the power is in their hands, figuratively speaking. I mean, I could look up the textbook definition for you. Hold on. But it's usually used in feminist circles. I mean, against feminist circles. Like if you ever heard of Andrew, I got it from Andrew Wilson. That's where I got it from. So here,
Yeah, so the brief description that it gives about Andrew Wilson and his force doctrine concept here is kind of different from what you're describing as far as I can read.
No, it's an analogy. Because Gio was asking me, well, who gives them their what'd you ask me, Gio? I already forgot his question, but it was something along those lines. And these people have authority because they have the power. They have the power that's ultimately given to them from God to actually carry out their authority on the earth.
And how does force doctrine apply to that, though?
Because for you to maintain power on the earth, I don't know if you realize this, but for thousands of years, in order for you to maintain power, you need like a military might. You need actual like soldiers. You need borders. And those borders need to be defended by force, right? You can't just have open borders and expect your nation to sustain itself. That's, and that's what these people are calling for. They're calling for open borders. Because if you don't have a force to protect your authority, your dominion, your territory, right? It's like right now you have a fence, right? Your territory. You are protecting your territory from intruders. If people come on your property, you have to protect that property. Otherwise, your authority over that property is going to be taken from you. So how do you maintain authority? You maintain it by force. In a small scale. A nation without borders isn't a nation. Or if it is, it will be taken over with time.
But it's not just unbridled, unrighteous force, right? You don't just it doesn't just give you the power to just do whatever you want.
Actually, there's a limit to your dominion. There's a limit to your capacity. But yes, he's given us capacity and power to do both good and evil. Just because you have the ability to do good, evil doesn't mean that he endorses it. But he has given rulers that capacity. There's an extent to your dominion, your power, your authority.
According to who?
Sovereignty.
Sounds like you guys just don't eat enough real food. That's why your brains are dissonant.
This guy thinks what can go into the body can defile the body. It's crazy.
Selective dissonance. There you go.
So I looked it up on AI. This is what AI overview says. Force doctrine can refer to multiple distinct concepts. It can be a social, political theory regarding gender and power, or military power. Right. So in this case,
You're
we're
not
not talking about
washing your
gender.
hands enough,
We're
dude. You're
talking
not
about
washing.
we're talking about military power and principles. It generally involves the application of power to achieve objectives or control or superiority. So in this case, in colonialism or imperialism, these people had armies, they had knights, right? And those knights would conquer lands, and then they became the rulers of those lands through force. Now, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
saying I
got you.
endorse. I'm not saying I endorse that, but that's the reality of the world that we live in. When you go back and when you look in
No,
Stanford's
that was the
encyclopedia,
past. Hold on. If I may cut you off right there, that was
sure.
the past. Nowadays, we live in a country where it's supposedly a voluntary army, right? Again, of the people, right? Go fight for freedom. This is all again, the poster that they paint for us, but
That's
it's
not
not
true.
some
That
king's
No,
army
dude.
that just goes and does
yeah,
whatever
he
they
can
Lance,
will.
let him
draft
talk. Let him
all
talk.
men over
Right?
18 years old at any
Lance,
time they want.
but you're missing the point though. How did we establish this country? But blood was shed. We rebelled against the British because originally the British had authority over us. The men rebelled and blood was shed during the Revolutionary War.
According to
For
Eustace
a
Mullins,
king
they
or
didn't
oh,
win
sorry.
anything out of that. But anyway, because the banks, it was all about the banks still control everything anyway. So it's just a seeming semblance of freedom. Yay, we won something, but not really.
You're right.
But
You're
but
right.
anyway, the whole forced doctrine thing was about, in regards feminism anyway, it was about a patriarchy, right? It was about rights. That's where it started.
100%.
Because
100%.
because Andrew Wilson talked about right. He's like, show me right, because he'd say to people, rights don't exist. Rights don't exist, and people would lose their shit. People would be like, what the fuck? But he's, yeah, show me some rights. Show me where they exist. But
A
the point
republic, if you can keep it.
the point is that you can't abolish a patriarchy if they have a monopoly on force. That's the point.
It's
Yeah,
impossible.
regarding gender, men have the upper hand, have the authority over women. Why? Why?
Because
Answer,
that's how
Andy.
God intended it.
They're stronger.
Ultimately,
Bullshit.
it's because God, that's what God intended. That's what he decreed, but it's because they're stronger. So the people, the militaries of the world, the governments of the world who are stronger, they maintain their authority.
A man was not made for woman. Woman was made for man. Adam first,
Exactly.
then Eve.
So if you're asking me how these rulers, right, who made them kings, it's a complex topic. It gets into sovereignty and forced doctrine.
We live in a matriarchy, though. It's
You know
absolutely the
what's not?
case because your daughter can marry any man that she wants and they don't have to pay the bride tax. That's how you know you're in a matriarchy.
Yeah, tell that to heaven. Yeah, but it's not as complicated, Lion, as understanding the statement as stated 3 hours ago.
But like the 50 states, this was conquered. This land was conquered. Texas was conquered. California was conquered by force. And then now we have borders. Now we have jurisdiction. And there's rulers that have territorial dominion of this jurisdiction. That's the rule of law. That goes back to Roman times. And if you're
Funny, it's
born in
actually
this
more lawful
jurisdiction,
to
if
not
you
pay
come to this jurisdiction, there are rulers that have authority over you, whether you like it or not. And you can
tax.
yell in the streets, I'm a sovereign all day long. That doesn't exempt you from the laws of the land.
Wait, aren't you the one that's yelling?
I'm not yelling.
Give it 5 minutes. The rulers of the land have made it clear in black and white. All you gotta do is read and apply.
Right here, 16th Amendment. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived.
If there's no incomes, there is no tax.
But then you guys argue about individuals. What is an individual? And
No,
What is a person? What is a
we
man?
presented data that was maybe, I don't know, allergic to your ears, something like that.
The Constitution is the highest document in the land, is it not?
This
Yeah,
land.
and it doesn't say you have a right to pay taxes. So what is your point?
And then
It
income, if you have
literally,
a problem.
does. It's in the Constitution. What are you talking about? If Congress decides it's going to set a tax rate, according to the Constitution, it can.
Yeah, you don't understand. It's okay.
The word
Okay.
income. The word
Not a
income,
rebuttal.
it's right here. The return in money from one's business, labor, or capital invested. Gains, profit, or private revenue. Private revenue. So it's not just commercial enterprises. Because you guys always, oh, well, there's commercial law and then there's common law. No, dude, it says private revenue.
That's not what he said at all, but okay, that's crazy.
No, I'm saying it. I've already
Sovereign
been on
citizens
this road
often
before.
say that. Like Lion, I'm sure that you've heard them say whenever they talk about
Geo gets
commercial.
it.
Yeah. Which
Geo
is, it's
gets
good
it.
to
And it's barely
distinguish
been
between
here.
commercial law and common law. Absolutely. But they think like because it says income, they think income only means commercial or money only means commercial. I forget their argument, but somewhere
Okay,
along
I
I
don't
those
don't
get
think
lines.
any of
why.
us. I don't think any of us have made any argument towards that one way or the other.
One of
At
the
least not
arguments. What?
me and Elijah haven't.
And like
One,
the Constitution covers like citizens, residents, aliens. Like if Congress wants to tax you, it will tax you, and if you don't, however, unless you don't make a certain amount of money, you won't be taxed.
Yeah, Congress doesn't tax you. That's the thing. So shockingly, federal income tax only applies to you if you are working in public office. You can
one of
see
the.
this in the definition of trade or business, 26 UCS
Okay,
7701A,
but that
26,
still doesn't
which
matter.
says the term
That still
trade or
doesn't
business
matter.
includes the performance of the functions of a public office. The definition of the word
Lion, how does
includes
that apply
means
to your argument?
only.
No, it's
The
not.
definition of the word includes means
Just wrong.
only on the following items or items excluded anything else, excluding anything else.
You read that so
So,
confidently, but that doesn't actually apply to anything that Lion said.
how would you know?
It's
Sovereign
dude,
citizen.
right here, U.S. It says Title 26 of the U.S. Code. I already read the 16th Amendment, but you guys want to deny it. Anyone who earns income, anyone, not just government workers, not just politicians, not just commercial workers, anyone who earns income above a certain threshold, whether employed by the government or in the private sector. And then when you read income, it says everything. Labors, dude, labors in general. Capital invested, gains, profit, or private revenue. It's unambiguous.
You
Go
know how
ahead.
it says hard times make strong men, and strong men make easy times. I guess easy times make sovereign citizens.
Well, see, nobody here is claiming to be a sovereign citizen or that sovereign citizen is even a legitimate term. We actually laugh at people who use that because it's oxymoronic.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
ignorant
I
of
get
that.
it. I get it,
You're
but the
ignorant
You're
of
thing that
that.
you're
essentially
talking
using
about.
their arguments
Ignorant
because
of
you
that,
are
and
embarrassed by like the term.
you're insinuating things upon the people speaking that the people speaking have not said.
Oh, come
Well, I'm
on.
just saying, if you're going to become naturalized, right? If you're going to do that and separate yourself and then think you have a right to drive on the roads that taxes paid for, like just because all the infrastructure is set up now, then therefore now you have the right to use it without any tax on you, is absolutely a weak person mentality.
It's got nothing to do with anything. You're just firing shots with erroneous assertions. What on
There
earth are
was
you
a
doing?
claim on the table that you do not need a license to drive, that driving is not a privilege, that you should just have the right to drive, okay? If that is the
That's
case,
not what was
maybe on
said.
your property, but don't you dare get on the roads that grandfathers built and paid and put their blood, sweat, and tears into that you don't care to pay for.
That's not what was said.
Kind of yes. If you don't pay
Specificity
tax.
is required.
Yeah, I mean, like,
That was a claim made before.
you mean like the government gets money from the revenue of the people to pay for the stuff it does. So, like, if you don't pay for any of that revenue by removing yourself from the system entirely, why should you be a beneficiary of the same system that gets revenue from the people who do pay?
Because you don't know how the system works.
Yeah, they're saying because you ought take advantage of the system, I guess.
That's like the same people who commit like welfare fraud, bro.
No, it's not. Welfare fraud is fraud. We're not talking about fraud. We're talking about correctly applying the law.
Okay, so why is it that you can't just correctly apply this law and just walk into every courtroom and all these people do it, and then why do they still go to jail? And in court, try to argue this in court and still go to jail? Because the courts don't know, and the judges don't know, and the entire legal system doesn't know, but the people that are on the internet do, I guess.
Because they didn't do it right, they
people,
say.
Do the people who actually do what we're talking about go to jail?
Yes.
And if they do go to jail, can you demonstrate that every one of them goes to jail righteously?
But I just said that. Like, you would say, like, oh, it's because the judges themselves don't know. The people
No, I
enforcing the
didn't
law
say
don't
that.
know.
I didn't say that. I asked you a question.
I don't think I used the word judge once ever in this.
We're talking about enforcement at this point, though, right? Like, okay, there's laws. How are they enforced?
You're putting words in our mouths that we've never said once, and that's what's
That's
annoying right
Bringing up
here.
enforcement.
It's annoying. It's
Because
very annoying.
it ultimately comes down
Right
to
to
enforcement
free
of the laws,
travel
right? Laws
shall
don't
not
matter if they're not enforced. So why are they being enforced against people that believe these things if these people are right? Well, you would have to say because the courts are not properly applying justice. And the people are right and the courts are wrong, but the courts are doing the wrong thing anyway. That's the only thing you could possibly appeal to.
The U.S. Supreme Court has found that the right to travel between states is a component of a
Oh
liberty
boy.
protected by the Fifth Amendment.
Yep,
Correct?
you can walk yourself across those state lines if you'd like, but don't you
Correct.
dare get on the roads that grandfathers put their blood, sweat, and tears into and was paid for.
Right. You can actually walk.
You're appealing to emotions.
roads across the whole
This
country.
is not a legitimate way to have a conversation, at
You're
least.
appealing to
Let
the
alone
weakness.
let
You're
alone
appealing
a
to
debate.
weakness.
No, hold on.
I think Piezo was trying to get in.
Hold on. When did I appeal to anything other than what the words say in the documents?
You can walk the
Silent.
easements of all the
Silent.
non-interstate roads in the country, pretty much.
Yo,
You
come
just
on,
can't
dude.
walk down the highway. As long
What I
as you
was gonna
stay
say
off the highway,
earlier,
you can walk
one of
roads.
my things that I would like to put out there for the community, we should stop promoting debate and start promoting deliberation amongst each other to eliminate such dissension.
Oh, I could debate that.
I like that deliberation. I like that.
Like, why do you have access to public infrastructure and all that? Because that stuff was built with tax money. So if you completely remove yourself from the system where you become a funder of it and thereby a partaker in it, why do you have the right still to partake?
Where do the rights come from?
The rights to the infrastructure? Nobody has inherent right to infrastructure.
So then what's the question?
Well, if you believe in the sovereign citizen stuff, all the sovereign citizens still want to take part in the
Wait, hold
infrastructure
on.
without having to pay for it.
First of all, that's oxymoron, sovereign citizen. But regardless,
This is what we label it, bro. Whatever you want to call it.
does my belief in the information that's being presented matter at all?
Oh boy. Like, Jesus Christ is Lord, guy.
Here's
I
the
wonder.
real
This just doesn't make
question.
any sense. Like, plus
Shut
they're
up, Sam.
embarrassed by the term
Shut up.
sovereign citizen.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So,
Like,
Piezo,
it
here's the
is a
question.
term that is
Shut
known
up.
by.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Here's the question I have for you, Piezo. Is it lawless to do as we described?
I didn't hear everything that you're talking about, so I don't know what it is you described. I mean, I'm assuming like removing yourself from the system and then all that. I'm assuming because I wasn't here for it, so I can't really answer it in good faith without knowing.
Fair enough. Seeing as it was actually, because I didn't mention this specifically, the drive or the difference between driving and traveling. Hercules, if you want, because it was you that said it. You want to reiterate it? Just not misinterpreted.
Hold on one second. All right, what now? Sorry.
Regarding the license and travel, etc., the highways.
Oh God. I never finished it, so I don't know exactly how exactly it pertains to that. I never got that far into the process. Like I said, they said like I got.
Maybe you could engage with.
So maybe Sophia can speak for you because it was Sophia also was talking about it. Sophia, Mercules, and Elisha Savvy.
Sorry, what do you want to know?
Would you agree this also applies differently for foreigners in the outside and then doing this into America rather than people that are already within America? There's got to be a different process.
There, it is 100% different.
Yeah, it's different.
That's no longer denaturalization at that point. That's migration, or they're seeking. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same.
Well, under the naturalization definition,
because,
you can naturalize yourself to any location.
Yeah, you can. Our system works similar to the American one. That's why I know it. But it is a little bit different. But it just depends on what you're registered as, and anything can be changed.
Can I naturalize myself to the moon?
No.
I mean, you can in your head if you want to be unrealistic.
That's probably the only way men will ever go to the moon.
but real quick,
Yeah.
if you read like the Declaration of Independence and the preamble of the Constitution, and the Constitution, it uses the terms citizenry, which requires the status of a citizen. And if you don't claim that status of a citizen, right, then like how do you want to partake in the rights of citizenry?
Well, hold on.
That's fair enough.
The
You weren't here.
applies.
You weren't here for that. You weren't here for that. So what's been distinguished is stemming from the 14th Amendment issue is the distinction between a state citizen or a man on the land, or because it has multiple definitions, it's been updated in terms of language, as opposed to a U.S. citizen of the District of Columbia. That's the distinction. So when you take away the license and then the tax thing, that's denaturalizing from being a citizen of the U.S. The District of Columbia. I might have got the lettering and the phrasing a bit wrong, but that's the gist. I posted the thing up in the chat like an hour ago.
You guys know that driver's licenses are administered by the states, though, right? Like the states individually.
There's a difference between the 50 states in and of themselves individually. They're each a nation versus the U.S. citizen in the District of Columbia. That's two different things.
Okay, well, even if that was correct, right, which I'm not sure that it is, it would still not play into the driver's license argument because driver's licenses are given by states. Individual states maintain their individual road systems. Only federal roadways are maintained with federal money. The individual states manage the roads in the states, state highways, the state public and local roads. So, like, you say you want to drive in the state you live in without a driver's license and you don't pay state taxes, what right do you have to the roadways?
And
well, before they were ever
that's the part,
turned into
admittedly, I'm still
highways,
unclear on.
well, before they were ever turned into the highways as they currently are with the infrastructure upon them, they are still, I can't remember the term specifically, but right, they're like a right of way passage. That's completely the wrong phrasing, but they're still there. So within that context, you still have the right. Now, obviously, if the conditions are changing, you're going into private lands and all these different things, then obviously you're limited. Like you can't just drive onto the lot like Hercules was saying earlier, like a BMW. You can't just drive there and do anyhow. And then also the distinction between driving and traveling, but that's not really the argument.
So, like, why does it have to be driving, though? Because travel is not just driving. That's like a very efficient modern form of travel. When this was written, driving didn't even exist. So, like, you know, you could
Right,
walk,
that's
you
why
could.
it's relevant, because the driving license is a new thing. You never had that requirement on those byways and those highways, those natural ones, those free courses of travel that shall not be infringed. You never needed a license. The license is specific
Driving is a
to,
commercial term.
right, it's
You
specific
can
to
you
what
can
it applies
operate
to.
you can operate a motor vehicle on private land. It's specifically the licensure to use it on the public road systems, right? So, like, if
But
you're
it's
going to operate
that's
this
not the
big metal
complete.
box of death, which comes with all these risks to human life, you have to follow the rules we make to use it safely on the road system we built with the money that you pay. And if you don't pay
Right,
money, like, how do you even take part in any of that?
you have to complete the definition, right? It's not just to be on the road operating the motor vehicle, but it's under. So the license is for undertaking commercial activities. In short, so it's the complete package. That doesn't preclude you from traveling while operating a motor vehicle.
Yeah,
Different,
it
right?
doesn't say that a license is required just because you're simply operating a vehicle. Only when you are traveling with goods that are not owned by you as transport for money is what it says. So that's what
I
that's
think
what
I
a license
posted
is
that one as
required
well, didn't
for.
I?
Yeah, you did.
Didn't I
Where
post?
does it say
That's
that?
that's what a license is required for. It specifically states that it is required when transporting goods that are. Well, I think the wording was not owned by you for
Did someone
money.
post that?
When you
Let me
put
go
gas
back.
in that vehicle, you're gonna pay taxes on that gas.
If I
And
posted
don't
it,
all 50 states have laws on their books for the individual states
Yes.
that all people in our state must have a license to ride on our roads, which are maintained by our state, not the
Yeah,
It's a
federal
yeah.
government?
privilege. They
That's
call it a
a,
privilege, not a right. Yeah.
that's another thing. You have ordinances, statutes, and municipalities, right? You have local municipalities
Yeah,
and then the
yeah, they're not
statewide.
laws; they're statutes.
Hold on, hold on. I'm saying that the jurisdiction, regarding driving changes from like your local town, then the city, then the state, and then at the federal level. And you got 50 different states, all have ordinances and statutes in their local states that apply to you, whether you think so or not. Regarding driving, just driving in general, not even
right? That's why
commercially.
when you go through, I think that's why when you go through the process, there's slight differences depending on where you're actually located, but the foundation is still the same.
Did someone post that commercial thing? Because I've heard that a bunch, and I've never seen that
Yeah, I'm
actual.
trying to.
Like,
I posted it before, but it's not letting me scroll up to old messages very easily. It keeps sending me back down.
There are rulers and authorities at every level, right? The local level, the state level, and the federal level that you're not exempt from. Like you can't just become a king, dude. Like that's what a sovereign is. If you forfeit your citizenship, doesn't mean you automatically become a king. I don't know where you guys got
How do
this
you
notion
become
from.
one? How do you become one? If I
Oversimplification
wanted to.
of what we presented. That's the issue. You have to be very specific as to what was said. I know it's annoying to hear that again and again, but we're having a very specific discussion, so it
I
really
don't
is
think anyone,
important.
any police officer is going to respect like this bullshit. I'm sorry, but like this is just ridiculous. It could be dismissed as ridiculous.
That's a nice opinion, but that doesn't really relate, does it?
Yes, it does.
Prove it.
Dog,
somebody
you're
asked
not
earlier
going to
if.
be. No, go ahead.
So someone asked earlier if when a sovereign citizen sort of this stuff doesn't work in court and they get arrested, if you could prove they were arrested righteously or not, does that really matter? I mean, ultimately, if you're
Well,
arrested, you're arrested, right?
to the question that he was asking, yeah, I think it matters.
It doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't.
Okay, so if somebody comes and takes your phone, right? Does that mean that it's lawful just because it happened?
No.
If the whole of society says it is, then yeah.
Oh wait, so you're appealing to consensus?
That's a really loose term use of the term consensus, but sure.
You literally just cited the whole of society. What more consensus do you want?
You can have the consensus of a majority.
I beg you respect your own words and the meanings thereof. Please. I'm still looking for that thing. I will post the license thing when I find it. Just taking a while.
Oh no, you didn't. You didn't post that. You just
Yeah, I
read from
realized.
it.
I searched my name and I must have read it out loud instead of posted it.
I think maybe to elucidate Alicia's point a little more, you know, can you tell me that there's been no time in history that people have done things and what they claim righteously or justly, and it was incorrect?
Justly?
Yeah, justly. Thank you.
Wait, are you asking me?
I think the majority of what's done by the people in power is not righteous.
Amen.
I think to consider yourself a righteous person is there's a lot more to it than what people give credit for.
You're going to need an objective standard for that.
Okay, so what's the
which we
objective
don't have
for a license to get in a car?
The only thing that matters is what the people in charge say. Like, you can protest, you can riot, you can rebel, but in the end, they're going to say they're like in the right.
Well, I don't know about that. I think it also depends on what the populace allows them to do. Like people in power could say one thing, yeah, but you have the support of all of society behind you. I think that's
I would
important.
say, like, as long as the people in charge have the majority or at least a plurality of people who are saying this is correct, right?
Didn't they see that with
And
the
even if, like, this
dispensaries,
is
right?
technically true, what matters is who is enforcing the laws and who is, like, overseeing them, right?
Who has the power?
Yeah.
I
Like,
would agree with that.
even if this was correct, who's the person who says the law, who says what the laws are, even if they're incorrect, as long as, like, a plurality of people or a majority supports them, like, they are essentially doing what they want.
You guys want to give the power back to the church? Who's in favor?
Which church?
The church. The church is a group of believers. You want to give the power back to the ones who have the objective standard? I do.
I might have to post this in two things. It's kind of long, but I'll read the specific thing to what was asked regarding the definition. So, quote, a motor vehicle is where the term motor vehicle comes from. Commercial motor vehicle is where the term motor vehicle, quote, comes from. It's referring to a vehicle used commercially. See the commercial clause held religiously to the chest of the United States Corporation. So,
Yep, I mean, you can't drive to work. Yep.
So if you are a resident of the incorporated states of California, thus placing yourself in Washington, D.C., then you have none of those rights. By calling yourself a U.S. citizen and a resident of a state, you are constantly affirming that you are in Washington, D.C. You are constantly
This
throwing
does not
your
work.
right
I'm sorry.
to the nearest trash can, setting them on fire. But yeah,
Because
I'll copy the whole. I'll copy the whole chapter. But it's going to take a couple of posts.
But there are,
what is this
like,
from?
local laws as well enforcing the need for driver's licenses. Like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Well, that it doesn't make sense now is it's kind of understandable, but just wait until it's posted to read it in its totality.
What is this from, by the way?
But every time I do search by word, this thing just jumps all over the place.
Like, what were you reading out of?
We're talking about the distinction between traveling and driving, and the license, and what the license classification and clause of commerce is, in a nutshell.
Sure, but was that out of like a legal text or a court case or what?
But both citations, but it's a I guess it's a document that someone put together, but within that they're citing the definitions. But I've lost my place, so I have to find it again. Bear with me. It's a long thing. I don't know why it does that though. It should be better on a phone, on a computer. Well, at least you're indicating.
Exempt from paying taxes in that territory?
You keep making it about me. Do yourself a favor and separate that. There is a topic and a position being expressed that is independent of me, specifically to the fact that I don't live over there and it can't apply to me in the
bro.
same
It's the
way.
proverbial you, dude. Get with the program, dude. Stop deflecting.
Well, no, but this is a case in point of how you operate within this discussion. But more to the point, you made a category error. You used me. Okay, I'll grant that for this discussion. But you said if I naturalize myself as a state national, I think that's how you said it. And then you said I'm still beholden to the requirements of the responsibilities of the U.S. state national, the U.S. citizen. That is a category error that you already agreed to being distinct before, but you have
I
forgotten that.
haven't. No, I haven't. You're adding words into my mouth. I never said that. Earlier when Sophia was making the argument, she tried to say that slaves were persons and that peoples were citizens. And I told her, no, both are actually considered persons. You can have slaves that are persons, you can have citizens that are persons, and you can have artificial entities that are considered persons. And all of them are under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, and all of them are obliged to pay their taxes, including state nationals.
Believe what you want to believe. Why don't we open up the floor to NASA Shill and his spinning confusion? That might be more entertaining.
Certain state nationals are given specific property rights.
Believe
They
what
don't
you
have to
want
pay
to
taxes. They're
believe.
exempt.
The prerogative is yours.
But unless you have territorial dominion of those native lands, guess what, buddy? You got to pay taxes.
Okay, buddy. Whatever you believe, that's your business. I'm not your daddy. Do you want to actually have a discourse where you can conduct yourself more appropriately instead of constantly making it about your opponent instead what your opponent or
So what about your
partner
response to his statement?
actually
Oh,
said?
whatever you want to believe. Is that cool? Is that what you should say?
Well, I'm just telling him that he can believe it if he wants to. If you don't
Here,
understand
you're
why
just
I'm
out of
saying
hand
that,
rejecting his statement without any rebuttal.
it's not a rejection. It's simply agreeing to disagree in a more cordial fashion by saying believe what you want to believe.
What do you know about the tax system in the United States?
Why don't you listen to what I've been saying for the last 3 hours? It's there on live stream, I believe. Is that correct?
Well,
Gio?
I have been,
Still
and it
there?
makes me wonder how you got your information, and because you don't seem to know much about it.
If it makes you wonder, then you weren't listening closely enough. But it's recorded.
It's a flat earth talking point, dude. It's a flat earth talking point. The flat earthers have specific talking points that they like talk about. Sovereign citizenship is one of them. They think it's a
I just want to
reality
say,
like flat earth is, and it's not a reality.
yeah, Tora, I'm listening very closely. I'm waiting to hear how I'm supposed to evade income tax and not be breaking the law. Elijah, do you think that's something I can do?
That's a category error. I'm not saying anyone should do anything. I'm simply saying that if you meet the requirements, that you're going to have to go and investigate because I'm not going to go through it. It's a waste of my time. Believe what you want to believe, like I said.
Yeah, if you could measure water
What you're
elect,
saying is,
dude.
I don't know, you're not really being
If you
specific
If
get
you
enough.
your
could measure water
paperwork
elect,
in
then you would know the earth
order,
is flat. Right? Yeah, yeah.
You get your paperwork
Why
in
do you
order.
gotta talk through? I'm just
Then
trying to
it's not.
engage with Elijah just for 1 second, Torah. Is it okay that I don't hear your voice? Is that okay?
Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you get your paperwork in order, I know I'm being very like general in what I'm saying, but the links are there. I can
You
provide
know,
you
fuck
for.
this. This guy doesn't know how to like address what's being said. That's it. All right, whatever.
No,
Fuck it. Go back to
I'm
Torah. Just
I'm
go ahead,
engaging,
Torah.
right? Because you said evading taxes. That's not what I'm talking about, right? Evading taxes is a crime as far as I'm aware. I don't encourage anyone to do that. More to the point, I'm not encouraging anyone to do anything. I'm simply stating that it is a reality within the US law structure to, if you do certain things, that you are no longer required to pay income tax. And that will be a lawful state for you to remain in. And that's it, pretty much.
All right, he was asking what those things are. Oh, he already
Yeah, and
left.
I provided the links. It's a long set of things that he's going to have to read if he wants to. I'm not telling him he has to, but I'm not going to do this again. Gio, how many times have you heard this? It's long.
Do
I'm
you agree
tired.
that reality
Literally.
on paper doesn't always match reality in reality?
We shall see, I guess. Test it for yourself if you want. It's not my
Well,
business.
here's the thing, just a couple of short points. Like if you're an individual performing a service out of your house and you've got a customer base and they're doing this and you're not reporting because you refuse to pay your income taxes, then what will catch you there is one of your customers considers that a tax deductible expense and turns it in on his taxes, then they're going to look at you to see, wait a minute, we don't have this guy that he's claiming that is an expense, and then so that's going to put a red flag up. Also, if you are gainfully employed, your employer is filing taxes. You can't get around it,
No,
and
I
it's
understand
just
what
it's
you're
just a
saying.
thing. It's the way it is.
Leslie, and I do entirely understand what you're saying. The distinction that I'm too tired to go into, but I'll make it in the general sense, is that, so with your first point of registering, it wouldn't apply to that guy, because he's not evading, because what you're describing is evasion. What I'm talking about is not evasion in any way. It's an acceptable thing to do under the IRS and all the different federal definitions and
You just
legislation,
mean
right?
you're talking about being tax exempt. Yes, you can be
If
tax
if
exempt if you're a qualified business, a nonprofit
no,
or a
it's
religious group,
distinct.
things like that.
What I'm talking about is distinct from being tax exempt, but for argument's sake, in the general sense, yes. And then the other point that you made, what was the other point? Sorry, the second part. So when I respond in kind.
About being an employee turning you
Right,
in,
right, yes. So
or
within
employee.
again, so within the context of what I'm speaking about, you wouldn't be under that designation. So if you were quote unquote gainfully employed and you've got all your paperwork in order, you simply don't fill out the same form that they would want you to fill out. And if they have any issue with it, then you can show them the paperwork. You can even get the IRS, I believe, to provide you like the citation from their end to back up what you're saying, because some employers
A
might not even
W-9?
want to give you the work, say, if this was something, right? And it's their prerogative whether they accept you or not. But that's the gist of what I'm saying. So I understand your responses, but within what I'm talking about, they don't legally apply, so it wouldn't be a problem. So I understand you might not agree with that on its face, but that's what I'm talking about, and I'm done. I really want to hear someone talk about something spinning for infinite nonsense. That would be fun.
Is Gio there? Are you there, Gio?
Start talking about ayahuasca, he'll turn up.
No. I was going to message him about. I watched a couple of videos from Really Graceful, and she was talking about the Epstein files. I hadn't really looked into that much, but it seems quite revealing. And I was going to message him saying we ought to do an event on it or something like that. Because there's all sorts of things implied. I mean, they were talking like bodies under Donald Trump's golf courses, and this profitable vaccine. There's talk between Gates and Epstein about how profitable this vaccine situation is going to be, and this planned pandemic. So I thought that'd be quite juicy.
Yeah, I've got a question for
Did you hear
you.
about Epstein being involved in concocting the whole QAnon thing?
Oh,
Is that really what they said?
Oh,
Who said that?
brother.
I haven't heard that. What's that about? Tell me that.
I just got like the broad strokes, but basically there was in an attempt. Part of it was trying to rebrand all of this stuff if it ever came out to blame the Democrats. Part of it was just all these other sort of campaigns. One of which was basically disseminating these Q drops as I don't know why, but it was something that Epstein talked to. I don't remember if it was Barr or someone in the first administration.
That's but the first time I saw anything about this Q thing, obviously a long time ago, I just thought this sounds like nonsense. This is, you know what I mean? I never even looked into it for a second. So that's quite funny.
But
Yeah,
so
I
the
mean, I
guy who
thought the
brought it
same.
up, who said it? Where did you hear this from?
Some YouTube channel going over some of the files and some of
Oh,
the
so they're just
implications of it.
reading from what the file says, or are they
So
interpreting
Elijah,
this?
for the audience, there's thousands and thousands of these files. There's fucking. You saw the picture of them holding this binder as thick as a phone book, thicker than a phone book. So there's thousands of shit to go through, and there's all kinds of personal emails between Epstein and, well, what we see as powerful people, Bill Gates and such, Trump,
Mhm.
etc. And he
Yeah,
also
I'm just trying to check for the guy who brought it up whether it was an interpretation from the documents or whether it's explicit in the documents.
I can try and find it for you, but
Appreciate it.
it was something about like it was something about 4chan generally, and then how that became the Q thing or something. Like again, I got the broad strokes. I was doing stuff. I was listening in the background, but
Right.
it was certainly something I was gonna look into.
It's
You know what I
interesting
think's
that you guys
interesting?
bring up
Go ahead.
QAnon, because in the QAnon movement, they also were promoting this sovereign stuff with the gold fringes on the flag and the justices, how they have black robes and the bench placement and the legal language like persons, res and rem. That was promoted by the QAnon movement. The United States as a corporation, it popped off during that time.
In fairness, QAnon kind of they kind of consolidated pretty much every conspiracy theory out there. Like they connected everything to everything. They
That's the
gave
whole
it
point,
more
right?
steam, certainly, but I don't think they like started it.
It sounds like muddy in the water, sort of. I don't know, like the very term conspiracy theory, why it was introduced in the first place. It just sounds like that to me. So, it's interesting that I know if I'd have asked ChatGPT about Epstein's connection to the Rothschilds, I'm sure it would have said they're interconnection. But these emails reveal that there is a connection. That he has represented them in the past. So I think that's kind
So
of interesting.
Andy, I'm curious. From what you said regarding the Trump connection, how hard are they pushing that? Or how, in your opinion?
Pretty hard. I don't watch much mainstream anything, but yeah, I've heard it here and there. Yeah.
Okay. So here's where my mind goes to that. And I'm not saying it's definitive, but I think the connection might be obvious. You know what happened with his last term and the Russians and all that nonsense? They just made a big hullabaloo, and everyone was talking about it from different angles.
Yeah, saying his friendship with Vladimir Putin and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and regardless, because it's not as if I respect him from his actions. You know, as a man, I suppose we respect everyone. We're supposed to be cordial, etc. So I'm not trying to make a big deal about him in a positive light, but just seeing the parallel, that the distraction that it serves, and which is a classic propaganda tactic, right? Is no different from what happened then to what's happening now. It's just that he is not the main focus as much as he was the main focus before. So it's this guy along with all the other stuff, like you said, it's a massive set of documents.
Yeah,
to me, I would just be mindful of it not being very much of anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said before, with the the Carlin thing, I firmly believe that. Like, you don't have rights, you have privileges, because they can be taken. His example was the Japanese internment camps that they made back in the war when they everybody knows about that. I don't need to go into that. But the point is, if they can be taken away, then you don't have rights.
The Americans had privilege to speak English until they let go of it, right?
So I'm talking in game as well, and it's like a bit confusing.
Bruh.
He said that people have a right to language now. That's where he's taking his argument.
Nope, I was just trolling because you don't speak English anymore. Andy, are you at least playing a decent game?
Sorry, there was a drone that was shooting a lot, and it was very noisy.
You're playing COD?
Huh? I'm playing Ark Raiders.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that.
What were we talking about? I can't even remember.
Nothing much.
The Epstein files. Yeah, I was going to say that I don't look at something like that and they talk about it's these declassified, in that's the sort of sense that they want the public to, the declassified and all that. I don't see it that way. I see it as, if it's been put in front of our face, it's nonsense, because they could easily avoid that, right? They choose what we see and what we don't.
Yeah, when did he allegedly kill himself?
When did they what? Sorry.
When did he allegedly kill himself?
2019, in August.
Yeah, it's right
almost a decade though. What? Do me a favor.
Speaking of tax returns, my fucking tax return just got denied. I just got an email saying that, so I'm pretty pissed.
The future is green.
Oh my god. I didn't even fuck anything up on it. Like, I don't know how I could have. Oh well. That's what I get for not being sovereign.
When will you learn?
I'll probably be sovereign to America when I move to Europe. Then I'll have it all figured out.
You planning on moving to Europe? Do you still have to pay some American taxes if you move to Europe?
I don't know. I was just making a joke.
Oh, you're not actually moving?
I think that's probably the case. If just FYI.
Yes, you do.
Just move to the far east of Europe.
Oh, that sounds like a good plan. I'll just go be the coolest white guy in the Middle East.
No, I think you got your directions wrong.
Elisha, what if I put forward that you have more relations or beliefs that are similar to Muslims than Christians?
What of it?
What was that question?
Yeah, I'm going to put forward that Elisha is a Muslim.
Oh, shit.
That's not what you said.
You just got exposed, bub.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to put forward. And I'm going to base it on your beliefs matching up closer to Islamic beliefs or Christian beliefs. We'll start with the triune nature of God.
Fallacy? Genetic fallacy?
Oh, let's not do that again. Oh my god.
Appeal to emotions? I thought you people were supposed to be
you people?
Competent.
What does that mean?
We're trying to make it juicy, Andy. I thought you said you wanted it juicy.
Whoever's speaking.
No, the whole Trinity thing. I think we did it to death, didn't we?
Oh no, we don't have to do
Extreme.
anything with it. I'm just gonna show you know how similar he is to Islam. So triune gone, right? That agrees with the Islamic belief.
And
It's a big one. It's a big one. You also agree that there are certain foods
yeah,
called clean and unclean.
your speech pattern agrees with females. Does that make you a female?
I don't know. How would you know that?
The way you speak is the way in which females engage.
Your voice is
That's
way
that's
more high
Instead of
awesome.
pitched
actually
than his is,
instead of
though.
actually dealing with what's said,
That's
you're trying
also
to
a
sort of.
Muslim tactic. Just attack the opponent instead of addressing the argument.
Listen to yourself.
You sounded no different when you did that, by the way.
Exactly. That's the point, right? He sounds like a
So
woman because
you sound like a girl. You
No.
sound like a little girl. And he's dunking on you because you're
All
a
right,
Muslim.
We could go to the Epstein stuff. We go back to it. What did you think about the interview, Andy? Did
You only go back to it because you're acting like an absolute clown.
I know. I was just joking.
Man, why are you trying to drag it down and talking about people's voice patterns and calling them girls?
Dude,
What grade are we in?
He's comparing me to an enemy of my faith. What do you think?
You have a
We're
lot
just
in
going to
common
take
with
that
him.
lying down?
Yeah,
He's a
yeah, but
clown.
typically you would make an argument against my claim rather than against me personally.
No, because your claim is against me personally. It's stupid.
Dogger, come on, guys.
You're not even engaging with. You don't even engage with what's said. You, out of the silence of the conversation, chose to try to antagonize another man.
That's literally what you just
Female,
did.
that's female behavior. I didn't go out my way to antagonize anyone.
I was actually putting forward a debate prompt.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
that was
sure
a
I did.
tactic. That was a tactic to do an ad hom. It was stupid, and you know it is. And you can tell by your reaction right now, your internal response, the way you're feeling,
Why are you
the way you try
holding
to
on
move
to it
on the
so much, though?
discussion,
Isn't that more
the way you
female
moved on
behavior
the
than just letting
discussion
it
back to
go and going to a
Epstein,
new topic?
the way you moved on.
Just let it
It's
go.
evident.
Let it
It's
go,
evident.
tough man.
It's evident. I'm not talking to
Sometimes
you.
people don't have sense of humor. It's tough, man.
You'd have to be funny.
Yeah, yeah. Not to you though necessarily in order to have a sense of humor, right?
No, it would have to be funny. It wasn't funny. It wasn't intended to be funny. It was clearly nonsense. In the guise, in the
Get
loosest guise, of
over
trying to
it,
be funny
bro.
after the fact.
Holy shit, get over it.
Do you believe that there are certain foods that are
What?
clean and unclean?
Do you believe that there are certain foods that are clean and unclean?
To a person, if they believe that. Subjectively, yeah.
I'll
Do you
answer
make
the
a habit?
question.
Do
Yeah, I think
you make a
lobsters, crabs, mussels, all of that is disgusting. I think those are the bugs of the sea. And I'm
Isn't that
not
what
eating them.
Muslims say?
I don't know. If they do, then I agree.
Muslims like that stuff.
How would you know?
Mussels are legit. Mussels are
Muslims
legit.
don't actually follow
You've got a lot of
the
muscles,
cleanliness
Geo.
correct.
Gotta load up on those muscles.
Did you hear what I said about the Epstein thing, Gio?
What about it? That they released PSYOP files?
yeah. I thought we should
He
cover
cut
it.
to the chase so quick with that one.
The redacted files.
It was like somebody said there's like 3 million pages or something.
And
Right, there's a lot to go over, apparently.
There's actually, there's 6 million files, but half of them are redacted.
Yo, if they had any sense, they would just set an AI bot to just keep generating new files, and people would just endlessly waste their time on them. That would be funny. If they haven't already done that.
Dude, Biasticles was playing an interview from Jeffrey Epstein just the other day. Dude, he was talking about like Isaac Newton and Zeno's paradox. He even brought up Zeno's paradox, which we've talked about a few times. But he was like, I've never heard the guy talk. He was just covering a lot of topics.
I never
You
heard
think
of
it's the
me.
real?
It was crazy, right? I was like, is this a deep fake? Like, how is this stuff coming out of this, this evil man, right?
It's like a Steve Bannon interview, I
No,
guess.
okay, I don't mean to be difficult at all, right? I just want to know, since none of us has ever heard this dude talk, how do we know it's him?
Oh Jesus.
That's what
2
I was
plus
asking.
2 equals 4. A Jewy voice matching a Jewy guy. I think it adds up. Tell me I'm wrong.
Wait, so all Jews pretended to kill themselves?
It's a valid syllogism, but I don't know if it's sound. But yo, I was gonna say, he's an expert in money. He's an expert in philosophy,
Allegedly.
and the guy blew me away with his understanding of like the financial markets and reality itself, dude. He wasn't like an empiricist materialist. Like when you compare him to Weinstein, have you heard Weinstein talk recently? Because he was on also an interview, and they were questioning him about Epstein, and he was reducing Epstein. Oh, Epstein doesn't really know much. I don't know. I think he's a plant. Because Weinstein, if you ever heard him on Rogan, he's the materialist, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? The interview. Here, I'll post both interviews. Give me a sec.
He's also an expert on the age of consent. That wasn't funny, Elisha? Damn.
I was muted. It was funny, but it's nasty because it's not like they were consenting.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm talking about. He actually starts off with Epstein in his mouth.
I thought you were talking about Harvey Weinstein.
No,
This is a
Eric
different guy.
Weinstein.
Who's that? And why should we care?
They're brothers, aren't they?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
They're brothers in Adam.
No, I'm pretty sure some of
Right,
these people
Eric.
So it says Eric Weinstein is a mathematician and economist holding a PhD in mathematical physics from Harvard University. But he was on the Joe Rogan Experience a few times. One time he was actually debating Terrence Howard. Remember that? He knows his science. But when you compare his understanding of reality
Is it rote memory or is it actual understanding?
I mean, I'll post that debate, Eric Weinstein against Terrence Howard. If
Because
you
I
want me
think
to, but
Terrence Howard surpasses rote memory. But I don't know about this other guy.
But I think that I actually align myself with Epstein more than I do with Eric Weinstein, dude.
You just happily
That's
putting
getting
that on the live
clipped.
stream.
Clip that, dude.
Bro.
I'm clipping that.
No sense of anything. How many times have you hit your head today, Lang?
No, please don't clip that, bro. Hold on.
Definition of retarded. Wait, according to Geo's new rules, every time I say that, people can use it against me. Isn't that how it works? Is it like anyone shot Geo, or is it only the person that you directed the ad hom to? Wish, did you clip it?
Yeah, I clipped it.
Send it.
It's all good, whatever. But
I
here,
didn't.
you got both interviews.
Send it to his prospective wife.
But honestly, Epstein's a lot smarter than Weinstein gives him credit for. Weinstein acts like he's retarded, or he's not capable. He shouldn't have that position. and he's clearly a plant because there's no way that this guy, he knows what he's talking about. Dude, no, Eric doesn't know what he's talking about.
Do you want people to disagree with you?
No. Just giving you my opinion on, these two guys.
I think he's trying to.
What's your opinion on your own opinion?
He's just trying to
One Jew versus
persuade
another
people
Jew.
to align more with Epstein. Right, Lion?
It was it was actually an uncomfortable feeling when I watched the interview and I heard him speak, because I found myself agreeing with him like 80% of the time, dude. It was weird. I'm like, this guy's like a prolific pedophile. How am I agreeing with what he's saying right now? Ew.
Hey, use the right
Well,
word.
that was a pretty nice compliment you just gave him. You said he was prolific. Wow.
Use the right word. It's pederast.
He was actually an edophile.
What are you making up?
What does that mean? What's all the differences?
Pederast is someone who actually does the act. Pedophile just means somebody who is enamored by. But all of it's irrelevant. It's rape of children. Be blunt with your speech when talking about evil.
Well, I don't know much about his the whole Epstein, like his act, like. But I mean, just my question is just a general question, but I mean, is he for sure guilty of all these things he was accused of? Or, I don't really know his whole story.
Yes.
Or is there any chance that he was like set up or framed or anything? Or is he definitely guilty?
Well, he
He's
admits it in
definitely
the interview.
guilty.
There's too much to
Steve Bannon asks him, how bad of a pedophile are you? He's like tier 1.
Oh my God. So he admits, okay. So it's.
Wait,
was that part
Did
of
he
the
really?
80% that you agreed with, Lion?
See what happens when you don't think before you speak, Lion.
But Steve Bannon was like, is that the worst? He's like, no, that's actually the least. Tier 1's the least.
Dude, what is wrong with these people? What is so deranged?
Maybe they're not people.
So humans aren't humans. We are not circling back to that. No
Pure
chance.
rigor.
I don't know, something happened in that garden,
Oh no, not that.
The serpent entity.
To say that they're not people almost minimizes it. I mean, this is stuff that people are perfectly capable of. I think that's important to keep in mind.
Shape-shifting reptiles?
There's nonsense.
Are we sure they're not shape-shifting reptilians? Are we sure?
We're sure.
I'm sure.
No, because shape-shifting reptilians don't face judgment in the same way that mankind does.
How can you say you're sure?
With my mouth.
What purpose would a shape-shifting reptilian have with doing this type of stuff?
Take over the world?
Boredom?
If they were shape-shifting reptilians, they could just live forever in a reptilian grave or whatnot, a cave, and just be chilling and laughing
It's
at
called
everyone.
Agartha. Yeah, it's where Charlie Kirk went.
Why would they waste their time doing such specifically human degenerate acts?
Well, but why can't they just be people? I mean,
that's my point.
No, yeah, I know you. I'm talking to the lady. Why do they not?
It's just because he said, "Oh yeah, I can't believe people do this," and then I just said, "What if they're not people? I don't care if they are or not. I just
I don't
asked
know,
the
but
question."
I'm just trying to say that while you may not see the world in this way, they might see the world in a very different way. People do that.
Well, I myself don't really know people who think like that, and I've never come across anyone in reality who does. Only the people on the TV.
You actually
Well,
don't
I don't
that's
know
know.
because
that.
you're a nice
That
person,
is
so you
not
surround
something you
yourself with
know.
nice people. That's probably why.
Sure, I mean,
I'm just saying there can be a very rational explanation. You don't have to go to the extreme. I'm not completely ruling it out, but generally I am ruling it out. That there's some kind of different form of human being, basically, different makeup, different. This whole reptilian thing, I think, it's got out of hand.
You know what? It's examples like this that is the only reason that I wish the Catholics were correct, that there'd be eternal torment, because these people are just disgusting. But hey ho, they will be judged one way or the other.
I'm pretty sure as well that, like David Icke, who was sort of famous for that thing, I don't even think he meant it in that way either. I don't know, because I don't watch him too much, but when I've seen him talk about it, I think he was talking about just like when he'd been to different countries and been to visit ancient tribes and this, that, and the other. They all seem to have the same serpent type of symbology. So I think that's what he was talking about, but that got turned into this other thing. Shapeshifters, they're among us.
No, David Icke definitely believes in shapeshifters, dude.
Yeah.
He's very public about it.
Uh,
Yes, he thinks the moon is hollow, dude. Come on, man. Don't misrepresent David Icke, dude.
Well, I've heard him say. I mean, I don't think that's a definitive claim. I'm not sure.
I've listened to David Icke around like 20 years ago. I was listening to him.
Is that because he said he was Jesus, lion?
I've heard him say that too, but no, he legitimately believes in alien shapeshifters. At the time, I thought he was crazy. You fast forward 20 years, I no longer think he's crazy. Now, with the hollow moon, I think he is, but
Oh, that's a step too far.
yeah.
Alien shapeshifters, okay. Hollow moon, out of there.
I don't expect you guys to understand, but yes, the hollow moon is. I don't think
But
it's
alien
accurate.
shapeshifters, that's okay.
Well, alien shapeshifters it depends on what you think of aliens. Because I don't believe in outer space, right?
You guys consider the possibility that they are men, but they have adulterated themselves to have reptilian-like qualities? Check one.
What reptiles drink blood, though? I mean, it'd be more like a wolf.
Or a bat.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
No, but to the specific examples, right? Because it's not like people are pulling the reptilian thing completely out of their left boot, right? So what I'm suggesting is rather than they are intrinsically reptilian and not mankind, what if there could just be mankind that have done some dodgy nonsense to themselves? Like it would be, I mean, in simple terms, it would be no different from the purple hair freaks, right?
They used to play those videos where they alleged that their eyes closed vertically this way rather than horizontally, right? Stupid shit like that. You're like, oh god. So
Right, but I don't believe that. I don't believe in that.
But if you allowed yourself to contemplate a possibility, rather than they are intrinsically reptilian and that they shapeshift to look like human, they could just be humans that have adulterated themselves to have reptilian qualities. It's not as if the concept is a foreign concept of hybrids and splicing and all this weird stuff. Like, isn't GMO one of the biggest talking points these days?
But what qualities?
Well, to the claims specifically, the ones that Andy just talked about, and other ones that people in this discussion have brought up, like in the wider discussion of reptilian degens or whatever. I'm not suggesting that it's true. I'm just suggesting that it's worth considering if we're going to consider something within this realm.
You're just putting forward a more realistic way of looking at it, which I appreciate.
I think definitely more realistic than just simply shape-shifting reptilians from outer space or whatever nonsense.
That actually makes a pretty good title for a sci-fi movie.
Right, and then there's a town called Outer Space where all the elites live with their 6 fingers. 6 fingers is another example, right? Actions have consequences. They're still man, but they're just a 6-fingered man.
Well, 6 fingers is pretty easy to do, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Didn't they grow ears on the back of a mouse once? And they cloned a sheep? And that's what they talk about open. You look at the mythological histories, they've done far worse than that. Minotaurs.
They've cloned a human.
Etc., etc.
I'm certain of it.
They've done all sorts of weird stuff. Man.
They're shiny serpents, Nakash, like the one in the garden.
No, I wouldn't say that. But I think that is the... Is epitaphs the right word? No. That is the
Epithet?
features. No, forget it. I tried to look for a word that doesn't apply. Those are the features that they're trying to emulate, if there is any veracity to the claims. That I would argue makes sense. Because they worship the serpent, right? So it would make sense that they would try to emulate the serpent qualities.
Who? Who you talking about?
In general, elite degens.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm talking about like the actual reptilians.
No, but what I'm positing is that rather than claiming that they are inherently reptilian, that they could just be mankind that has adulterated themselves, and it would follow that, seen as they, for all intents and purposes that we can see, they worship the serpent, that it would make sense that they would want to emulate serpent-like qualities. You see how full
No, I
circle
get that.
makes sense?
No, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, like augmenting their DNA or whatever. But I'm saying like there's an actual race of these things. I don't know what to call them. Species. They're interdimensional. They don't necessarily exist in our realm. Like we can grab them, but they come and go, and they can manifest.
Okay, well, see, there is another. I would disagree with that fundamental, because dimensionality is an erroneous concept. But what I think you may be able to agree with is that we know about the demons. We know that there are some that roam the earth. We know about their ability to create clones and husks and all sorts of abominable creatures. What if these things are not legitimate creatures in and of themselves, but rather hosts for demons, or hybrids that allow demons to take more possession? Because that would line up with historical things
Yeah,
regarding
you can have that
mystery
too. I
Babylon.
mean, you have the offsprings of the Watchers. The offspring themselves were chimeras, and you can create hosts for their disembodied spirits. You can have all of that, but there's also a angelic race of beings that resemble serpents. The Watchers, they literally look like serpentine beings. Doesn't have to be reptilian. Like it doesn't have to be classified, in taxonomy as an actual reptile, but it
I see
resembles
what you're
a
saying.
reptile because
I
it
see what you're
has
saying.
scales. They have
Yeah,
scales.
yeah, yeah. So you're talking about the disobedient ones that still remain and roam in the heavens and maybe on the earth.
I think that there's enough scriptural backing for that.
Potentially, I would say the best basis you have for this is the 70 shepherds in
Yes.
Enoch that rule over the nations. But
Deuteronomy 32:8.
But it's still an evidential leap to equate them with these supposed sightings.
It's
But
not. No, well,
actually,
this goes even back to there's a testament of
no,
Amram in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
there is a potential, but I would say evidentially it's somewhat of a leap.
I mean, it's a rational inference because you have plenty of scriptures supporting this, including the testament of Amram, who Amram himself, the father of Moses, says he actually encountered he asked God who these entities were. God told him one was a prince of Rosh, and the other one was a prince of Rosh, and I want to say Makesh or something like that. So we know that there's principalities in divine places, like Paul says. Well, the father of Moses says that he looked upon them and they looked like adders, like snakes. And they had, but the thing, what's weird about it is they also had clothing.
I still have to investigate that, but that's a good point.
But
Wait, Lion, what? Say that again?
It's a singular citation. That's the issue I have with it.
Well, no, we have the serpent in the garden, the dragon of old. We have the word seraphim, seraph, and nakash. All entail serpents, dude. Reptiles, serpentine-like beings, shiny ones. The dragon
Fiery
of old.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the principle is see what I think needs to be clearly understood from what I'm responding is the principle is not an issue, but the citations, like what Andy was talking about, and the things are actually seen to equate the one principle with the evidence. That leap is it makes sense, but it's still a leap. Does that make sense?
No, it's not a leap like
Do you want me
you.
to qualify it a bit further so you understand me?
Yeah. The thing is,
you're because I could
hold
agree with
on,
your
bro,
principle,
dude.
right?
Why you always do this, dude? You don't let nobody talk, bro. You ask me
I'm
a
trying to get
question, I
common
go to
ground there.
answer. I go to answer. I get 2 words in, and you clip me, dude. You do this incessantly all day long. You've
I'm
been
not
doing
trying
it,
to
bro.
fight. I'm not trying to fight.
Dude,
I'm trying to
I'm
get
not
common
trying to fight
ground,
either.
right?
So let me talk, dude. Why do you do this, dude? Come on, control yourself, dude. Okay, please.
I'm just trying to
Okay,
add clarity.
so we have I'm trying to add clarity too. That's what I'm trying to do, bro. You ask me a question, I go to answer. So you have assumptions, right? You have presuppositions, and you have rational inferences. What I'm doing is not an assumption. It's not a presupposition. It's a rational inference. Do you know the difference, or do I have to lay it out for you?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that it can't make sense, right? What I'm suggesting, and this is what the clarity that I was trying to give is, because I'm agreeing with the principle, even if we don't include the testament of Amram, right? I'm agreeing with the principle that it exists. Now, what we then do is we talk about. Let's just pick the example that Andy spoke about, the videos that they've seen of certain weird-looking people, right? What I'm suggesting is that to limit it, that those are that what the principle that you laid out regarding these creatures and that they exist, that they can only be seen and compared to what Andy was talking about, that would be the leap. Because what I'm suggesting is that those things could exist and could maybe have been seen in other citations, but the citation that Andy gave could be another thing, like a hybrid man or whatnot. Do you get my point? It's not disagreement. It's just
I've already agreed to that, bro. I told you,
right.
yes, you can have that in the same system. It doesn't negate that there's also
Right,
these
that's
reptilian
all I'm
beings.
saying, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I
It's
already
fine.
agreed to that, bro. Why you keep bringing it back to that, though? It's like you're stuck on that.
No, I'm just making sure that there is common ground. But
Well, I
what I
apologize
think,
for not like acknowledge. I thought I acknowledged it prior, but maybe I didn't make it clear to
that's
you. But
fine.
yes, I
That's fine.
acknowledge that as
That's
a
fine. That's
possibility
fine.
that
That's
you
fine.
also
That's fine.
have.
That's fine.
Why do you
I
do this,
think is
dude? You're doing it again, bro. You're doing it again. You let nobody else talk, bro. You just fundy mute people. You ask them
He just
questions.
constantly overtalks people. It's
Why do you
so
do
bad.
that, dude?
I know. I've wanted to mute him like 10 times already today.
It's like a bad habit, bro. And then I lose my
It's brutal.
patience.
It's audio chaos. Total audio chaos. It's so fucking bad.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not even trying to do it like purposely. Maybe it's subconscious, but it's just a really bad habit, dude. I don't even know where I was saying. I forgot.
And he dominates
Sophia.
the convo, so it's not even like he's just little interruptions here and there. It's like he's dominating the convo and doing that. It's so fucking bad, Elijah. Can you please stop? Can you stop or no? Should I just mute you right now?
I could try. I said yes, boss.
It's all good. It's all right. Sophia, you were saying something?
Me? No, I wasn't.
You want the
No, it's
reference?
the
I got
game.
it.
It's the game. It's the game, Lion. It was coming over the mic. Anyway, so what I was thinking about was, especially when I'm talking to Tony, someone like PhD Tony, who's very invested into this whole COVID scam. I'm sure they wish we'd just forget it. But it does seem as if these... it's doing it again. One sec.
You got reptilians in your room?
So, it's just the game. So it does seem as if these emails are implying the same thing. They're saying that this whole thing was all planned. Now, I know we all know that, of course, it was all planned, but what's that thing, Event 201, all that shit? I can't remember. It's so long. It's 5 years ago, whatever. The point is that these emails seem to imply the same thing. So why are they putting this in front of us now? And why haven't these people been arrested? More importantly, people like Bill Gates and such.
To sow doubt is at
Fauci,
least one.
he should be on the fucking blog.
The Clintons, bro.
I think to sow doubt is one purpose, because you know the way in which Gio responded, which is a legitimate response, right? These psyop things. So if that's already how certain people are going to categorize them initially, just before they even read them, right? Then when they then read that it was a planned thing, it can sow doubt into their mind about it actually being a planned thing. So I think that's the whole point, right? It's to remove stability from people's perception of certain topics. At least that's one of the agendas I see from this.
I mean, I just think that if there's any truth to that whatsoever, it needs to be exposed, because the amount of power and damage they did to people just psychologically, locking them in the house, they can't see grandma, they can't see, all the shit that they did, that really needs to be exposed. So they can't do it again, because it seems to me that they're itching to do it again, right?
Andy, to answer your
What
question,
emails
I
are you
think
talking
that,
about?
real quick, let me just say this. I think that if nothing happens after these files have been released, it's just going to demoralize the population even more, right? And now they're going to lose hope regarding the justice system, and they're going to, and the people are already losing hope. I think it's part of the agenda. Go ahead.
We're talking about the Epstein files,
Yeah, it's a demoralizing campaign.
but there's stuff in there about the COVID being fake.
Yeah, they're talking about the video I watched. Really graceful, I think, of Channel is. She talked all about that, and Bill Gates' involvement.
Andy, isn't this part of their roadmap? What's it called? They call it exposing the hierarchy or something like that. Revealing the hierarchy. Do you know what I mean? Like that witch that talked about this thing.
Well, I do wonder if it's a thing they've done, each century or something. Because I know obviously they did the Spanish flu in 1920 or whatever. So I do wonder if they've done
exposure of the wickedness and the systems that surround it. I'm pretty sure what we're living through is that whole idea of, I think it's Blavatsky, Madame Blavatsky was her name, but it's that whole idea of they keep it occulted, but their plan is to reveal it, but they reveal it in a certain way. And we've seen a lot of that through movies, for instance.
Revelation of the method.
That's the term. Thank you.